is this from the river and from Kherson, because I don't think they would come too close after the disaster with the Moskva and the Neptune missiles. I don't know if they have any more of these missiles, but I think they will have some stuff they can use.
Yep. All right. Let's go to M, John, and then back to Gunny.
Well, the Ukrainians have stuff they can use. I don't think the Russians are doing this, but if they are doing this, maybe because now is the window for it to be done before the Ukrainians actually move on and take positions where they can place those anti-ship weapons. So if they are running a supply convoy or evacuating or doing whatever, the next 24 hours, that's it. It's tonight and tomorrow, and that's it. They can't run convoys like this or try to resupply or evacuate or do whatever, because their ships will be blown up, basically. So the only counter argument is, yeah, if they are doing this right now, maybe because they are thinking Ukrainians are too busy clearing and moving in, and they haven't moved in all their heavy stuff yet. So we can do this now, but we can't do it in 2 days. Maybe, I don't know, but I don't think it's happening.
Yeah, no, who knows? I think that the more common sense approach is that it might be thinning out, trying to move supplies somewhere else, maybe somewhere safer like Russia where they belong. John.
Thanks, Huda. Yeah, just briefly to back up what CJ was saying, with the new positions that Ukraine has taken up in Kherson, they could potentially move their Neptune batteries significantly closer to Crimea and Sevastopol, somewhere in the vicinity of Mykolaiv, to give them some distance from the front line. To be quite honest, they could have probably already done this from near Odessa, anyways. But the thing to consider is, based upon all the recent reading I've been doing from various Ukrainian language sources about Neptune, if I'm interpreting everything correctly, I think it has a waypoint capability to pre-plan a route that is not just a straight line to a given set of coordinates. So if need be, they can hook some of those Neptunes. If they're able to get a targeting solution on some of these Russian vessels, they can hook some of these Neptunes around the Kinburn Spit and around Crimea and try and hit anything that's coming up the western coast of Crimea, again, provided they can get a decent targeting solution for those warships.
There you go. Yeah, bad idea there. Gunny, then Lewis.
Yeah, I mean, all I would say is it's doable. You use the coastline as a background. If you're a real ballsy ship driver, you essentially use the coastline as a backstop. And what you do is you hope that, in conjunction with chaff, things like that, if you do get locked up, that the incoming missile is going to be confused by all the background clutter. So I wouldn't dismiss it. It's still something they may be prepared to risk, because obviously when you exercise, you certainly not very professional navies tend to assume that the enemy's weapon systems are going to be about as capable as yours. Therefore, they may well be thinking, well, if our missiles have a trouble picking out a surface track from background clutter close in, probably the Ukrainian rounds will have the same kind of problem. It's just lots of things. And as someone's just pointed out to me, we saw quite an odd patrol track of Forte last night south of Crimea. It was a very curved as opposed to a straight east-west track. Definitely cross-fixing it, it looked, if you cross-fixed it, it looked like Melitopol, but I'm more inclined to think they were looking up the coast. Hey, we'll see. If those drums, whatever they are, and I've really no idea, move, that says to me that they're moving petrol, oil, and lubricant via warship for some reason. Why? I don't know. I can't tell you why. It's a very odd thing to do, because you just embark fuel in a tanker and move it east to Mother Russia, don't you? So why do you put it in drums? Because you want to disembark it quickly, because you can't palletize it, you can't pump it off using a fuel pump. So it's literally ramp down and roll those fuel drums off onto a beach or somewhere. That's the only reason I can think of.
All right, let's go. Sorry, Louis and then John. Luis. Okay, let's go to John.
Thanks, Yehuda. Gunny, perhaps I slightly misunderstood what you meant by this, but I would be very hesitant comparing the technical capabilities of Neptune to any of the Russian anti-shipping missiles, even though it is derived from the KH-35. I spent many hours reading through a bunch of technical documentation I found for Neptune's active radar array.
Yeah. Sorry, mate. I said that wrong. I'm not comparing it. What I was trying to say is when you do air defense exercises, stuff like that, you assume that the weapons you'll face in the future are comparable to the ones that you're practicing against. I'm not saying Neptune's the same standard as a Russian missile. I'm honestly not. What I'm saying is, if that's how they've practiced before and they've assumed that their weapon system is kind of the one they'll be facing, that's what you train for, and that's what you base your capabilities for, and that's probably why one of the reasons why Moskva took two up the chuff. They planned for a completely different weapon system and got thwacked that way.
Thank you. I appreciate the clarification. I was just going to say that Neptune's radar, it's pretty Gucci to say the least. Very impressive.
All right, Luis, did you want to come up? And we have some other speakers we will bring up to the panel. And give me a moment. Luis, are you there? Okay, Luis, another. Constantine, did you want to speak?
I wanted to ask. I was driving and I heard you were talking about some pictures, as I understand, that came up with the parts of the Black Sea Fleet, and I missed part of the conversation. But could that be imitation of the landing operation to constrain Ukrainian troops further? Because right now, when Ukrainian troops are in Kherson region are have less to do, they can be used in different regions of Ukraine, and may that to be an operation to imitate some kind of landing, so we would keep those troops at bay.
So you're referring, is this a Russian demonstration and an effort to move to get Ukrainians to move troops? The problem with that is that any Russian ship that tries to approach Kherson, I would say it's a suicide mission. The Ukrainians have all the ability to, as they did to the Moskva, they can do to the Makarov. So I'm not really sure it would work. I think, as everyone else has said, John and CJ, there's no doubt that certain weapon systems have been moved very close to Kherson to make sure that nothing from the sea bothers thee. So I might think it might be something of a thinning out. There might be moving supplies around. I just don't think it has anything to do with defending Russian positions in Kherson, to be honest with you. That's just me. Gunny.
Yeah. Constantine, I'm erring the way that you're thinking. I'm not accounting sense, common sense, and strategic thought, and an appreciation of what the enemy have got to fire at me. I've got shiny grey things with guns on the front and missiles on the back that are just blatantly not being used. And again, it just comes back to if you're not planning on using ships, you don't fuel and you don't ammunition. They're the two prerequisites. When a ship ammunitions and a ship takes on fuel, she's up to something. Now, there's only two real possibilities. Go east and evacuate Sevastopol. I'm not a political animal. I don't know what the political ramifications of that would be. It would certainly, on the face of it, be another ginormous loss of face. Or you're planning some kind of operation. Now, it's not going to be an operation east. That means it's got to be an operation west. And knowing how the Russians operate, use it or lose it kind of thing. If you don't do something meaningful to help me out here, Black Sea Flotilla Commander, I will take every member of every ship's company off your ships, and they will be in a trench in 4 weeks. And the only way they can go is north. Could you run ships up the coast? well, if you're desperate, you try anything, don't you, Yehuda? And there are
Can I interrupt you to have a bit more context, because I missed part. You were talking about larger drums with the fuel. Is that fuel for the ship itself, or that fuel is for to be unloaded onto the ground and to be used for the ground forces?
Yeah, we see, this is a thing, Constantine. We don't know what they are. They have not been there before, and suddenly row upon row upon row of little red round things appears. So I'm assuming that it's fuel. The only other thing, mines. But why take the time and effort to run ships up what is quite a dangerous route to mine the estuary? And that's an awful lot of mines. If that's the case, it just feels to me like they're drums, some kind of POL. You don't need them to run the ship, obviously, because you've got fuel tanks on board. So if they disappear in the next 24 hours, they've embarked a load of fuel drums. Now, why do you do that? Do you do that because you're heading off east and you're going to evacuate Sevastopol? No, you use a tanker. You load up everything that's in that big fleet tank farm in Sevastopol and you bugger off. Or even better, just, you blow it in place, don't you, when you decide that you've had enough. So no, it's not, I don't think it's an evacuation. It's something else. And the fact that we've lost track of 2 assault ships as well just kind of adds something really interesting into the mix. Throw in the RQ-4 flight path. And I know John vehemently disagrees with me, but I think they are stupid enough to try and run some kind of localized fleet train mission up and down the coast, probably at night, probably tight into the coast. I mean, it's going to call for some seamanship, and then disembarking material somewhere up there that they think is going to be useful. The other thing that we're looking for is that when you embark tanks and stuff on assault ships, you need a ramp. It's like a roll on, roll off ferry kind of thing, where you've got to drive up a ramp to get on board the ship. We're just looking for that in Sevastopol and looking for indications whether anything is unloading tanks, which means they've successfully run up the coast and embarked vehicles, evacuated them, or they're embarking stuff and then they're running up the coast, maybe to drop them off somewhere. And why you do that, I don't know, because you can do it by road. Everyone says you can do it by road, but it's just all movement. And
yeah. All right, let's get some other thoughts in there, Gunny. Sort of Alex and JJ. Right, Alex.
Hi, hello. Thank you so much for inviting me. It's obviously a momentous day for Ukraine, a very important day which will boost morale for both Ukrainian armed forces and for civilians as well. Obvious reasons. Kherson was the only regional capital city captured by the Russians since February. So liberating Kherson is very important symbolically. But there will be also very practical, important considerations here. It denies Russia the opportunity for ground offensive towards Mykolaiv and Odessa, ground offensive towards Kryvyi Rih. It denies Russia its strategic objective of capturing the entire Black Sea coast of Ukraine and potentially threatening Moldova. So yeah, this is a very important and big development. But obviously, it's a battle won, but the war is still going to continue, and there will be many more battles ahead. I think for me, the biggest question is the troops which were there north of the river in Kherson region. Where are they going to be now? Is Russia going to be sending them to those areas in Donetsk, near Bakhmut, near Vuhledar, where Russians have been trying to conduct offensive operations, or elsewhere? So yeah, it's the whole thing is absolutely momentous.
Yeah. Well, thank you for that. I thought we were just going to talk about, we can talk about the troops as well, the Russian troops that are remaining in Kherson, because we understand they've gone in civilian clothing, and there are also Russian camera crews around. They're trying to make it look like Ukraine is attacking Ukrainian citizens, which is not true. But about the Sevastopol, we can park that a bit. Gunny, we can go to JJ for a second. We'll circle back to Alex. Thanks for showing up with us, Alex. It is a monumentous day. It's a wonderful day for freedom loving peoples all over the world, not just in Ukraine. So let's go ahead to JJ.
Hey, good afternoon, everyone, in Slava Ukraini. What a great day! Very excited. I wanted to actually deliver a bit of bittersweet news that on the same day that the city famous for watermelon was liberated, the comedian famous for smashing watermelons, if you're of a certain age, you would remember, Gallagher has left us on Remembrance Day at the age of 76, which is, if we could have a brief moment of silence for Gallagher in his watermelon smashing ways. Okay,
Not sure.
Yeah. But yeah, most people probably don't remember him. He's pretty specifically American and was a unique form of humor. But I did want to comment on the Neptune issue. I've got a naval background, and I just, thinking about this, the tactical issue with using Neptunes against the Russian fleet is background shipping and targeting. Those missiles you want to have when you're firing an anti-ship missile or surface missile from a long way away. You usually want to get a fix on your target and positive ID from an aerial source, or if you've got reconnaissance somewhere that can fix it for you, because there's a lot of things out there on the water on any given day that a missile can hit, and you don't want to hit the wrong thing. It can be disastrous. So if they're moving those things around, hugging the coastline, Neptunes are not necessarily what you want to do unless you know exactly where it is. They're better, that type of cruise missile is better for open water, and it's similar reasons why they wouldn't launch those against the ships in port. It's too tricky to hit the right thing. And those missiles aren't cheap, so that's why they probably use the USV. Which is another thing that I wanted to mention. I was just looking at the articles and the drawings of the USV used in Sevastopol, and I mean, this is very exciting to me. In my field, we are very much getting into naval drones, and what they've done is going to be dissected and pulled apart, and it will inform our designs going forward for a generation and how we plan these things. The combined tactic of surface drones and aerial drones and whatever else they might have used at the time is brilliant, and it looks like that this was something that was indigenously built in Ukraine, not imported. And there's definitely going to be a lot of naval experts from NATO allied countries who are going to want to talk to those engineers and say, okay, what were your design ideas, and how did you use the tactics, because this is a revolutionary idea in naval warfare. I mean, it's not entirely new, but the way that they employed it is something that's been talked about for a long time, but nobody ever had a chance to do it, and they did it. So brilliant on their part.
All right. Well, thank you for that. All right, let's go over to Bionade and then Gunny, and Luis is still trying to get up here. Go ahead.
Thank you. Yehuda, you were mentioning this thing with the left Russian forces in civilian clothes in Kherson. I was wondering what kind of damage could they do against an armored brigade? I mean, what do they have? They don't have any body armor. They are in civilian clothes. They have a Kalashnikov, as far as I saw on some pictures. Maybe some RPGs, but is there anything they could do actually where they need to be really careful or something like this? Or
Well, yeah, I mean, if they have to be very cautious how they approach the situation. They're going to be looking at whatever these individuals have in mind. I don't know if they're the hardened ones who are going to stay and fight, or if they'll surrender. But we do know from the Ukrainian Ministry of Defense that there are Russians who have prepared to do that, to attack Ukrainian soldiers and make it look like, in fact, that they are Russian Ukrainian civilians when really they're Russian soldiers. So it'll take time to clear, but the Ukrainians will do it. They have huge amounts of follow-on forces. That means that they are going to be able to sort those people out. Hope that helps. And we'll pop over. I think Luis had a question, and we're going to go over to Alex again. Welcome, Alex, again.
Yeah, thank you so much. Yes, we've seen that Ukrainians have been very cautious about the Russian retreat from the right bank of the Dnieper River in Kherson region, and they've been saying that they are treating it with a lot of caution and wariness. There have been reports about Russian military personnel switching into civilian clothes and taking occupancy of apartments in buildings abandoned by Ukrainian civilians who had been forcefully moved by the Russians to the other bank of the river. We haven't seen any incidents involving such people as of yet. But again, it's early days, and with more Ukrainian troops arriving in Kherson in the coming days, there's probably possibility for some sort of provocations involving these Russian troops wearing civilian clothes and in possession of at least some weapons, probably small arms mostly, but there could be also explosives and so on. I'm sure that Ukrainians will be very careful about the whole situation and very cautious. And it will take them some time to fully establish control over the area once the various Ukrainian agencies, not just the army, but also the police and the security services, establish presence. They will probably be looking for collaborators. This has happened in other liberated areas, including in the north of Donetsk region, in the east of Kharkiv region. So Ukrainians have experience with dealing with deoccupied areas. The difference here, of course, is that Kherson has been occupied for such a long time, nearly 9 months. It's a fairly large city, so it will probably take some time. Also, another element to watch will be what Russians are going to be doing. Now they won't be able to shell Mykolaiv because their artillery is going to be further away from Mykolaiv. But my guess is that the Russians will start shelling Kherson now from their positions south of the river.
Yeah, the only problem with that is they are definitely they are in a very disadvantageous spot to be in, and with Ukrainian
Very true.
artillery moving,
Very true. Yeah.
Ukrainians will move up their artillery. I think that if any Russian within 20 kilometers of the Dnieper on the east side or south side is in for a whole lot of trouble. A lot of trouble. Just give the Ukrainians some time to reorient their forces in that area, and I think we're going to see what's happening. We really will. I'm not trying to sound overly optimistic, but it is truly a super bad position to be in if you're Russian. It's a very bad.
Yeah, I mean,
position
it's much lower in terms of the kind of topography.
Right.
The southern, the left bank.
Mhm.
The Russians are clearly disadvantaged there,
Yeah.
but the fact that they are disadvantaged doesn't mean that they won't be trying to do something like that, because
True.
we've seen in this campaign that political decision making by the Kremlin clearly trumpets over the military considerations by the military officers.
Right.
If the Kremlin tells them you have to do it, they would probably have to do it.
Right. The only problem is it would only be effective for a very short period of time, and then the Ukrainians would get the upper hand on them, I suspect.
Yeah.
All right. Okay. So we have if you're up in the speakers panel, Ari, JJ, thank you very much. We're just going to cycle some people out here. Do ask Alex a question. Alex, why don't you give us a little brief? What do you do? Let us know. You're a risk analyst, and you're in London, correct?
Yes, that's correct. I am political and security risk analyst, country risk, basically. So I cover everything from governments and policy instability to security risks such as war, terrorism, and civil unrest in countries of the former Soviet Union. Yeah, that's what I do for a living. And this year, 90% of my work was mostly Ukraine and Russia. But I cover not just those countries, but also Moldova, Belarus, Tajikistan. So, yeah, quite varied area. But for obvious reasons, Ukraine and Russia have been the focus of my work this year.
As almost all of us. All right, let's go to Ray, and then we'll go to Brother Kempchimpa. Go to Ray.
Hi. Good point JJ made about Neptune. Yeah, environment, but Marines actually had both Block 1 and Block 2 harpoons, and Block 2s have guidance that can allow them to more specifically pick out a single ship within a crowded group. So do we know whether whether the harpoons that the Danes have supplied to the Ukrainians were the Block 2s?
So I'd have to go pull up the publicly disclosed list. I don't know off the top of my head which version the Danes supplied. I know they supplied the ground-based transporter erector launcher for them, but I don't know if they supplied missiles as well, or if so, what block. One thing I will note is that Neptune has GPS INS as well, so it in theory has the same capability. The more relevant issue here, and I think JJ would probably agree with this, is that a naval vessel is usually a moving target. So even if you can get a GPS coordinate fix, fire towards that bearing, it's potentially moving. So what we would really want in a situation like this is to have an airborne ISR asset up, intelligence, surveillance, reconnaissance, like a UAV of TB2, for example, and then have some sort of data link either between that platform and directly between that platform and the missile, or indirectly to the missile, and then provide mid-course updates based upon live tracking of the naval vessel, and then feed those to the missile. You continually update the GPS instead of GPS coordinates it's headed to until you get the terminal flight and its onboard active radar seeker picks up and homes in on the target. That would be probably the ideal approach.
Right. Point well taken, and it's noteworthy that the Ukrainian naval aviation had shown off that their TB2s, which were painted in Ukrainian Navy colors. So would imagine that they had been using that for hopefully mid-course updates. So thank you.
That's a distinct possibility. I don't know, unfortunately, if Neptune specifically has a data link for mid-course updates. I don't think I've seen it explicitly referenced, but it's possible. But it's unfortunately unknown at this moment.
All right. Thanks, Ray. We have Brother Kipchumba. Do you have a question or comment? Okay. Thumbs up, thumbs down. We're going to go to. Okay, JJ.
Oh, yeah, thank you. I just wanted to respond. Yeah, we know that Denmark had both blocks, as was stated, block 1 and block 2. And the important thing about block 2, I don't want to bore people with too much technical stuff here, but the important thing about Harpoon block 2 is it has a capability to kind of distinguish and filter out land clutter, which makes it really useful in coastal applications. But as other people said, and I said earlier, the important thing to use a weapon like that, and they're not cheap, so you don't want to expend them on a guess, is to make sure that you have a positive identification on the track that you're firing on, and a good basket of where that target is, so that you can fire it to that. By basket, I mean like an area, before the active seeker starts homing in on it. It's probably, and I don't know exactly how the Neptune works. I understand it's very similar, but it's probably not something that you would want to do a long range shot on unless you were really sure. You'd reserve those long range shots for something that's out in the what we call blue water, away from the shore, away from other traffic, and it's easily discernible, because you don't want to waste those assets. You want them when you need them. So I mean, it's a good question, and if they can have a spotter on shore, somebody that they inserted, covertly to watch the shipping go by and then positively identify the targets, that would be useful. Or if they could use their USVs or UAVs for reconnaissance to positively identify the target, also a good tactic, good use for those assets, where they don't have to directly attack but just pass back the information. But short of that, I would be very hesitant to use long range weapons like that in that environment.
May I
Yeah, Axel,
follow up
take
and
over for a
respond?
bit. Go. Yeah, Ray, and then Axel take over.
Good point. And we also have to remember that, as I understand it, the Block 2 does not actually have a data link, and it's only the most recent 2+ that has a data link. So some of these idealized way of engaging and being very specific to updating the missile after they're in the air, it's actually currently not possible with the Block 2. Maybe the Neptune has it. We don't know. I actually have another question, and that's with Nova Kakhovka. And as I understand it, the northern Crimea canal that feeds 85% of the water to Crimea is actually the opening of that canal is actually in Nova Kakhovka. Do we know whether obvious option for the Ukrainians would be to close that off and really pressurize Crimea. But as I understand it, that's on the Russian side of the river. Do we know whether Nova Kakhovka, whether the Ukrainians have actually reached Nova Kakhovka?
Not yet.
Yeah. Okay.
But as to the lock and as to the canal, maybe both John and Alex can talk. Alex, you raised your hand. I presume, given the fact that we spoke about this in the past, you want to talk.
Yes, absolutely. So you're correct. Nova Kakhovka is located on the left bank, which is currently under the Russian control, and the canal starts between Nova Kakhovka and Tavrisk, a small town just to the east. So at the moment it's under Russian control, and I don't think that Ukrainians. I haven't seen any confirmation that Ukrainians have recaptured Berislav, which is located across the river on the other side of the dam from
Yeah,
Novakhovka.
we have
Not
no
yet.
data. We have
Yeah.
no. Sorry, apologies. We have no data.
Yeah, we have no data as of yet, but I would imagine they will reach Berislav in the coming days. So probably by Monday they will establish presence there. But they will be on the other side of the river, and yes, the dam will be, one end of the dam will be under probably Ukrainian control, more or less. But for recapturing Novakhovka, they would need to cross the river, and it's not going to be an easy operation for obvious reasons.
John Ridge had his hand up. I presume he was waving because something is brewing in Berislav.
Yes, Berislav was liberated 12 to 24 hours ago. We have the visual confirmation of that. Ukrainian troops
But
entered
that
the
was
city.
on the outskirts of the northeast of Berislav.
There's
coast,
video
right?
inside. There's video of them inside the city hall-esque building tearing down Russian propaganda posters.
Okay. Do we have confirmation that they have gone through the south and on the coastline of Berislav as well?
I haven't seen anything beyond the city hall building, but presumably they're in control of most of the urban core of that city.
That would be great, and that obviously, I mean, Alex, that would give rise to what you just said, that sooner rather than later they can take the other side of the Novakhovka Dam.
I'm not sure if we have seen anything out of Kozatsky yet. Kozatsky would be the town directly opposite Novakhovka, directly where the dam itself meets the shore. I haven't seen any video or imagery out of there confirming that it's been liberated as of yet.
All right, so we expect more data. Bionade.
Yeah, and expecting more data. I think about the targeting with the ships, and I think they should be really good visible for all the British. What was it? E3D or these planes, which are always over the Black Sea. I mean, does the US and the Brits supply targeting data, or do they not?
You mean they supply data? I wouldn't call it targeting data.
Okay. They supply data. What the Ukrainians do with it? It's another question.
Okay, so there is reconnaissance aircraft from various nations flying across the whole area. That includes planes from the likes of Germany, but also, of course, predominantly British and American planes, loads of them, and other nations. And that continues to be the case. So they do have, as much as there is feasibility for that, a sensible aerial intelligence picture. Let's put it this way. Supplemented, of course, by satellites. But in order to get data for moving targets such as ships, having aerial reconnaissance is key. Fortunately, Ukraine has partners who are willing to contribute such information. Alrighty, Alex. The last time we spoke here on the space, when you were here, I think it was together with Sergey on the panel, Sergey Solemny, we discussed already the aspect of how to free a city such as Kherson, and we discussed that one would hope that it would not have to be urban combat. One would hope that Ukraine would be able to find a way to pressure the other side. Now, what we can see is that the other side has been attrited. The Russians have been attrited. They have been pressurized. Their logistics have broken down. They had to leave the city. They may have done terrible things. They may have booby-trapped it and mined it and whatnot and everything else. But still, at the moment, the city is, to the extent that its structure is there, intact. And there's anywhere between 80 and 100,000 people there. That is quite an achievement.
It is absolutely massive achievement because it clearly shows that Ukrainian forces can recapture cities without resorting to the Russian tactic of capturing cities, where the Russians are just turning cities and towns into complete trouble by using overwhelming firepower, such as constant artillery fire. So it's a very different approach, clearly aimed at reducing casualties among civilians and also damage to infrastructure and property. So yeah, I hope that once this has completed and Ukrainian armed forces conduct further counteroffensive operations in other places, they will use this template to regain more settlements, towns or cities which are currently under Russian occupation. And yeah, it's a completely different approach, which is driven by desire to save civilian lives and to not cause too significant damage to infrastructure and property.
We are essentially back to the template laid out by both General McRyan as well as General Hodges, who have appeared on the space. And as you know, they constantly talk about logistics because that's what wins it. And evidently, the Ukrainian armed forces, by means of their strategy and their tactics, have cut off Russian logistics, have impaired it sufficiently so that the Russians could not maintain their evidently untenable position on the northern side of the river Dnipro. Now, that brings me to the other question, and I've been bombarded now by DMs and the likes. How do you see Melitopol, Berdyansk as a corridor next?
I think it's a possibility, but of course, Ukrainians will be very careful to not find themselves, in too much of a pocket, because if they start advancing from Zaporizhia, Hulaypole area southwards, they will be having Russian forces both on the eastern and western flanks. So they would have to be really, really careful and perhaps do it in stages. I think another area to watch is northwestern chunk of Luhansk region, Svatove area. It's not particularly urbanized, so it's mostly rural landscape. And we've seen that the Ukrainian counteroffensive in September was happening through a very similar landscape in eastern parts of Kharkiv region, from Izium, from Balaklia and Izium towards Kupiansk. So I think it's another area to watch, the area around Svatove, Starobilsk, for Ukrainian potential future counteroffensive operations.
Yeah, we had this discussion here. I agree with you. It is a very interesting theater, or part of the overall theater. And my colleague and friend Yehuda had been, at some point in time, he was very reticent when it came to Starobilsk, but that was early on. And the Ukrainians made their approach. And at some point in time, he declared that, having discussed it with various parties and reviewed it, it was evident that the line Troitsk, Svatove, down to Kremina, and then onwards to Rubizhne, Severodonetsk, at some point in time, as crucial as it is, would be taken by the Ukrainians. And this is about to happen. And if that is the case, Ukraine could march through Starobilsk and onto Luhansk. They may not have to take all the territory northeast, which is very difficult because it's such a long front face, such a long line contact to defend. But if they break through Svatove, going through Starobilsk and marching quick onwards to Luhansk would be the next step, wouldn't it?
I've just shared a tweet here with evidence suggesting that Berislav has been liberated by Ukrainians.
Excellent. More data. Much appreciated.
Yeah, absolutely.
So, John and you are right. Excellent. So they're making their moves, and we're seeing more things being liberated, more townships, villages, farms, and then also suburban and urban areas being liberated. So Ukrainian armed forces are doing exactly what one would have hoped. And the people, and we'll probably see more pictures, videos of the Ukrainian people being relieved from the occupiers. Alrighty, we have a hand up. If you don't mind, we'll go to Ray.
Yes. One question was the absence of sort of Russian counter battery fire on the Ukrainian attempts at interdicting the crossing at night. Do we? I heard earlier there was a lot of listing of the Russian artillery units. Do we know whether they've been degraded or whether, as one commentator had suggested, that many of their artillery radars for counter battery work had been attacked and probably that capability degraded? Do we have a good handle of why they, the reason for the sort of prominent absence of their much wanted artillery forces?
I wouldn't call it much vaunted, but no, seriously, just because they have a lot of older artillery and they can do, shall we say, wide-ranging bombardments, but less targeted, does not necessarily make it something to be claimed. But however, it's true, yes, and CJ has kindly highlighted this after having discussed it here on the space, and I think you also heard Konstantin, who had the same kind of information from other parts, that Russian artillery, both in terms of their supply capacity, local depots, then stock on hand, have been degraded in recent days. They've been specifically targeted, as has their counter battery sensor capacity. Ukrainians in recent days have predominantly used their HIMARS for that purpose, and this is, by the way, where it comes down to. HIMARS is a targeting rocket artillery, which is extremely good due to its precise EP. That has worked, and we've heard this now from many sources. This is essentially what CJ had laid out, I think, a week and a half ago. And Ukraine, because it's, as he said, common sense, and it is what you should be doing. And obviously, Ukrainian armed forces have planned for this appropriately and methodically. So yes, you're correct. And I think you gave yourself the answer. This is exactly what has happened. Having degraded their capacity and then individual positions, they've managed to clip them out and therefore reduce the overall risk for the approaching Ukrainian troops.
No, thank you. And about your earlier discussion about further east in Luhansk, am I correct in reading that a lot of the effort had been targeted at the supply hubs, given the heavy reliance on the Russians' part of rail transportation for their logistics? So, is it conceivable that when a lot of that is again interdicted, degraded, that again you may begin to see a sort of a similar scenario play out where the Russians not being able to supply themselves will again face a collapse of the total front?
I think this is absolutely the right approach. And Alex, I think we concur in that regard, right? That the specific targeted approach of supply depots, supply lines, so to say, supply nodes of the rail network is a key element in the Ukrainian strategy, isn't it?
Yes, absolutely. And Ukrainians started doing this back in July, where they started conducting targeted hits on Russian supply lines, including key bridges, railways, and also ammunition depots in southern Ukraine. And then, it actually went all the way to Crimea, because when they hit that ammunition storage in Jankoy, it was also next to the railway. So damage was both to the railway and the ammunition depot. I would imagine that Ukrainians will be using more of this. And this part of strategy has worked because it made the Russian positions north of the Dnieper River in Kherson region unsustainable over time, because supply lines were so vulnerable to Ukrainian disruption.
Yeah, excellent point. Alex, let's move on to decoding trolls.
Sorry, to what?
And we'll move on to a colleague of ours, decoding trolls.
Okay,
He's
sure.
Irish and has been with the OSCE
Okay,
in the
sure.
past,
Brilliant,
so he
brilliant.
knows the country
Yeah.
a little.
Yep.
Yeah, I think I've always been interested in the dam blocking water going into occupied Crimea, and I've just posted in the thing here because I noticed in early March Muscovy blew it up. It was one of the first things Muscovy did. But I remember the next thing I read about it was they're having a lot of technical difficulties getting it working again, and I never heard that they had actually managed to get water. Apparently, it's more complicated than just blowing up the dam, to actually get the canal working again into Crimea. So, but from a political and a strategic point of view, because Muscovy spent 4 years in Minsk and the United Nations and the UN Human Rights Council and everything, moaning about how Ukraine was genociding them by blocking the water going into occupied Crimea. And so the strategic and political, for me, this is the next big, once this is confirmed, and it was interesting to hear what Alex said, because this was on my mind yesterday. Once it's confirmed that Ukraine has control again of the site of where they had put that dam and of the canal going in, then that's just huge. I mean, if you reduce the entire reason for the war, for the occupation of Luhansk and Donetsk, which I do, I reduce it all to the attempt to create leverage to keep enough to keep Crimea, and that getting control over that dam and that canal, whether or not it's working now, for me, that's just basically curtains. That's next. That really puts Crimea into play. On the
But decoding trolls. Sorry, before you go to the next
Yeah.
point, very important issue. Now, what would be a good sign for Ukraine to win more favor, curry favor in the West? Would it be to keep the water flowing?
I don't think they need to do that now. As I say, I don't know if the water has been flowing now. Domain, like, there's almost enough water for civilians, but there's none for agriculture and stuff in there.
Now, this comes back to the key issue of the national park and the animals. Remember the massive discussion, even in Russia, about the national park. Currently, and I think Alex will also know this, currently there is the, shall we say, owner-manager of that park who has yet again been indicted in Russia because they don't quite like him. And he has been released on bail, as I understand. And the discussion is ongoing, but it's a key topic they've always used for their propaganda, being this park. What should they do? I know, so please go.
Well, one of my favorite quotes from the entire war is when the deputy mayor of Kharkiv told the newspaper that the Russians had stolen the vegetables for the animals in the zoo in Kharkiv to eat themselves. And he was asked to comment on it. And his comment was,
asking you.
I have no words to describe this. So just the chutzpah, the idea that they care about some rare Crimean, there are loads of animals on those kind of, I've been there actually. And I remember a leader telling me, those fingers that go out from around Berdyansk and west of Berdyansk. I think the second finger along there is a national park. Yeah, and we had this whole meeting with the local in Primorsk, the head of the Hromada, and that was all he talked about, wild animals. And so I was picturing lions and tigers and leopards, but apparently he meant like normal wild animals, just rabbits and cats and stuff. I was just going to say about because I worked in
decoding.
Yeah.
Did you know that, funny enough, there's leopards there?
Oh, is there? Oh, right. Okay, so maybe there are.
while, because all through this whole conversation, I was picturing lions, tigers, and elephants, and then I did a quick Google search afterwards, and it turned out they were. But right, okay, fair enough. Well, give them water, and
maybe we should bring more leopards to the leopards.
But I don't think Ukraine need its credit account for diplomatic capital. I think it has enough now to take the whole of Crimea and not to give any concessions like that to Muscovy. But of course, I'd say France and Germany were always leaning on it about the water and the canal and all of that over the past few years. But what I was going to say about that, because when I worked in Severo, and I traveled every day from Severodonetsk to Stanitsa Luhanska through Shastia and that route, and basically Novo-Aidar, Ukraine, which is the next staging post on the Aidar River after Severo, between Severo and Shastia, and Ukraine has been hitting there. It's blown up a few fuel depots and orcs, or wherever the orcs live at night. Probably the hotel I used to stay in there. We had a forward patrol base there. I was in charge of. So Ukraine is able to do that already. And yeah, as Alex was saying, I imagine they're going to be and then that land is indefensible between there and Shastia. It's all flat. There's nothing there, and so it's going to be HIMARS central, the whole all along there, and there's hardly any civilians as well left in Shastia, as I understand it. They completely destroyed the place, so it's totally fair game. I am kind of expecting a paratroop invasion or something spectacular to retake Luhansk and retake at least some territory that was occupied before February 24th, because that will send a big message that to keep the peaceniks at bay. Yeah, that's all.
All right. If you allow me, I have an issue currently cycling people up. I don't know why that is. I'll try this again one more time. Doesn't work. So CJ, if you can listen to me in Firefly, I will try to get you up in just about a minute. I need to return to the host phone, and then I'll do that. In the meantime, let's go to Ray.
I wonder if anybody caught your leopard allusion to the leopards earlier. That was a good one. But actually, I see Carlos on, and I actually owe him an explanation. I wasn't able to get on last night when he was answering a question about the Hawk missiles that were being supplied from Spain, and me being an old timer.
Sorry, chaps, my audio dropped. I apologize.
Oh, no,
I didn't hear you for the last 30 seconds, so I apologize.
Oh, okay. No, that's okay. I was commenting on your little joke about perhaps having leopards in addition to the leopards. That was a rather good one. But yeah, I'll get off after this, so to let some other people get on the panel. But I actually owe Carlos a bit of an explanation. And there was a question last night about Hawk PIP-3 missile systems, which are being supplied to Ukraine from I believe it was Spain, and me being an old timer, an analyst during the Cold War, I'm actually quite familiar with the Hawk system, and I believe there was a comment or a question about difficulties integrating such an old system into an integrated air defense system that I believe the U.S. is going to be trying to help the Ukraine rebuilt or built in the NATO standard. But those of us who remember as far back as the Cold War, we remember a thing called the TSQ-73, which is nicknamed the Missile Minder, which is a system, or basically a big van that helps.
We are of the same age.
Oh, okay. So maybe you remember the missile minder too. But this was something that was used, that was introduced to try and integrate Hawk and Patriot batteries together, being that Hawk was from a much older generation. So if in fact this was also part of the package being supplied to Ukraine, then it would be possible to integrate the batteries into a greater system. And furthermore, the Norwegians had developed a system called Hawk 21. And I think there was a specific question about whether the Sentinel air defense radars could be integrated. And that's exactly what the Norwegians did. Their version of Hawk before NASAMS actually used the Sentinel radar, or an early version of it, to replace the much older pulse acquisition radars and the continuous wave acquisition radars, to make the system much more mobile and capable. So I thought I'd just pass that on to Carlos. Thank you.
Not sure that I can see Carlos at the moment, but in the meantime, we'll park it. And I'm quite sure that if he is there, he will have heard it. And I will try to fix the technical issue which I have currently with cycling up people. Alex,
I'll
cycle
yes, off and then see if you can cycle somebody on.
I can't cycle anyone up and down at the moment, Ray. So if I lose you now, I can't get you back up. I'm just saying. Bionada has just been set up as co-host. Hopefully he has the capacity. In the meantime, whilst Alex is here and CJ is also here, we have Dryfly and then Old Boy. Let's go Dryfly first.
Hi, Axel. That was a great comment you said about our question you asked about the water. I had been to Crimea. I'd been thinking about that for a long time. And my thoughts on it have been the minute you get control of the water, you don't shut the water off initially, but you keep it as a threat. And the minute they do some kind of horrific infrastructure strike, you cut it off and you don't put it back on again as long as those strikes continue, and you use it as a weapon. Those kinds of threats are much more or those kinds of levers are much more powerful as threats than they are actually pulling the trigger on it. And if Ukraine worked it really, really hard, you could probably stroke the Western democracies that are fretting over it at the same time that you put real pressure on Putin. I think the minute they can get control of it, they've got to use it, but use it really wisely. And I'll listen to your take on that.
It's a very good point. This is why I asked the question, because it seems to me that whilst it was said here, some people believe that, and decoding Chloros, however, that seemingly Ukraine may or may not need further brownie points, let's put it this way, in the West. And I doubt that. I think Ukraine constantly has to win brownie points in order to be safe rather than sorry. It's a key aspect in this case. But
that's my thought too. And also, I still think that the risks, the lever of a risk is greater than actually using it. You know what I mean? So having it as a threat to use is just enormously powerful. And I will cycle down so you can put more people up, but that was the only point I wanted to make.
Dryfly, if you go, I can't put you back up unless Bionada can. But there you go. Let's go to Old Boy, then George, John, and Colby. Old Boy.
Hello, everyone, and thanks, Alex. Again, same as a couple of nights before, or last night, my deepest congratulations to Ukrainian people. Massively significant victory. Obviously, you have been talking about it all day. I just wanted to, when discussion about Hawk popped up, I wanted to just mention a couple of points of experience that Iranian air defense crew had with Hawk during the 8-year war with Iraq, and then talk about how this latest victory in particular is affecting the Iranian internal politics and why we are expecting another war starting just because of this rapid pace of events in Ukraine. So regarding Hawk, one of the unexpected advantages of the system that people have described to me, and we have seen in the memoirs of the air defense crews in the war, is the system's low speed. The missile has a maximum speed of 2 Mach, 2 point something Mach, but for a significant amount of time during its flight, it has barely above Mach 1, speed of barely above Mach 1. And this is evident when you look at the fins on this thing. It has massive, it's like a glider, that thing. This is not necessarily a disadvantage. Medium-range air defense systems are usually tasked to engage head-on threats to the vicinity of their.
I think, old boy, I think the key aspect which we've been discussing is the shaky ability of Hawk being fully integrated into the sensor array at hand. Whilst there have been upgrades, there's a couple of things to be discussed. If you don't mind, I would hold this for a second and hand it to Colby and John, because they've both been looking at it. And
Sure thing.
I remain a little bit critical of the Hawk system for different reasons, and I think it's rather expensive. I mean, it's good to have. No, don't get me wrong. I'm happy for every single air defense system going there, but there might be better
it is the only air defense system that was able to shut down cruise missiles, including exocets, during 80s. Mind you,
I remember that. I do remember that, but then there are options which may be slightly better in terms of targeting. But let's hold this thought for a second. Colby.
Thank you.
John, one of you two, whoever wants to go first.
Yeah, I wanted to ask Ray if he knew whether the Hawk missiles that were in Marine Corps inventory were of the Kilo Juliet standard or not.
I believe they were. I think the missiles themselves are important, but I think one of the really important added capability was this very little known thing of LASHE, which is a fan beam, a broad illumination of multiple targets to allow you to shoot many missiles at many targets against saturation attacks, and that potentially could be very useful against the Shahed kamikaze drones, especially if they work together with smaller missiles like Aspide.
Yeah, I'm more interested in the anti-ballistic missile capability, because Ukraine is going to have a lot of different things that can hit loitering munitions, but not very many things that can intercept ballistic missiles. So if the Marine Corps missiles, which Ukraine will be receiving from the United States at some point in time, have that capability, that's quite significant. The question then just becomes what capability will the radars have, and to what extent, as we're discussing, can Hawk be integrated with other more modern radar systems that Ukraine is already in possession of to increase the integrated air defense picture and get those Hawk missiles the ability to engage at longer ranges.
I thought I'd answered that earlier, but if we want to park that and do that later, I'm happy to defer.
Can I ask a question, Ray? I know some of these semi-active homing air defense missiles, like later generations of the SAM-6, had this ability to have a data link and to be so they could be guided toward the target, toward the vicinity of the target, by just providing the position of the target. And as we again, as evidenced by presence of an optical tracking system on on later CUP systems. Do you know if MIM, the B versions of the Hawk, had this ability, or was it introduced after 80s, like into the 90s, and when different individual users like Israel, Turkey, and other and Norwegians started to upgrade the systems? Because I think that could be a fairly significant point here if they provide precise enough tracking radars that could really pinpoint the target and then just guide the missiles toward their targets without late stage illumination. Do you think that could be one of the possibilities of technical manipulation of the system before entering it into Ukrainian service?
Unfortunately, no. Systems that are being sent to Ukraine, as I understand it, are 2 or 3 PIP-3 batteries from Spain, and they probably were even in storage. And I'm not having PIP-3 upgrade has the LASHE and also TV tracking. That only means that it's still homing all the way. It doesn't have what you were asking, which is inertial and command guidance in mid-course, which would allow it to go much further. However, it does cover certain capabilities, such as anti-saturation attack, and also in a heavy jamming environment, which probably they're not going to face here in Ukraine. The TV would allow you to track the target and actually just point the illuminator for the semi-active homer to home onto the target. And I think it was Colby, just to quickly answer him. I believe all the NATO ones and specifically the Spain ones do have anti-tactical ballistic missile capabilities, but I'm not 100% sure.
What would be the range of those? Even the old Spanish ones?
Oh, oh gosh.
I'm sorry,
about...
I just don't know. I really don't.
Yeah,
remember.
no, MIM
I learned it once, but I
23B.
completely utterly forgot to blend it.
Oh gosh, MIM 23B. We're talking about 20 odd kilometers, because they're homing all the way, so they're not following a very efficient path. Which, yeah.
So would they benefit if they were to be integrated with the radars associated with IRST? Would they benefit from that?
Well, actually, no, in terms of engagement range. But what it gives you is a great deal of situational awareness and the ability to, for the other batteries, for the system itself to be able to manage the battle better. Because if you know if you could see a bigger picture, which you could probably do if you have a Link 16 terminal in the battery command. Basically, it gives you the ability to see the bigger picture and be much quicker and have your radars. They rely on, as you probably remember, they rely on a continuous wave tracking radar to track the target and then illuminate. To have that pointed in the right direction before the target comes into range gives you a lot in terms of being able to track and launch earlier.
Okay, I understand. That makes sense. Thank you very much, John.
Thank you, Axel. Just briefly regarding the anti-tactical ballistic missile capabilities, I believe, if my memory is correct, the published numbers I've seen for the 23 Kilo and Juliet are a flight ceiling, or an altitude ceiling, I should say, of 20 kilometers and a published range up to 45 kilometers. I think that's for the Kilo specifically, if I'm not mistaken. So that would be the potential spectrum for targeting TBM threats. It isn't exactly clear to me if that is referring to specifically the range for engaging TBMs, or if that is the range for aerodynamic targets.
As I understand it, you can shoot at tactical ballistic missiles from further out, but your intercept point is actually much closer, which is, I guess, answering your question about the ballistic range. My recollection is that you can't shoot at, especially crossing or receding targets, much further than 20 odd kilometers.
So in that case, who does the Hawk support? Again, just for in the more recent versions that are being sent, support launch and engage on remote then for ballistic missile interception?
No, probably not launch on remote. As I had been trying to explain to Old Boy earlier, Hawk is a homing all the way missile, so it doesn't have a inertial guidance like the later missiles that he was talking about, like Book and the updates to SA6 or SA11. So once you lose lock, the missile just goes dumb and can't continue to the target. However, if you get warning of a TBM coming down at you at very, very high speed, you can get your radars pointed in the right direction, launch. You can be launching at the thing coming at you from a very, very long range, but the missile, the intercept point would probably be much, much closer, because its ability to fly out is pretty limited by its sort of lead pursuit guidance, instead of a more, as you say, launch on remote, and having it guided by sort of inertial or even autopilot to far out intercept point. That's what you can do with things like Standard or Patriot, but unfortunately not Hawk.
All right. Thank you very much.
Charles,
I think you made John very happy.
Sorry, Alex. John, a brief tweet for you later down the road, and thank you for fascinating information. During the war, Iranians actually did two really freaky things with Hawk batteries. One, modified them so they can fire standard missiles, surface-to-air missiles, and there's actually a picture of this on the internet. And second, they famously integrated them on F-14 Tomcats to be used as a replacement for the Phoenix missile. A small recommendation, if I'm not going to talk much, a small recommendation, if you want to have fascinating stories about Hawk during war, maybe start reading about Iran-Iraq war. They did, Iran had US trained officers, very educated, very disciplined officers, and they had pretty tough threats. They had Mirage, they had high-flying MiG-25s that they had a really hard time detecting, even with Hawk systems. I know it's counterintuitive, but detection was their most the biggest problem, and they had the threat of the cruise missiles. So very, very applicable threat paradigm. Thank you very much for your information. Thanks.
I'd love to have a read of that. I'm always interested in learning more about air defense.
All right, let's go to George.
I have a quick question. Maybe it has a simple answer. It's maybe silly, but can a harm missile be used to target a ship's anti-aircraft radar?
Oh, absolutely. Harm and Shrike were developed by the Navy to do exactly that.
Okay, so really quick follow-up, so you can explain. So can they use it could the Ukrainians use let's say a Bayraktar drone to have a ship turn on its surface-to-air missile, surface-to-air radar, and then have it eat a couple of a couple of harms?
Anything is possible, but then you're going to have the launch aircraft sort of below the radar horizon to do that, and to sort of make that feasible, because otherwise the ship would see the launch aircraft and be engaging that. Got to remember the harm. You know, has some limitations also, because if the other guy turns the radar off, it goes dumb and has very limited capability of by using INS to hit the target, and its range is also unless you fire it from very high altitude, its range is also limited, and probably not able to outrange the longer range anti-aircraft missiles on the ships. Like for example, had the Moskva had its fort, SAN-6 operational, it would have been harm. It would have been difficult for harm to attack it without the launch aircraft being attacked itself. So yeah, possible, but you got to be very, very careful and very clever.
But you could confuse it if you have the launch aircraft at altitude and then several Bayraktar drones in the same vicinity, right?
Well, okay, if you if you want to think of a good way of doing that, you could have a Bayraktar at higher altitude, so that the ship will see it, but then you have your launch aircraft below the radar horizon of the target ship, and pop up to try and catch the launch ship's radar emissions using its radar warning receiver, and then popping back down below the radar horizon, so-called sort of biting the lobes. That's what the pilots used to call it. And then when you have a clear indication of the other guy's radar radiating and trying to track something, pull up in a 45-degree climb, and then loft the harm in a sort of ballistic trajectory at the ship, and hope that the seeker would lock on to the ship's radar and home on it.
Thank you. We're gonna table that, but hold it for future reference.
All right, Johnny, can you cancel your requests, and I can invite you up?
Bionati, can I address the point regarding the harms real quick, if you don't mind?
Yeah, absolutely, absolutely.
Sure. So, George, I love where you're going with this, but fortunately, there is a much simpler solution, because it turns out Ukrainian missile engineers are extremely good at what they do. Neptune's active seeker head has a passive anti-radiation mode, as well as a home on jam capability, so they can just use one of those if that's a route that they wanted to pursue.
All right. CJ, you have your hand up.
Yeah, I'm gonna change the discussion a little bit. It's just because there's so much going on today. We don't want to be out of the loop in terms of the massive victory that Ukraine has won today. I guess while I have John and Kobe here, I put something in the nest. It should be the first post up there, because what we were debating about in the morning and last night was just exactly how successful the Russians were at getting their, quote, 5,000 vehicles across without a single loss. The first things that were discovered today before nighttime, which it is currently in Kherson, were a large amount of old and rusted vehicles that had been destroyed, presumably sometime previously, but it was quite a lot of artillery, trucks, and et cetera. And, Russians were claiming, well, these things have been lost long ago. This isn't the 5,000 number that was, successfully brought across. Well, turns out Russians were lying. I know that's very hard for some people to believe, but it seems as if that was the case. And there's new videos popping up left and right of brand new vehicles, Russian vehicles, that seem to miss the notification that they are all successfully on the other side of the river. I was just going to ask John and Kobe, or anyone else that has more details, what is the scale of the captures today? And what are we looking at in terms of the real success of that withdrawal?
I have no idea what the scale of the captures are so far. I'm still catching up on all the news I missed while I was sleeping. But I do know that Oryx is crying right now. So they have a pretty daunting task in front of them, categorizing everything that Ukraine has captured. So can confirm, Oryx is crying right now. Yeah, but I couldn't say more than that. But I know I saw a lot of videos yesterday of numerous pieces of equipment that were being captured in the initial assault. I know we saw a lot of BMPs were captured. Obviously, there was a T-90 Alpha that was captured. There was another OSA surface-to-air missile system that was captured. That makes 4 of those so far. Yeah. Then this video that CJ just posted, some more trucks, all sorts of different transport. So it's going to be a long list, but when all is completed.
How is it possible, CJ, that all this equipment has failed to get the notice?
Well, Axel, I'm not sure I believe the line that, some people are putting out that 20,000 Russians just weren't notified. We know this because for 3 to 4 weeks, they've been withdrawing slowly but surely, abandoning checkpoints, bringing large quantities of heavy equipment across the river. It does seem clear that there was some confusion last night, but to what extent, I think this is shaping up to be another standard Russian withdrawal, like Kharkiv and other areas where they retreat and they seem to forget both people and a large amount of equipment behind, either because it runs out of fuel and they'll try and spike it and make it unusable for the Ukrainians, or just in a panic. But the things they're leaving aren't certainly their worst items, right? They've left a T-90, they've left multiple air defense systems, and what seems to be trucks in perfect condition. So definitely a head scratcher in terms of what they thought they would get by with here.
Somebody has said, and I'm trying to get imagery of this, that there's a large array of relatively useful Russian trucks and construction equipment, including demining equipment, funny enough, right next to the train station in Kherson, meaning the overall stockyard, their changing and switch yard for the trains. Why on earth would it be there? Oh, they didn't have a train bridge, but they did know that, right?
Yeah, this is equipment that they're desperately going to need in order to not only withdraw successfully in the future, but also to prepare defensive positions. So I'll have to take a look at that imagery, because what we've seen in the Kherson port, at least so far from the imagery, is yes, Russia may have sabotaged a few things, but the port facilities were largely intact last I saw, which is really bad news for Russia, because it means not only can Ukraine disembark different ships, different, perhaps these new suicide boats, among other things, but also, get it up and running for economic activities and other general military activities. Because as we've said plenty of times here, Russia's just too scared to come really too close to Kherson by sea anymore. And that range of where they're going to be scared is now into Crimea, which is not good when your whole fleet is headquartered in Crimea, I would say.
Ay, ay, ay. Pity, pity, pity. John.
Thank you, Axel. I was originally intended to comment on the 4th OSA system captured, and I cackled deliriously when I saw that. But Colby beat me to the point as per usual. Beyond that, I just wanted to add, there's been some very satisfying videos and images that have come out of destroyed Russian SAM system tours, among others, on the right bank. So clearly, the harms were working as intended.
Now, CJ, 2.5 days ago, I think, was it? Yeah, I think 2.5 days ago, we spoke about this, and we discussed what would it take for the Ukrainian armed forces, in the light of what is happening, to cross over the river. And I think we both agreed that this would be quite a monumental effort. You said core-sized, or shall we say, yeah, core-sized. What do we think today?
Well, to be fair, that core-sized echelon description was from our favorite General McRyan. That is certainly above my pay
I was
grade.
not blaming you.
No.
I wasn't saying
I
this,
mean,
it hasn't happened, so please.
there's very few people in any military that would understand how to conduct this type of mission, because even the U.S. military that's done plenty of bridging operations recently, well, on the one hand, didn't do them to this large of a scale that's required, and on the second hand, didn't do them in this heavily contested environment. So there's really not many people with this level of expertise or knowledge, and General Ryan, I would say, would be probably your best bet for anyone like that. So I definitely would defer to him. But what's interesting is there's some thought that perhaps Ukraine might redeploy after this, and I'm not sure if I agree. The thought here is Ukraine can keep its artillery and air defenses in Kherson on the Dnipro to cause maximum damage and move those infantry troops and all those tanks elsewhere to kind of push through, with the idea being in mind that they don't really have to cross the river in force. They have to surround them from the other side, ideally Zaporizhia. I guess I'm not sure. I mean, I don't want to like armchair general this too much. There is a need for Ukraine to bring air defenses to Kherson City now, because this could be, it will be a target for both Iranian drones and other systems that Russia can put together with duct tape. But at the same time, if Russia really only has conscripts digging pretty weak trenches in Crimea, then there may be an opportunity here for Ukraine to cross pretty soon. They're going to obviously know when's best. They've gotten a lot of ships and bridging donations from other countries. They've certainly prepared a lot of people and material for this endeavor, so I have no doubt it would be successful. But I'm not sure if they will try to immediately capitalize on this, or perhaps try elsewhere, while all of the Russian attention is focusing on bandaging their wounded and figuring out what equipment they have left on the left bank of the river.
It makes you wonder whether they would have a sensible inventory anyway.
Yeah, I mean, the forces that have been brought to and from, across the Dnipro have been just a hodgepodge from the beginning. Ever since they had to use, barges primarily, they could only take very few vehicles over at a time. So the units that were over there were already pretty hastily put together. So I'm sure they got even more scrambled, let's say, on the way back over the river. So I guess we will have to wait and see there. But, Ukraine isn't waiting. They're using artillery and airstrikes to keep the pressure on, so Russia doesn't even think twice about attacking again. I know the Russian State Duma put out an official notification today that they will be back in Kherson City, and that was probably the funniest thing I've ever read.
Push, pursue them. John.
A question for you, CJ, as just a hypothetical, as a thought experiment. If the Ukrainian General Staff were to elect the decision to proceed with some sort of amphibious operation at scale today, or perhaps already previously, what kind of time frame would you guesstimate that such an operation would take to plan or prepare?
Well, assuming that the Ukrainians are as good at planning as they seem, which is, I think, a pretty fair assumption. Almost everything they've done, it's been very carefully planned, and they've been able to handle contingencies very well. I assume it's been planned for at least 8 months, or it's been refined the whole time. Now they need to get to the decision support matrix, understanding what conditions are, currently present that would change the plan so far. So, I mean, the real question I would have is how long would it take to get it in action and to actually execute? The fact of the matter is there may be a significant amount of manpower and time and resources that Ukraine wants to dedicate right now to not only protecting the civilians, but getting them food, getting them water. I mean, a lot of these areas don't even have power. So it's obviously in Ukraine's best interest to take care of these people. But as Axel says, there is also a need to keep the op tempo as high as possible. So really, this is where the planning comes into, matters more than anything, is how long does it take to cross the river, right? How long does it take to move the boats? How long does it take to move the mobile bridges? how long do they want to saturate the other area with artillery and airstrikes? How many different deception points do they want to have? False infiltrations, et cetera, because when it comes down to it and they start crossing, pretty much everyone's going to know it's happening, especially the Russians. And so it has to be, set up pretty perfectly at that point, so they don't have a repeat of Bielorivka or something else. I don't think that would happen because, I mean, the best defense against this sort of operation on Russia's side wouldn't be making a large fortified line. It would be having a very highly trained and quick mobile reserve, right? So forces that are 30, 40 kilometers back that Russia will hold until Ukraine crosses, at which point they'll come up and try and destroy them. But one, Russia doesn't seem to be very good at planning that kind of thing. Two, Russia really doesn't have the amount of equipment and people to do both things in terms of holding the line and preparing a reserve. And then last but not least, they don't seem to be really any rush in terms of, these people that are going to be in the reserve are going to be harassed by Ukrainian special forces and also the Ukrainian citizens, which is why I really want to make it clear Russia is not necessarily only on the defense anymore, right? They are constantly under attack from within, from partisans. I mean, on both sides of the border. This whole idea that Russia just has to sit in these trenches and they'll win is just ridiculous to me. They have to actively patrol. They have to actively try and win hearts and minds. They have to do something, because if they just sit in their trenches, they're going to get stabbed by Ukrainians. So they really don't have the manpower to do this. So it really is just a matter of when, not if.
And they don't have the interest in winning any hearts and minds anyway. And definitely they lack the culture and the capacity for it, don't they?
I think you would know better than I would, Axel. I mean, I haven't got the chance to go to many formerly Soviet countries myself, other than a few, but it seems like there's no love lost for the Russian occupation.
Yeah, I think that is a significant understatement. And the scenes on the opposite, the scenes of the Ukrainian citizens who have been liberated from 9 months of occupation, which we've seen in recent days, and especially today, should make it absolutely clear to anyone, absolutely anyone and everyone, all over the globe, who has ever doubted that this is a just and righteous cause. There you have it. N.
Yeah, I'm starting to think here that the Ukrainians wouldn't even cross the river. I don't want to reveal a surprise, but what if they don't cross the river and the attack comes from elsewhere? And all the troops lined up in those defensive lines just get hammered without having the capability to respond to whatever being thrown at them. Just food for thought.
Yeah, well, back to both HIMARS and the sideways attack. But CJ, please shoot.
Well, I think M is, perhaps getting at something that's about to be very evident to everyone, which is the new HIMARS o'clock, the new HIMARS Rangers. It's in order to supply the the left bank of the Dnipro, you still have to cross a bunch of rivers to get there, and there's not many roads necessarily that could be used for supporting these defensive positions. One comes from Melitopol, and it's in HIMARS range from now 2 directions, and the other 2 are from Crimea, and they're also in HIMARS range. So really now it's a situation where it's going to be difficult to supply. So M might be right.
All righty, Colby.
I agree with them. I said the same thing last night. I don't see how it's actually advantageous for Ukraine to attempt to cross the river right now, given what's in front of them. Even though the Russians are in disarray, the terrain is not super favorable on the immediate other side of the river. If Ukraine even can successfully conduct a bridging operation with the bridges currently destroyed, it's going to take some time to repair those. It would put Ukraine in the unenviable logistical situation that the Russians were, having to barge things across the river to sustain offensive operations. So that doesn't seem like a very attractive option for Ukraine right now. And I was high command, I would look at relocating, redeploying elsewhere where the terrain is more favorable. But time will tell what they choose to do.
Yeah, I think a lot of the items which we've discussed in recent days and weeks and months are now coming to shine. And maybe The next thing we're going to look at is, instead of watermelons, we should prepare for the Romanian cherries. Anybody into cherries? Cherries, anyone? Cherries? Cherries? Bueller? Bueller?
I like cherries.
You like cherries? I knew you would. CJ, how do you like the vector down Melitopol to Berdyansk? And what would it do to Russia and its troops? CJ?
Looks like we
Oh,
lost him.
yeah, it seems that he just choked on a cherry. I apologize. I'm so sorry that I've done that. Joanna, and in the meantime, we'll try to get CJ back up, and we also have Decoding Trolls and Gunther coming. Joanna, please, good evening. How are you?
Good evening. Thank you, Axel. You had an amazing conversation here, but in the meantime, I watched a little bit our news television in Romania, and I can tell you that for the last 1.5 hours, we have live streaming from the center of Kherson, and the amount of joy and relief and exhilaration from there is amazing. So you can't hold the tears, and it's really, really like all the cities in the center of Kherson and celebrating, and people are laughing and taking photos, and it's so amazing, and it's very meaningful for us, as Adrian from Romania said earlier. uh, we in Eastern Europe have maybe a different understanding of everything that's happening. It's just by the chance of how things went in history that we are not in the same situation. It could have been us, and what the Ukrainian people has done in these months, very hard months, and with very many losses. I truly, genuinely hope that we should have been able to do the same, because they are so amazing. And you talked a lot about fruit, and that's why I raised my hand. You talked about melons, and we are happy for the Kherson region and for the melons. About cherries, about other fruits. I want to talk about flowers, because we have seen in the villages the people um, greeting the soldiers that came to liberate the villages, and these are people that for 8 months lived in an occupied region without supplies, without maybe water, without electricity, without nothing, but they still have flowers in the gardens, and they come with flowers. And along with the Ukrainian sunflower, I think we should celebrate the chrysanthemas, the autumn flowers that are everywhere, very humble flowers, but they came with the flowers, and that's amazing.
All right, I'm just having a discussion with people asking me what on earth I was talking about as to cherries. So just to make this clear, as a friend of mine has just highlighted, a young friend of mine, the name derives from what is related in Greek, in Old Greek, to honey. However, whilst it is originally a Greek-founded city, the most important thing about it is that it is absolutely famous, insanely famous for its cherries. And the cherry trees, when they bloom, provide a fantastic base for honey. And the area provides honey, and it derives its specific sort of honey also on that basis. So, John, are you going to go for honey or cherries? Or is it just Melitopol?
Well, I was about to say you just touched upon it. I was going to ask that maybe you should mention the city to which you are referring to, in case some members of the audience were as confused as I was.
I'm so sorry. No, but if you're in Ukraine, you literally, I mean, Decoding Trolls will be able to tell you this. Melitopol and its surroundings, it's just, I mean, the whole area is famous for its cherries. Decoding.
Yeah, totally. That was manna to my ears to hear the cherries, and it was the deputy head of Melitopol Hromada City Council who explained to me about the whole cherry thing and the logo. I just posted in the thing from MriyaReport the story of how Melitopol got the cherry logo through help with Canada, and obviously one of the first things the Russians did was reimpose the Soviet era logo And if you want an idea of the kind of place that Melitopol is, with its 100, I mean, they claim to have 100 nationalities living there and stuff like that, and how up and coming it was, all that John Deere, all the agricultural stuff they had, like foreign companies, all of that stuff. And then they have the stone grave, which has had altars, religious worship for 22,000 years, which the Russians occupied and mined. It's just such a culturally rich area. In a way, I've quite enjoyed Ukrainians, I think. Melitopol has become such a beacon of resistance. I think it's really helped advertise itself within Ukraine itself, which is quite special, because obviously it's very well known in the eastern part of Ukraine and the cherries and stuff. So yeah, to hear you reference the cherries was great. I totally got that if no one else did.
Stay with us and we'll go for more cherries. Yanis. Yanis?
Yes, hello. Can you hear me?
Yes. How's Riga?
Yeah. So yes, I also wanted to comment that it's also a very special day in Riga. It's interesting because at 11th of November we also celebrate the National Day of our heroes, of our independent fight. It was a historical battle in Riga between Latvian independent movement in 1990 and Russian army, and with help of our friends, Brits and other nations, we won, and this Russian army was defeated. Today is double joy if also we fully understand what Ukrainians feel, and we are celebrating together with them. And Riga is full of Ukrainian flags, full of candles and etc. etc. So yes, it's very good day for both nations. Thank you.
Sergey.
Hi everyone, it's great to be here again. I'm from Kiev, directly from the downtown Kiev. I'm so happy to celebrate the three important events today. The first is Veteran Days of the United States. Second is the Independence Day of the Poland, and the third, last but not least, is the liberation of Kherson, the only regional capital of Ukraine that the Russians managed to capture during the full-scale invasion, and now they are obviously fleeing. And this is the personal blow to the Putin and the whole ideology of Russian world. I'm so happy to share with you my joy, and we are so happy to celebrate this liberation, and we are looking forward to gradual movement toward the Crimea, and most probably the HIMARS will be reaching towards the entrance to the Crimea, and Russians won't be able to fully supply the units in and around Kherson region. So it was emotional speech from my side. Maybe if you have any questions as to what happens here, but I'm overwhelmed by the emotions and the great day today, the Friday, 2022. Thank you.
Sergey, добрый вечер. Thank you so much. Thank you for joining. So, very quick question. I'm quite sure that the mood in Kiev is good, but when you go out on the streets, is there anyone not smiling?
Yeah, of course, there are people that are like my wife, for example. She's so depressed, I would say, because of this constant attacks from Russia, and most probably, I expect that they will be attacking us maybe on Monday, maybe on Tuesday, with the attacks on the critical civilian infrastructure. And but generally the mood is very good, and we're not depressed, because we feel that, just several months ago we were afraid that at certain moment existentially we would cease to exist, and Russians will overwhelm us like cockroaches, and they would just kill off the Ukrainian nation. It was a really depressing moment. I remember at that time I was just really frightened for the future of my country and of my nation. It was, and now it is quite different. Maybe we are not the best military in the world, but at least we managed to defend our right to exist as a nation. But of course, there are a lot of people who are psychologically struggling to deal with this moment where there are a lot of people killed. We every day almost we know our friends, our acquaintances who are killed on the front line. It is really terrible. It's not like I'm in euphoric and nothing terrible happens.
No, fully appreciated that. I think we've highlighted this as well here on the space, but at the same time, there's a good saying about that you have to actually celebrate the moments of joy when they come to you. And we fully understand that there are many people who, within the joy of celebration and within that relief today, also fall into a deep, dark hole because all the tension falls away. And
Yeah,
at the
Axel,
same time,
maybe just a few
yes,
things.
please.
We were so frightened week after week after week. Nuclear threat. Their threat of total annihilation, and we're now just learn to enjoy the very moment that we are living in, and we now the moment that we really captured the only major cities that Russians managed to occupy for some reasons in the beginning, but now they are just fleeing like rats and cockroaches from our territories. And this is supposed to be the second biggest, most influential, mighty military in the world. And of course, how could you not celebrate this moment? And I'm so proud for my militaries, for my people of Ukraine. Even without the major military support, without military airplanes, tanks, cruise missiles, major strike drones, we are chasing out this Putin's army that they were building for decades, pouring in billions, trillions of dollars. How could you not be happy and celebrate the moment?
I think Ukrainians and everyone who is with them should be both humble and proud of the resilience and the calm and the methodic approach the Ukrainian military and its political leadership with them in order to, and handing them the freedom of operation, of planning, of strategy and strategizing, and also making mistakes from time to time, as every army and every general staff will from time to time have, unfortunately, the privilege of having. But if you look at it, the interaction between the political leadership of your country and the general staff is immaculate. It is extremely impressive. This is what any nation would want to have if and when faced with such an existential threat. Slava Ukraini.
Heroям Slava, thank you, Axel.
Slava Nazi.
Smert vororam.
Exactly. And may they all smolder in hell. Sergey, what will you be doing on the weekend? What's the plan for Kyiv?
I have some special things that I have my dog that I have to bring to the doctor because it has some problems. But generally, the idea is actually to. I'm learning always. We have a new phase in our history when we have to learn always the military skills, and on weekends I will be also learning some tactics of military operations. This is part of our daily life now, and especially of those civil society leaders. And as you know, maybe I'm just like to maybe share with that I worked for the presidential administration, and before I was in civil society, and I'm looking forward and understand this military component will be an indispensable aspect of our future, because God knows what will happen in 1 year, in 2 years, or 3 years, even if we chase Russian out of Ukraine. What will be the intentions? What kind of strategy, and how many millions of the population they will be recruiting and mobilizing to then attack Ukraine? Because, as you know, Kiev is the mother of all Russian cities, as they say. And without Ukraine, Russian world ideology, the only ideology that still exists, won't be feasible. And we are integral part of the Russian world. And for them, this is really existential threat. For us, this is existential challenge. And for them, this is existential threat. If Ukraine is democratic, prosperous, liberal, for Russians, this is just really, the existential threat and the challenge that they couldn't deal with within the country. They have to go abroad, meaning to Ukraine, to solve their problems, internal problems. So I would spend time with my family, fixing some issues, reflecting on what happened, because we have to also. Sometimes I'm having some live events on other channels, and I have to explain what happens, and I have to reflect on what is going on in Ukraine, and build some skills as a citizen. I think to develop a citizenship of modern Ukrainian is very important, and I'm working in this direction. And part of this citizenships or civics ideology is to be prepared, always be ready for any contingencies, emergencies. And this means to have first aid skills. It means to have some urban warfare skills. And this is what I'm trying to acquire, these skills.
That's a good point. Sergey, I don't know whether you've ever met or maybe you've worked with her in the past. I just don't know. Victoria Voistitska, because she has been part and parcel of the space as well and has been with us often.
Yes, I know her quite well.
Okay, good. Because not only is she a friend of the space, but also we've worked very closely now with her in recent weeks in order to support whatever effort she undertakes. And she's currently she was until this evening in Berlin, and she's now currently on a flight, if I'm not quite mistaken. She'll be back at her destination sooner rather than later, in order to then revert back to Kyiv with a proper train from Ukra-Salizhnitsia. But she has now for 3 days in a row advocated for Ukraine's efforts to generate more support for the energy infrastructure and assets to be supplied, as well as, of course, freeing all sorts of wildcats, including, and specifically so, the leopards. How can we here at the space, our audience, as well as those who support Ukraine in the West, help you better and help the Ukrainian civil society better to bring the message out? What is there anything lacking which we should be doing more, or should we just continuously beat the drum and make sure that the message of the righteous cause gets out? Is there anything missing?
I think everything is going in the right direction. Just it is gradual, of course, because for decades we lived in this paradigm when, like Germans say, this Wandel durch Handel, or
Oh my God! Don't get me started on Mr. Brunt.
Yes, just build some economic relationship and everything will be fine. But I mean, it turned out to be false, and we have to reconsider, reevaluate our approach towards these dictatorships and towards aspiring democracies like Ukraine. And as you can see, during the last several months, Ukraine is not just it's not the fake country. It's a real country with the real aspirations, with millions of people ready to die for their causes, for their values, for the freedom, the democracy. And this is, of course, takes time for the average European to get the understanding of the real implication of what happens in Ukraine. And of course, if there is a chance to work on the grassroots level and to explain to your fellow citizens that really it's very serious, it's existential threat, this is the really nightmares in the 21st century that are very similar to the World War II. There are concentration camps, there are tortures, killings, just for I couldn't even explain. I'm trying to explain for myself. I mean, what was the cause for Putin to enter into this full-scale war with Ukraine, against Ukraine? And I couldn't grasp. It's so emotional, so stupid. I mean, and to explain to your fellow European citizens how strange this whole story is just an incredible challenge. I mean, you have to be very skillful in understanding Eastern Europe and the post-war history, and to be versatile and to be very really skilled at explaining the whole complexity of the story on the one hand. On the other, it is very simple. They just want for Ukraine to cease to exist. They want to exterminate any discontent, any possible democratic free society in post-Soviet realm. And Ukraine made its civilizational choice. And we have to, I think, the most important thing is that we have to build horizontal connections, not with the mediation of some governmental bodies. Just as citizens, we have to talk to each other, to share our emotions, our hopes, our dreams, our aspirations. And by building these horizontal networks, we will be much more effective and fast in sharing our common aspirations and values. But I'm so grateful, I'm so happy that there is such a community like this, like MriyaReport, and that I'm able to talk to you and you're listening to me. I'm so grateful to you, and I think that we will prevail together as the Western civilization, and we made our choice. We want We don't want to be any Eurasian or Asian or any other, artificial, ideology. We just want to develop democracy, rule of law, human rights, and all those things that most probably Europe is tired of. But for us, this is a matter of life and death. And we are fighting and we are dying in thousands monthly to defend these European values.
Well said. We hold these truths to be evident. Say, Yaku, thank you. Because Ukraine not only has culture, but it has agency. And Ukraine shows why it fights, how it fights, by the way. And that so both very well and in what is the same way as Western armies would do, abiding by the laws of armed conflict. And successfully so, because it does, and it plans, and it has culture. It's much appreciated, and thank you very much for spending your time with us. I have to say that, by the way, there's no need to be grateful at all. This is Kantian, and when you say Eastern European, there is a part, by the way, of the tradition of the Germans, which currently is left out in the open to wither because the current German government doesn't do it right. But it's Kantian. There is a moral imperative. There is a logic to being humane. There is a logic to support freedom. There is a logic to support choice. And therefore, we have to be grateful that Ukraine is fighting this fight, and we are mandated to support it. That is our moral imperative. So therefore, it is a privilege and a pleasure. And I'm very grateful for you to spend the time with us. And with that, very briefly, before I go to CJ, because I think I know where CJ is going, and I have a lot of this, and we really want to talk to this. Doman, I think you wanted to briefly add something to this, and then we go to CJ. Doman.
Very briefly, thank you, Axel. Serhi, this morning, when ZSU were still on the outskirts of Kherson, what two flags were flying in front of the administrative building downtown? There was the Ukrainian flag, and which other
European
flag,
Union, yes.
You spoke of a civilizational choice. Those who were oppressed by Ruski Mir for 8.5 months in the city of Kherson, what did they unfurl together with their national flag on the very first day, still waiting in anticipation of the armed forces of Ukraine to come to where they belong, in front of the State House, in front of the Oblast House in Kherson? The EU flag, because the people of Kherson know where they want their future to be. As you said, Serhi, perfectly said, civilizational, democratic choice.
Normally, I would say we could have a minute of silence for the heroes of Ukraine, both those who survived the oppression and the occupation, and those who freed it. But I have to say, there's news. There's a lot of news, and it's staccato news, and it will be interesting. CJ, what's happening with that dang dam?
So I'm going to be very brief because my sound quality isn't that good, but I want to start this off and hand it to Kobe and John. The liberation of Kherson City is just an incredible feat, and a lot of people want to know what's next. So we have two tweets up in the nest. The first is the Novakhovka Dam Bridge pictures, recently obtained from Maxar satellites, and the second is the Antonovsky Bridge. And these 2 points, even if Ukraine doesn't necessarily use them right away due to the damage, these are 2 areas to focus on in the coming days and weeks as Ukraine looks to continue to push further into Kherson and then eventually Crimea. In the case of the Antonovsky Bridge, which I've talked about a lot here for the last 4 months, there is at least 3 sections that are completely destroyed. Looks like the Russians were successful in blowing it up early this morning. That's all right, though, because, well, Ukraine will find a way. And then the Novakhovka Dam Bridge, there's only a very small section destroyed, partially due to the fact that Russia does not want that blown as much as Ukrainians do. And it's really good news because the section doesn't seem to be more than 20 meters across, and there's some support beams in the middle, which means with just some very simple bridging equipment, it'll be passable within hours. So with that, I want to hand it over to John and Colby and hear what they think about either repair efforts, crossing points, or anything of the like, because I'm very interested.
Thanks, CJ. Yeah, so I guess it was late last night before I went to bed. We started getting initial video out that showed Russia blowing up the rail bridge, Antonovsky rail bridge, and then sometime later on, we continued getting more pictures, more video showing the extent of the damage to the Antonovsky road bridge. And you can see in the satellite pictures that CJ posted up into the nest of the Antonovsky bridge, the damage is very, very extensive, as he said, and that's not going to be a simple task to even get a temporary spans across. That's going to be quite a challenge. Ditto the rail bridge. That's probably going to take quite some time to be able to restore functionality to that, so that trains could get across. But if you compare that to what Russia did with the spans over the dam and the vehicle roadway, much more minor in comparison. As he said, maybe just 20 meters across, just a couple of segments, or I guess 3 segments between the supports are down. So that's not going to take too long to get a temporary bridge across, and then even permanently repairing it's going to be probably a much more manageable feat. So Ukraine has a way across, if they want to, as opposed to using pontoons across the river or barges. They can try and repair that span so they can restore traffic. The question is whether they want to or not, and whether they're going to attempt to establish a bridgehead over on the other side of the river. And we were talking about that a little while ago. And for me, I don't think it would be prudent. I think there's better courses of action, but we'll see what they decide to do. I mean, they may decide to make a limited bridgehead just to sort of establish a feint, maybe make the Russians think that they're coming across, which certainly could have some strategic utility in doing that, and trying to fix more Russian forces on the front, to try and make them think that Ukraine actually does intend to maintain the offensive on this axis. But ultimately, I think that Ukraine might decide that they're going to redeploy forces elsewhere and try and take the initiative on a different sector of the front. And I'll pass it over to John for his thoughts.
Yeah, so the Antonovsky road bridge, I'll put it simply and say that it's foregone.
Sorry, John, may I just intervene?
Oh, please go ahead.
For you to understand, Axel asked what are my plans. Most probably, any minute the electricity will be out in Kiev, in my district. For you to understand that we are living under constant pressure to save electricity, and our critical infrastructure is really frail at the moment. And around 12 hours per day we are without electricity. And I think you have to also understand that this is a genocide against the civilian population, to target civilian critical infrastructure, water, electricity, communication. This is what Russia do. And I wanted just to interfere, sorry for this intervention, but for you to understand that I could just drop out any moment for this reason. And I have this window of opportunity to share with you my hopes and dreams and emotions and the latest situation on the field. Thank you.
That's fully appreciated, and thank you. I've discussed it with Victoria and others in recent days, and a friend of ours here on the space, Florian, is working hard to support your country's efforts in Switzerland whilst we work on Germany and Austria. But we fully understand that the high voltage, medium voltage, as well as some of the lower voltage transformers need to be replaced in very large numbers. Auto transformers, power transformers, switches, disconnect switches, and the likes. And that
exactly, yes.
And not only for the general network and for the various operators. And it doesn't really matter whether it's Ukre, Energo, Detek, or Oblenogo, they all need help. And we need to make sure in Europe, and this is our job, that besides what is absolutely necessary to win the war quicker, meaning releasing all those wildcats, dogs, and other forest animals manufactured in Germany and used by the coalition of the willing members who are currently prevented from having them by Mr. Scholz and him alone. There is many needs in Ukraine which have to be met very quickly for the civilian population not to be forced to flee and seek refuge in other countries. And that's key. So everybody should be working on this. And if anyone is good, if there's anyone here on this space currently, any of the manufacturing companies in Germany, Austria, Switzerland, France, the Netherlands, Belgium, Northern Italy, you name it, contact us. We're here. Send a message to John, to Colby, to CJ, to myself, to Dorman, you name it. Send us messages. We'll pass them on to the right people. It's absolutely bloody vital that CEOs, CFOs, heads of commerce of those entities who produce those things, transformers, traverses, insulating oils, auto transformers, and the likes, do understand that it's absolutely vital to prioritize, to expand capacity and support Ukraine, as otherwise 5, 7, 8 million people may be out of electricity throughout the winter and may have to leave the cities. This is absolutely vital. And it's the same message Vitaly Klitschko has been bringing forward to the world. So please support that, bring that out, retweet, highlight. You'll hear more of it, and we'll be pushing this. Free the leopards and help the Ministry of Infrastructure of Ukraine help Ukraine to get those vital assets now. All right, CJ, you had something?
No, I think John wanted to add a little bit more about the tasks ahead.
Right. Thank you, Axel, CJ. So just a few thoughts on the state of the bridges and kind of the implications for any kind of amphibious crossing operations. So the damage to the, as Colby and CJ both referenced, the damage to the Antonovsky Road Bridge is very severe, I'd say. To put it succinctly, the bridge is FUBAR. The Antonovsky Rail Bridge is not quite as bad per se, but it's still very bad. I suspect it will not be usable for quite some time. The rail and road bridge at the hydroelectric power plant, though, that's much more interesting. The damage is significantly less severe. It's only blown in one section that's relatively short. I don't know what the exact distance is, if it could be easily crossed with, say, some standard bridge laying equipment like the German Beavers or anything that some of Ukraine's other allies may have provided. But if they were to carry out some sort of offensive operation, it is conceivable that once they've established some kind of bridgehead, that they could undertake operations to repair those two bridge sections and begin moving logistics along them. One of the things to consider there is that the difficulty of carrying out a crossing operation is not necessarily identical for both Ukraine and Russia, simply because Russia lacks the inventory of precision-guided munitions that Ukraine has access to. So the relevant system that Russia has that would be more or less analogous to Gimler's, if we're being generous, would be the 300 millimeter precision-guided Tornado S rockets. They don't have very many of them. Their accuracy is quite poor, and they've already expended a very large portion of their inventory of those rounds, as far as I'm aware, mainly against civilian targets in Kharkiv and Mykolaiv. Beyond that, they don't really have that many PGMs that they could use to accurately target, a continuous crossing point like a concrete bridge. They could try to smother it with massed artillery fire or MRLs. That's a possibility, but they don't have the pinpoint strike capability like Ukraine does, and that's that they use to interdict Russian logistics traveling via the Antonovsky Road Bridge and, again, the road bridge at that dam.
Sorry, John, you mean the dang dam?
The dang dam, the damn dam, if you will. When it comes to whether or not an amphibious operation is advisable, it's been suggested that Ukraine, for example, keep a large number of artillery pieces in Kherson and maintain fires against Russian positions on the left bank to create the perception that some sort of amphibious operation is being planned. To be blunt about it, I'm skeptical of that possibility because of the fact that one of the issues at the moment is, for example, if they were to be redeployed to Zaporizhia for an offensive in that sector of the front, they would need to redeploy those artillery pieces as well, I suspect, because one of the issues that is currently afflicting a decent portion of the front line, particularly in the south in Zaporizhia and kind of in the central portion of the eastern front line in Donetsk and essentially from Bakhmut south, everything south of Crimea, all the way down to the Dnipro and Zaporizhia, is that Ukraine has chosen to not concentrate their artillery pieces there. They have been concentrated in Kherson and northern Luhansk in support of offensive operations there. The current relative balance of fires in the south and in the central Donetsk area is not particularly favorable to Ukrainian offensive action, as I understand it. The Russians have, in a number of places, been able to establish a preponderance of artillery fire, which is the only reason that they have been able to make any kind of crawling advance whatsoever. So if they were going to make a move in the south, I strongly suspect they would want or potentially need to redeploy effectively all of the artillery assets from Kherson to Zaporizhia in support of that operation to even out that relative difference in fire's capabilities. I'm curious if CJ has any thoughts on that specific aspect of it.
Yeah, I'm hesitant to think there'll be any redeployment just in general because, you know, the amount of Russian troops that they have on the other side of the river, I mean, it's quite substantial. There was previously on both sides of the Dnipro in Kherson Oblast between 40 and 50,000. And there was also between 20 and 40,000 in Zaporizhia. So now, circled by the Dnipro Reservoir to the north, the Dnipro River to the west, and the Black Sea and Crimea to the south, there is now, 80 to 100,000 Russians there. So if Ukraine were to just sort of only leave a light force to defend the river, they wouldn't be tying down as many Russian troops as they need to tie down on the river either way. So what we can expect over the coming days is more long-range strikes, the situation to kind of develop in terms of where Russia is going to place a majority of their combat power. But as John pointed out yesterday, Ukraine is already hitting the new headquarters of Russian-controlled Kherson, which is very far away from the front, almost 120 kilometers, yet it still is in range of something. And so it's clear that Ukraine isn't going to let these Russians rest as long as they're in Ukraine.
Mic check. Do we have audio?
Yes, we do have audio. I was just discombobulated for a second. I apologize, John. Please go on.
No worries. So one thing to consider here is, let's say again, kind of entertain as a hypothetical, if there is some kind of redeployment, where would those personnel and assets be redeployed to? I think that there's a strong argument that they would be redeployed to northern Luhansk rather than Zaporizhia potentially, because the implication here is that once Svatove is liberated, there's not really, at least in the way of geography, there's not really much of a place to build a subsequent defense for the Russians to build a subsequent defensive line in northern Luhansk. And so that really opens up the road to Starobilsk, which is a major road and rail junction in that area. If Ukraine can push in, liberate northern Luhansk, that then forces that then constrains Russian logistics to a situation where, if you say that Ukrainian forces are more or less immediately north of Luhansk city, let's say somewhere approximating the pre-February 24th line of contact, if the front line is moved to an area around there, that will then cut off the rail lines feeding into Ukraine from Russia that run through northern Luhansk. So at that point, the implication of that is there would really only be 2 rail lines feeding the entirety of Russian forces in Ukraine. If we're assuming that the Kerch Bridge is still unoperational, there would only be 2 rail lines running in from, one comes in from directly from Taganrog into southern Donetsk, and another comes in from Rostov-on-Don into sort of southern central Donetsk. Well, I should say into southern Luhansk and then into Donetsk. Both of those would then be much of the length of those rail lines would then be in Gimler's range from Ukrainian positions north of Luhansk city. They're already in range to a decent extent, but then all of Russian logistics in Ukraine would then be effectively dependent on those 2 rail lines. And whereas pushing down from Zaporizhia threatens to essentially cut off Russian forces that are in Kherson on the left bank of the river and that are in Zaporizhia Oblast, more or less, say, west of Mariupol or west of Berdyansk, threatening those 2 rail lines has the potential to threaten essentially the rear of all Russian forces in Ukraine, rather than just those forces in Kherson or Zaporizhia, for that matter. And that could be, again, combined with Ukrainian strikes on those rail and road bridges from Crimea into mainland Ukraine, now that the right bank has been liberated. So even if the Kerch Bridge is brought back online and they can move significant amounts of manpower, material, etc., across that rail line or that road line, if those bridges from Crimea are cut, then that's pointless. And again, that massively constrains all Russian forces in Ukraine, not just those in southern Ukraine.
Needs more strikes. Erland.
Dobry wieczór.
Dobry wieczór. Dobrego wieczora.
Well, normally I'm very keen on
Normally
talking
you go
about...
fully Italian, I know. Normally, by the way, Erland, Italian. Before, let me interrupt you in your
No,
wonderful,
one second.
wonderful.
No, before,
Did you order a pizza? Yes or no?
Yes, and just before you gave me the word, I'm not joking, the guy came and delivered it.
Eccolo qua.
And Alan,
From
what are you drinking?
Chianti. So somebody told me that there would be a Kherson liberation pizza party. I've been very busy today, so I couldn't listen in. So at the moment I arrived at home, I opened a bottle of wine while I was ordering pizza from a Napoletano down the road, and the pizza was, well, 35 euros more or less, but it's really good. It's proper Italian Napolitan pizza with some
Somebody
really
in
good
Napoli is
tomatoes.
just dying.
And
Somebody in Napoli is dying because you said 35 euros for a pizza.
yeah, or maybe he's gonna emigrate to Norway and start earning cash. Because yeah, the same pizza would be 4 euros in Napoli, but doesn't matter. There is no blasphemy on this pizza.
Mille grazie.
So yeah, my comment was I normally like to talk about military stuff, but I just wanted to say that I'm a little bit late to the pizza party, but I'm here, and I feel a little ambiguous because very emotionally, while seeing videos of liberated Kherson, I really had some tears watching some of those videos, and yeah, I will take a little break and think about the people that sacrificed their lives for the freedom of Ukrainians, both civilian and military. And then I will enjoy my pizza.
Thank you, Alan. Since we're on the topic very briefly, actually, I'm very sorry, but I forgot to make my pizza yesterday, so no pizza for me today. I think it'll be Sunday probably. But Axel, do you know?
This is terrible.
I know it's terrible, but there will be Kherson will still be liberated on Sunday, so it's okay. Axel, do you know what bottle I have open next to me?
I would hope it's a Sassicaia 1986.
No. Nothing is as pretentious like this. No, I'll give you a hint. It's 2 oblasts to the west of Kherson.
No, you're joking.
I'm not joking.
You're terrible. Okay, I'm going to the wine cellar now.
Okay, I'm gonna let Prince go ahead, and I'll put that in the nest for 2 minutes, just so that Axel can see proof. And Prince, good morning. How's your morning pizza?
Oh, the morning pizza is fabulous. There's watermelon involved. I'm just joking. Excuse me. What I wanted to ask John and CJ and Colby, since they're all still up here, is that we've known that the Russians have had the dam rigged to blow, supposedly, for quite a while. And I've seen, I believe, just a small portion of it was blown. Now that they've retreated to the other side of the river, is the possibility to blow the dam still there? And I've never thought it would make sense to blow the dam, but would it make any sense to blow the dam? Is basically
John, what's up with the dam?
Right. So it's important to note that we never really, at least in the public sphere, we never got a sense to what extent the dam had been potentially rigged. It just said that it had been rigged with not much clarification, as far as I'm aware. So based upon how we've seen things play out in regards to the Russians destroying the bridge, my suspicion is that the rigging referred to the road and rail bridge sections that we saw being blown. I suspect that's what those reports had referred to. In any case, I imagine that once Kazatsky is secured, if it hasn't been already, Ukraine will try to get some personnel, and if they can get into the structure of the bridge from the right bank, that they will attempt to do that and determine if there are actually explosive charges or any other dangerous items anywhere in the structure of the bridge, to forestall any future possibility of that, however low the probability may be.
okay. Thank you.
CJ?
That's just been my question since I woke up this morning.
Oh, no, all I was going to add in is even if they had it rigged, which again we're not sure about, now that they've physically left, securing the dam, right? So Ukraine is right on the other side. It becomes a lot complicated, even if it was right, because the sort of various means you could detonate, other than command detonation. So basically, if they had it on electronic timer or radio signal, a lot of these things could be jammed. And so if it was going to be blown, we would expect it would have already happened, because now it's much less likely that it will. And, in terms of it being blown already, I think it was just the bridge portion that was blown. I don't think the dam was blown at all, but maybe John could clear that up.
Yes, it was just if we're being technically accurate here, it was just the road sections that were on top of their support piers. The piers themselves are technically a part of the dam superstructure, but as far as I can tell, it looks like it was just the road surface sections themselves that had been rigged with explosives.
The rail too.
Oh, sorry. I just wanted to say thank you, and I'm going to go on with my day and continue to listen and continue to celebrate and contemplate some pizza, even if it involves watermelon.
Thank you, Prince. Yeah, sorry
Shabu
about that.
Shaba, no, Shabu Shaba was one of the best albums ever done by INXS. You now added to this Shabo, so it's Shabu Shaba Shabo.
Axel, did you see Above in the Nest?
Wait. Oh, you did Shabu.
Uh-huh.
Eccolo qua. Bastardo.
No, it's a cab. It's a cab. It's not a bastardo. They do have some bastardo. Maybe not the Chabo, but they do have it at Porsari in Moldova. Yeah, just a quick note. So I repented, I think, for absence of pizza. Bionade.
Yeah. So my pizza just arrived, and I wanted to remind everybody. Today is pizza party, and I will make a donation later, and I will now enjoy my nice salami pizza, and in 1 minute I will change my profile picture to a celebratory mood, Münchhausen riding a watermelon.
Das ist so deutsch, Salami-Pizza.
Ja, absolut.
Okay,
I think
I
it's
have
pretty
to
reasonable.
confess. Yeah, of course it is. It is very reasonable. I have to confess, I have the exact same dang thing here. Salami Milanese. It just arrived.
Very good, very good.
Amazing.
Tom, your project is clearly going very well. Your initiative is clearly going very well.
Yeah, it's all because Yehuda said that MriyaReport, they don't have any pizza parties, and I thought that we deserved one, and I think today is a good time for us to celebrate this amazing victory by Ukraine. Just take a moment, guys, to think how clever they were with this, just how damn smart they were. We might have given them some weapons, but like, you can't give people this kind of intelligence. Strategically, they announced this for ages. They led the Russians into taking more and more troops over this river into this untenable position where they knew they had them cut off. They knew they could spend months if need be, and they did spend months shelling them, attriting them, corroding them, destroying their supply lines, destroying their morale. They then launched that sneak attack, if you could call it that, in Kharkiv Oblast in, was it September now, a couple of months ago?
Yes, it was.
And they had their massive breakthrough there, routing thousands of Russians, like killing thousands of Russians, taking POWs, capturing massive amounts of equipment and ammunition, really, really pushing them back, collapsing that whole front. And they're still pushing on towards Svatova and other places now. And then it wasn't a feint on Kherson anyway. It was a genuine attack intended to take it back. But they just took their time, and now they've done it. And God knows what's going on in the Kremlin. God knows what's going on in Russian military command.
Nah, Tom, the Russians never wanted it anyway.
Oh,
Warsaw,
yeah.
beware tomorrow.
Yeah, well, yeah, but that's true. That's tomorrow. But for now, the people of Ukraine, as we can see, are celebrating, many of them anyway, especially in Kherson Oblast and Kherson City. And I think we should celebrate because there's going to be a lot more pain and suffering. There's going to be a lot more heartbreak, a lot more stress and anxiety, and a lot more fighting for the Ukrainians to do and for us to bear witness to. But for now, let's celebrate. Slava Ukraini.
Heroim Slava. And
Slava
on that,
Nazi.
Smet Varaham. And on that, thank you very much, Tom. And I will call on Nur. Nur, welcome. I know you tried connecting a few times before, but it was always difficult with you and your connection, I think. And very welcome to the MriyaReport.
Hi, my English not very good, but I try to speak about short words to reach what I feel. Thank for your support for Ukraine. Thank for God that Kherson liberated. I'm half, my father from Ukraine, my mother from Syria. Both countries burned by the criminal terrorist party. But I want to reach for all the world. Something happened inside Ukraine. The people inside Ukraine not get electricity, not get water. They have many problem. Russian soldiers try looting their house. Many reporters came from Ukraine, speak about the innocent people killed inside their homes, and their homes looting by the Russian soldiers. I want to really thank you for this report to support our country. We will win, I'm sure. We never give up. I'm sure. I trust God. I trust God because this criminal Putin burned both countries, Syria and Ukraine. I lived in Syria many years and I saw what happened there. But when I'm back to Ukraine, he burned my country, Ukraine again. For this, I trust God. The day of judgment will be coming for this criminal Putin. Thank you, Domin. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Noor. And I don't know how much, I know you're very busy, and I don't know how much you get to listen to us, but here we often have our good friend Victoria Wojcicka, who used to be a member of parliament in Ukraine, and is now advocating for Ukraine, especially for what you first said, the infrastructure that has been intentionally targeted at a vast scale by the Russian invaders using their standoff weapons, and the repair of that ahead of winter. And she has been doing a wonderful job, as have many others, in securing that assistance, that help that is now coming to Ukraine from countries all across Europe and elsewhere across the free world, and to ensure that infrastructure does get rebuilt. And with what we heard yesterday, and CJ or Colby can run through it a little bit with yet another bulk up of Ukrainian air defenses to help keep those key infrastructure facilities safe going forward. There are a lot is being done in that regard, and a lot more has to be done still. But today we celebrate the liberation of the only oblast capital that Russians took after February 24th this year, which is a tremendous achievement by ZSU, an absolutely tremendous achievement by Ukrainian armed forces, and we are all grateful and in awe, and just immensely happy for all they've managed to achieve, both today and also previously. Nur, thank you very much, and thank you for having your voice heard as well. Joanna, go ahead.
Thank you, Doman. It's just to say that we join also the pizza party. Italian pizza, it's quite good in Romania. Not very expensive, but we order more because, well, that's in the family. And of course, we donated to MriyaReport, and I'm very glad to do this in such a day. And for the drink, I choose something a little to the west from your wine, from Purcari. It is maybe, and
Northwest.
yeah, something like this. And it's on the tip where Transnistria ends in Moldova, so it's kind of symbolic in a way. So yeah, that's my pizza party. Thank you.
Thank you, Anna. Absolutely. Laughing Tommy.
Hi, good evening, gentlemen. I enjoyed quite a lot the insights of the speakers so far about the military aspect of what's happening today, and also Tom's remarks about how Ukraine has been able to steer Russia into some decisions. And I just want to point out that it's the level of the media strategy, the propaganda strategy of Ukraine has been remarkable throughout the entire conflict. And they did something extraordinary as well today, because as news was coming out of about all these liberations of the different settlements, at about 5 o'clock in the afternoon Kiev time, the Ministry of Defense of Ukraine released a video that addressed the problem of Belarus, and the video is literally almost like a tourist commercial that shows the Belarusian soldiers the proper procedure to surrender, tells them that they're going to be taken care of in these very nicely constructed barracks. And what stunned me was that they tell them that they're going to store their weapons, they're going to store their heavy equipment, and after the war is over, they're going to give them their equipment and weapons back, so that they can take it back to Belarus to do with it whatever they need to do with it. And I just wanted to ask Axel and people more knowledgeable about history than me, has there ever been such a thing with POWs being rearmed as they exit?
So Laughing Tommy asked me that earlier. And, you know, CJ, Colby, John, Axel, others who might be a lot more aware of military history than myself. The only example I could kind of think of, but not really in those terms, was maybe how, say, the Russians especially addressed the very multinational cores of Austro-Hungarian forces during the First World Wars. Although I think that was mostly after, you know, they were already captured as opposed to ahead of time, because that's kind of maybe difficult to do ahead of time. But does anybody have any historical parallels to offer? You know, just, you know, shoot them out. No, really. Well, I think Laughing Tommy, I think you got your answer in the answer. CJ?
I guess I'm not sure I understand the question. It was, are you asking, Laughing, if there was an example of POWs getting their weapons back, or I'm not sure I understand.
No, it's kind of like the marketing example, I think, right? Because Ukraine is basically telling them, look, guys, come across, surrender straight away, surrender all your stuff, we'll put it away, we'll store it, and then after this war is over, you get it back, and you get to take it back to Belarus, do with it whatever you want. That's sort of a parallel, right? And what I was kind of thinking of is how, especially those from various Slavic nations within Austria-Hungary during the First World War were addressed and told, you know, you don't really want to be under the Germans and the Hungarians, do you? But I think they were mostly, you know, constructed after they were already taken prisoner, as opposed to being addressed in propaganda ahead of time like this.
I know there's a couple of examples of Americans doing this during World War II, at least in the European theater, where if they knew that there was a force across from them that was forcibly conscripted, i.e. not necessarily Germans, they would make an attempt to do this. I'm not sure if they did it as successfully as the Ukrainians did, but Axel will have to remind me. I'm pretty certain by the end of the war, a lot of the German soldiers were able to keep their weapons, but I think it was pretty much over at that point, not like this is.
John?
At the very end.
Oh, I was just going to comment that I think that although this would never, of course, be officially or publicly stated, and the Ukrainian government would obviously, definitely never have anything to possibly do with this, I think that there is a decent chance that a very large number of very heavily armed Belarusian veterans of this war find themselves in Minsk, and Lukashenko suddenly finds himself without a job very shortly after this war concludes.
Not just without a job.
Without potatoes?
Without options.
So
he'll be one head shorter.
So he will just be prescribed either a sauna or a vodka, but he won't have a choice between the two.
I need a U.S. Marine to come up to tell you what he would do to that man.
Let me see. Can we get one of those? I thought he was Army, not Marines. Kalispera, George.
Oh, I'm not a Marine. It's worse.
Yeah, that's what I thought. That's what I thought.
It's worse. I'm Spartan. Yeah, it would involve a car battery, metal chair, and some barbed wire. But I'll let your imagination take over that. No, you know
Can
what?
you make the car battery out of potatoes?
No, but I think if we distill the potatoes, we can use that as a solvent, for the upcoming wounds. But anyway, no, but about that commercial, whatever that was put out by Ukraine, is there something being lost? And I'm being serious here in the translation. Are they saying that they're going to give them their weapons back so they can go home with them, or to quote unquote take them home back to liberate their country? Is there
it's you can
double
take them back to
entendre
Belarus, nudge nudge, wink wink.
Gotcha. Yeah, I thought that's where we're going with this. Thank you very much.
Thank you, George. Dr. Paul, do we need to start a spreadsheet when with all of the Belarusians handed over weapons and storage? Just so nothing gets lost.
That's a great idea. Please forward any information you have. I'm happy to do that. So a quick comment, then a question for CJ. So this is kind of a comment in response to Tom. I found it very interesting. I'm not, the most superstitious guy in the world, but Kupiansk was liberated on September 9th, so 9/9, and then Kherson obviously liberated on 11/11. So I find that symmetry there kind of interesting. But CJ, I feel like there's a lot of lessons here on how to isolate and capture an urban city with minimal destruction of civilian infrastructure. My mind goes to what I've seen, growing up, which was Fallujah and Ramadi in Iraq, where those cities were decimated, with the U.S., trying to neutralize, the insurgents there. But I'm kind of curious your thoughts on what tactics or strategies do you attribute to Ukraine to achieve this outcome? I remember we discussed this, how the battle for Kherson would go down months and months ago, probably back in August. And this was one of the scenarios that you and Colonel Spencer and others discussed, to compel them to leave, which is exactly what happened. But I really can't think of another scenario or battle that I'm aware of. At least I don't have the historical context or military experience to really know. But I've never really seen that before. So I'm kind of curious what your thoughts are about what did Ukraine do to compel Russia to leave? Obviously HIMARS was part of that. And then what are the lessons for you as a U.S. Artillery officer kind of moving forward? What are the lessons you learned kind of for the U.S. military?
I mean, it just reinforces a lot of things we already knew. Craig and I argued about this in the space. I sort of thought this would happen in terms of a general collapse, that there wouldn't be city fighting. Because, the reality is once Ukraine got, in the beginning of October to 30 kilometers from the river, they were right outside of unguided artillery range. So any further distance and the whole withdrawal would have been screwed. So they had to slowly withdraw over the course of 3 to 4 weeks to do it. I think it doesn't necessarily change anything I believe personally. Maybe other people have different thoughts. It just shows how important long-range precision fires are, which has been the Army's modernization priority for 3 or 4 years now. And this is really the future because, like it or hate it, the Air Force wasn't the key factor in any of this. It was long-range artillery. And again, I'm trying not to have too much of confirmation bias, but at least when the U.S. plans this type of thing, they kind of plan for the worst. That the U.S. Air Force doesn't have air supremacy or superiority for some reason. You need to still accomplish the mission with ground artillery, and these are the systems that Ukraine got, albeit maybe not many ATACMS, but perhaps one day we can only hope. But no, this all seems pretty textbook. What happens next is definitely outside of my scope in terms of 60,000 Ukrainians crossing a river against 60,000 Russians. I mean, that is just way above my pay grade. But there still will be urban fights to come. There'll still be brutal fights to come. But the more aid Ukraine can get now, while they're replenishing their forces and reorganizing, the quicker it'll go. Because I think the outcome is inevitable, as it always was.
And just a quick follow-up, CJ, do you think the outcome would have been any different had the Kherson civilian population welcomed Russians. For we can kind of how the Taliban with various villages in Afghanistan were welcomed in some areas. I think so. Do you think that would like alter the outcome in any way?
That's a great question. As I know now, having been in the space and listening to all the experts here, there was never a situation where, the Ukrainian population would have welcomed Russians with open arms, even in areas that were, albeit more pro-Russian. But, the true extent of what the Ukrainian civilians did here, it's going to probably remain a mystery for quite some time. What we do know is that they helped call in artillery strikes, they helped track vehicle movement, they helped track troop movements. They kept the pressure up the entire time. I think if for whatever reason all these people had left, the Ukrainian army still would have been successful, but I think it made it a lot simpler of a task to welcome them with such open arms and to be so resilient against the Russian occupation, despite the horrors that we will soon see online. And I warn everyone, it's going to be much worse than anything we've seen so far.
Thanks, CJ.
Thank you, CJ. Colonel Spencer, I have a hunch you want to pick it up where CJ left off.
I mean, you did say urban warfare. You did say history. So there's plenty of historical cases where the urban battle didn't happen. Actually, if you go back and listen to my podcast with a General Noble from the Australian military, who was the deputy commander of the operation for the Battle of Mosul in 2017, we discussed a whole bunch of battles in Iraq against ISIS where the Iraqi army successfully signaled, one through an IO campaign, even actually, ironically enough, in Fallujah and in other places, to ISIS that, look, you don't want this battle. We're on our way, through flyers, through all forms of messaging, and ISIS dropped their weapons and left the city. So that tactic, going back from ancient times to signaling the castle, lots of historical examples. I know you want modern examples, but it is an evolution. Examples of surrounding the castle, providing terms and say, if you resist us, once we get in there, it's going to be a lot worse. So lots of examples of some walled cities resisting, and then the aggressors really treating them a lot worse, rather than if you just surrender, this doesn't have to be. I agree with you that to include many of the historical case studies that you hear about, or that me and Jason Drew write about, that clearing the enemy out, that's dug inside there, that's fighting for a reason, and is persistent to die in the city. Like CJ and many others, I did not think that the Russians had that will to fight. You can take even urban battles back to the will to fight of the defender or the attacker, and that will weigh very heavily on what will or won't happen. But the destructive nature, even with the most precise weapons in the world, if you want to defend urban terrain and make it a house to house, even in 2022, the fact that you may have to destroy the city to save it is a reality. I don't know if there's another part, but there are definitely examples of not having to have the urban battle. And Ukraine worked for months, and we, CJ and everybody else in here talking about, from even well before the first strike of the bridge in Antonovsky Bridge, setting the conditions to do step one of Major Giroux's attack a city, isolate it. I mean, even in the 2020 Battle of Nagorno-Karabakh, that I went to the final battle, the only battle that really determined the end of the war. The attackers snuck into the city. That happened in ancient Jerusalem. And if you can go, basically not fight the way the enemy wants you to fight, right? If I can cut you off, I never thought anybody was going to siege the city, and that's not what happened here. Sieges are a form of warfare where you surround the city and then wait the enemy out, that you're literally trying to starve them out. That's not what I would call the isolation phase. But you pushed my button on the urban warfare. Hopefully, I answered your question.
Yeah, absolutely, Colonel. That was fantastic as always. I guess for me as a civilian, what's so fascinating about this is, at least from my perspective, this was like the ideal outcome, it seems, for Ukraine. You know, we don't know exactly like the casualties that Ukraine took in the past 3 months or anything like that. But for me, this was like the optimal, scenario that played out, which is like great. And it's really kind of crazy to see like military strategy actually play out with like a strategic outcome that you want. And it's really interesting to see. So really appreciate the historical context.
No problem. And terrain matters. That's why each urban battle is own specific, and this is very, very unique with the tactical situation, the river to their back situation, as opposed to something like the siege of Sarajevo, where it was never possible to siege it, and they had a freedom tunnel, and what caused the biggest siege in modern history to not really be a siege. It was just in encirclement, but the flow of everything was still able to go in and out. So terrain absolutely matters in each one of these urban battles. But I agree with you that it's adding to my job security of having another very pivotal battle to write about and detail why and what lessons we should be taking out of it.
Yep, looking forward to reading about it. Thanks, Colonel.
Thank you very much, Colonel. I don't know if you got a chance yet, because I was away for a couple of hours in between, but how do you see this liberation of the right bank, and what do you think the next steps are going to be for the Ukrainian forces?
No, I haven't had that choice. I mean, I think kind of like what we saw in the Kharkiv offensive, you have to, feel your enemy out, right? So armed reconnaissance, and really determine, action, reaction, what the enemy is doing. Is there any opportunities? The phases of an operation, the Ukrainians clearly have to consolidate gains, and do what's necessary to reestablish lines around Kherson City, determine the true nature of the enemy, additional resources. I mean, this starts a whole new planning process before they start looking east, unless more opportunities are presenting itself. And I don't even know the true task organization of the Ukrainian force to do what's going to happen over the next couple of days. You still there? Did I lose audio?
Yeah,
All good,
I'm
Tom.
here.
All good.
Sorry.
I was digesting the last glass of wine alongside the pizza which we had. I hope that you will find time for your own pizza today with family, children, everybody. And Doman, I think we're
it won't
just
be
opening the
pineapple
bottle of wine.
pizza. It won't be pineapple
Thank you.
pizza, I tell you.
Well,
Do
actually,
that.
that did so.
Colonel Spencer just made my day. He's not having a pineapple pizza.
CJ.
Yeah, sir. While we have you here, there's been a couple military analysts online that have said that this withdrawal that Russia just conducted was fairly successful or somewhat well done. And I guess I don't really believe that for a second, but I wanted to get your take, because what we know for certain is that about 3 or 4 weeks ago, the Russian army began withdrawing, taking over some heavy equipment and people, and they suffered incredible losses along the way. Losses which are just now being documented, including even helicopters fully intact at Chernobyivka that were once Ukrainian, then Russian, now Ukrainian. I wonder, how would you assess, based on what we know so far, which is pretty limited, this Russian withdrawal? Is it better or worse than others? At the end of the day, for me, obviously going by the doctrinal definition of a successful withdrawal being, maintaining combat power at the other side and having gone back so you can go back on the attack later on, it seems like Russia failed in every sort of military regard. But I'm kind of curious why you think people might say this was successful, just because every single one of them wasn't killed on the way out.
Yeah, I don't know. I also don't know why you would. So, I mean, everybody needs context. Everybody needs examples. I agree with you on the doctrinal definitions. Some people don't care about that, and that's mean, I really don't like using the word route, but Yehuda has weighed on me, and I think I even said it on TV today. So if you rank order, really, which is a view into Russian capabilities, the withdrawal from all areas such as Kyiv, Sumy, Chernihiv, all that back in April, a very textbook military withdrawal using artillery to cover. If it's movable, it was moved. 40-mile convoy, you're put in reverse, turned around, drove away. And you compare that to the retreat in September, where I think the Russian forces were caught by surprise. They didn't have the will to fight or a will to even try to follow orders and take equipment with them. So I put this one in the middle, in between Kharkiv, which was a if you want to call it a route, fine, call it a route. It was just a run to the rear. This one, like you said, they've known it's coming, so they did get some equipment. So, I mean, I put it in the middle of, of course, not what we would view as a good military operation, but they withdrew some stuff. They withdrew officers, left some units behind. But then I think that, again, playing to their military capabilities, even when it was ordered publicly, just to get ahead of, I think, the information campaign, they didn't have the capability to do it fast enough. While the Ukrainians were not going to give them a chance to discover that they really don't even have that capability. So I put it in the middle. I agree with you. Nobody can view it as a successful operation for you Russians, not even the Russians. It's just impossible. And like you said, you can measure it by just military tactics, right? Having a covering unit, staying engaged with the enemy while you bound back. The loss of equipment is just salt on the wound. And I think like I'm sure I'll be listening to you on the space to, once we truly discover the nature of donations again from Russia to Ukrainians' effort to liberate their land, how much we can rate individual units. Experts like you and Doman and Axel could probably do it by unit. Like, okay, this unit actually successfully withdrew, took their men, weapons, and equipment. This substandard one, which was really made up of 75% of recently mobilized troops, it was chaos. Like if and foe equals, it all equals that training, leadership, morale in a military operation that we can judge. Hopefully, it answers it, CJ. You often ask me questions you already know the answer to. So, how'd I do?
Well, I swear I'm not trying to set you up, sir. I guess what's interesting to me is that people suddenly are believing the Russian line that this withdrawal was 30,000 people, 5,000 pieces of kit, and it was all conducted over a 48-hour period. And having been part of a withdrawal before, it simply is just unbelievable, because I think they're trying to set the bar low.
I think the Atlantic is a bit wider than the Dnipro River.
Well, yeah, you wouldn't be wrong there. I guess it's just always interesting to see how the Russians try and gauge military success. But also, I'll note, over the last 48 hours, Russian Telegram has been deathly quiet. This one, unlike maybe the other two that Colonel Spencer mentioned, they simply cannot spin into any sort of victory other than a really hilarious statement from the Russian State Duma saying that they will return and take Kherson City in the near future. And I couldn't be laughing more, because I think that's like the last thing that could happen. A amphibious assault into Odessa is more likely than that at this point in time.
I just want to note a couple of things, CJ, because you missed out two important factors, right? It's not just that they say they withdrew 30,000 personnel and 5,000 pieces of equipment, of heavy weapons. They also explicitly said they haven't lost a single piece of equipment or a single person doing it. Now, you see, this might seem unlikely, but it's all a question of definitions, because any piece of equipment that they left behind on the right bank, well, it's not Russian anymore, is it, right? So no Russian pieces of equipment were left behind, seeing they're not Russian. The same goes for soldiers. Anyone who's dead, he's not a soldier anymore, is he? He's well, something. He's a corpse, perhaps, but he's not a soldier. So as far as the Russians are concerned, under their definition, all the Russian soldiers, not a single Russian soldier is left behind, and not a single piece of Russian equipment is left behind, because they just don't fit the definition anymore. So as far as they're concerned, they can write that with a completely straight face off at Kommersant central office.
Point well taken. Their generous donations will be very much appreciated, including the helicopters, which again is one of the most insane things to me. That again, not clear if they can work. Obviously, that is an important factor. But there seems to be, according to satellite imagery, 6 or 7 helicopters that Ukraine has captured from the Russians at Chernobyivka, which, man, that's just incredible.
Didn't you say, CJ, that they captured a T-80 as well?
T-90.
Yes.
T-90. Oh, nice. I mean,
of which there are very few anyway.
It was a T-90. It was a T-90 with newer thermal shrouds on it.
Well, it also had a cope cage on top, so it really tells you what the Russians were actually scared of there. But nonetheless, yes, I was a little bit skeptical this morning, perhaps, that I even thought, wow, maybe Russia did pull this off to some degree. And then, well, I was, I should have just stuck with my gut, because there's been probably between 50 and 70 vehicles and helicopters that have been captured by Ukraine on the right bank. So that was just within the first couple hours. It's going to be a lot more. All of these things could be used, especially with Ukraine ramping up production internally of 152 and 122 millimeter ammo in the near future, hopefully, and more donations. All of these things can be used against Russia in quick succession. So the Lend-Lease from Russia continues, and it's strong.
I also was really, heartened to see at the bottom of the list of the most recent U.S. aid package is more cold weather gear. Because I am really interested to see what the cold weather will do to the demoralize and take. You cannot not know that this loss of Kherson would be a huge. I mean, I don't know how it can get any lower, but a morale punch to the gut to the Russian soldiers. But as somebody who suffered through the pain of cold, I'm really looking to see how that's going to impact the operations as that cold weather sets in. But so great to see that cold weather gear continuing every time recently to be on the list of the aid package in massive amounts.
It's not just the Ukrainians that are getting more cold weather gear. I hear North Korea is going to get some for the Russians as well. I don't understand. I really don't understand why the Russians need North Korean cold weather gear, because they have 1.5 million Russian-owned winter uniforms, which for some inexplicable reason they've made of marble and teak wood and parked them by Lake Como. I mean, I really don't understand their warehousing methods there. I mean, nor design, honestly.
Me neither. It's not my area of expertise, but I don't feel bad for them. I mean, it's really easy. The solution is go home.
Plenty of gas there, unless you're in Krasnoyarsk. Right, let's go to Gunther. Gunther, you've been waiting an awfully long time. Sorry about all the marble winter uniform jokes, but go ahead, Gunther.
Oh, it made me laugh. Hey, happy Veterans Day. I think it's yeah. And hello from Oakland, California. Hey, man, I can't believe I get to talk to both CJ and John Spencer. What an honor. Hey, so CJ, I saw some of those military analysts too, who are more, I would say, more on the Patton scale of things and less on the Eisenhower scale. And there was an argument that if they could push through, maybe take some more casualties in the short term, that they could have a huge, devastating loss and maybe bring the war to a shorter conclusion. But maybe they took the option of simply maybe preserving their forces and letting the artillery do all the work, which I think is probably the choice I would take. What are your thoughts on that, gentlemen?
I'll just start off, with all these things, it's going to be a mixture of a bunch of different elements, right? And you'd have to know a lot about the Ukrainian ammunition and fuel supply, which I definitely do not. And all these things come with risks, right? There was a risk that Ukraine took by not, rushing into Kherson City. The risks were, everything from, well, Russia could commit more terrible acts against the population, which they definitely did. They could lose more Ukrainian soldiers. But in this case, they were, relatively patient. And people said that was perhaps by design, as if, they were risk adverse or casualty adverse. I don't think that's necessarily true. It's, up to them to decide what their goals are. And looking forward, this is the thing that's interesting to me, and I bet Colonel Spencer has more on it. I mean, the war just seems so inevitable in so many ways that obviously Ukraine will win, and this battle shows it. They mastered the skies over Kherson. They mastered the naval component in terms of preventing Russia from using its navy where Ukraine has none. And they, of course, mastered this open field battle where they had to have enough tanks to do it. So really, they're getting so many warfighting functions correct. They're getting so many different aspects of combined arms correct. I mean, there's really there's nothing else too much so until they get back to the border of Russia, generally speaking. So it's a matter of when. So it really is going to be up to them to decide, how many casualties it's going to cost them, how long they want to wait, how many supplies they have. But it seems odd that Russia would, even continue to try and fight when the future looks so clear. But maybe I'm missing some obstacle they have to overcome.
Yeah, I agree with 100% with CJ, like I usually do. I would just add that, yeah, I mean, if somebody's trying to say that Ukrainians need to pull a Marshall and just keep driving, there's always a political decision, but more importantly, there's from day one, when you have a military built on trust, the soldiers and officers trust you will not sacrifice them without complete recognition of the risk. And the Ukrainians have just fought smarter. Attritional frontal attacks don't end well. So no military that values the treasure that they are leading does that unless it's absolutely necessary, right? So it has been necessary in history. That is not what the Ukrainians need to do. They need to keep up with the way they've been fighting. Smarter combined arms maneuver, fires in the place of blood and treasure always is going to end better.
Yeah, gentlemen, thank you so much. I really appreciate all your time and your wisdom, and it's just amazing. I hope I can meet you guys in person on a beach by the Black Sea one day. So thank you so much.
Yeah, absolutely. Join me and Axel in Mariupol the day very quickly after it's liberated. Hopefully soon.
We're ready.
I'm ready. We're ready. Let's do it.
100%. Dominic, what's the order?
We have a random minutia next. That just sounds like things in my head. So random minutia.
I actually, Domin, I got to break off. I got a DW spot, Friends of the Space. You up can
Deutsche Welle.
Yeah.
I'm digging at a question for you.
Go ahead. No, I'll take it. Go ahead.
No, the main thing is with Ukraine liberating a major city as the size of Kherson is. The Russians have occupied it for 8 months, and obviously they've sabotaged a lot of the infrastructure. But what are the concerns for like the fact that the FSB has been operating in like sabotage and booby traps like we've seen in Bucha and Kharkiv and all these other areas, and the potential of having to mop that up afterwards?
Yeah, absolutely. I saw I just did CNN, and right before I went on, CNN sent me an article I hadn't seen where Ukrainians have put out that do not come back. Don't try to reoccupy your homes in Kherson. You got to give us time. There's a credible enemy threat, and there has to be a deliberate clearing process. 100% very high risk. I also don't look forward to the horrors that will be discovered, knowing that the Russians have been there, knowing what they've done in every single other area that they've stopped at, not just on the way out, but just as a matter of practice. Torture chambers, mass graves, booby trapped kids' toys, you booby trapped pictures in houses. I mean, let alone what Malcolm Nance, our friend of the space, has explained about the vile conditions in which they live and what they do to homes in which they occupied. There will be months and months of work, and we've seen this in every area that Ukraine must do. But the Ukrainian officials have put out, "Do not come back yet." I mean, yeah, of course, celebrate this great victory, but they have to do it very deliberately.
Yeah, I was just I this is a big day. I mean, we can add the liberation of Kherson to the list of things that are fateful days on November 11th, but given just the extent of things and the way the Russians have occupied and the fact that this is a larger urban environment, that there's more cases for mal malicious shenanigans, I guess is one way to put it.
Yeah, absolutely. And usually you plan like they did. I was really surprised, and as an urban warfare specialist, some of the most organized urban battles have been the ones where the attacker has coordinated a security force to immediately come in to help establish that security while the clearing operation is happening. So what we saw in eastern Kharkiv was the territorial defense units coming in to aid to the military, who has to reposition the lines, has to get consolidate gains, immediately go to the defense of it, can help with that cleanup. Humanitarian organizations, NGOs. That's a lot of the work that will start immediately.
Cool. Thanks, Colonel Spencer. Oh, and Delman, talking about the North Korean cold weather gear. I don't know if Colby knows this yet, but just in case they need it or not, the South Koreans are the United States is sending 100,000 more 155 rounds from South Korea.
Yes, I brought that up yesterday.
So they can like, and the other thing is I saw reports that, I mean, the Russians are having to teach their conscripts and stuff how to do foot wraps. So I mean,
yeah, but you know what you're missing is that South Korea got a very stern diplomatic note from Russia for how dare they sell ammo to the U.S.
So they're going to be very, very mad at you, and then they're going to write you a note telling you how angry they are.
Yeah, pretty much. Yeah, pretty much. Hey, you know, you live, you learn. I'm sure they'll learn from their actions or whatever. Konstantin, warmly welcome up. Glad to see you with us again. And let's go to Alan.
Yeah, thank you. And thank you, Colonel Spencer, for, I don't know if he's listening still, but anyways, and thanks, CJ, for amazing analysis. I want to turn back to something CJ mentioned about retreating 25,000 to 30,000 personnel in, well, 48 hours.
Without losses.
Without losses, yeah. Well, I just want to mention that at least 3 times I've been a part of a huge military exercise up north in Norway, where, well, last time it was like 70,000, but most of the times it's like 30,000 plus. And whenever all the maneuver brigades entered northern Sweden, because Sweden normally takes part in these exercises, whenever all the maneuver brigades established positions within the border of Sweden, the exercise is called off, and everyone goes back home. And if you have 30,000 participants, the maneuver part probably is like about 10 to 12,000. The rest is the support elements way back. to turn back and head home, it normally took about a week. And that's with normal highways, with no blown bridges, exercise over, so no retreat, tactical retreat or anything like this, just driving along the highway. That took normally a week or even 10 days when you have 12,000 military personnel with all the vehicles and everything. Sometimes people stayed behind for half a month. So there is no way in hell they managed to pull out 30,000 men under fire over 2 destroyed bridges in 2 days. There is no way. It is not possible.
I'm sorry, but Alan, I thought hell was in southern Norway.
Yeah, that's a little bit too far from where I'm talking about. Yeah. But yeah, anyways, imagine being under fire or trying to cross a river where there is no intact bridges, where all the positions that you try to cross is more or less constantly under fire or in danger of being under fire. If there were 30,000 people there, more than half of them are left even in the ground, or maybe they surrendered. And yeah, I'm very interested in seeing how many prisoners or people, how many soldiers actually surrendered, because if there were 30,000 people there, a lot of them just had to surrender. Now they're in enemy's land. There's no escape. And if I don't know if you guys have seen the map of the mobile signals floating down the river. I thought it was quite funny. I don't know if it's real, but it is.
No, that's fake. Sadly.
Yeah, it looked
that's
very.
someone with Microsoft Paint in the Google Maps screenshot.
Yeah, yeah, but it looked fake. I agree, but it is probable that some people went in the river.
CJ.
Yeah, Erland, I hate to burst your bubble, but I think last night in Kherson, it probably was only between 3,000 and 5,000 Russians trying to get across, because most had already long since gone. But I would say now we're getting reports from the Ukrainian general staff that half of the combined arms army that was stationed in Kherson was abandoned. So that we could take that to mean a couple different things. It could mean the 20,000 people. I don't necessarily think that's very likely, but what I do think perhaps is more likely that the scale of the vehicle and equipment losses of that combined arms army may have in fact be left behind, but it'll take some time. I mean, we're talking about 4,000 square kilometers liberated in under a 24-hour period. So it's going to take weeks to figure out exactly the scale of the losses. So far, what we've seen today, it's getting more astounding by the second. So I would not be surprised if it was somewhere near half the equipment, which is much more important than the conscripts that came over for a 2-day boat cruise and went back, perhaps with some shrapnel wounds along the way. And lastly, I would say more important than any of that is, while the bridge crossings last night, the barge crossings were contested, the artillery positions and key Russian positions on the left bank were being absolutely smoked. And so this is kind of shows you where Ukraine thinks the most important areas to target are, which is the other side of the river, because that's where they're going next.
Yeah,
Oh,
CJ.
CJ,
CJ,
just to follow up on CJ's, not only that, the even if people were moving as by, it's not unusual. They have other ways to make it across. Some of the gap is only 400 to 500 meters. If you had a small boat with an outboard motor, you could ostensibly run that all day and night. So CJ is right. Most of those troops were evacuated over the last month, I would say. Other ones were brought forward, not the best ones, but the key is the equipment. And another thing is 4,000 square kilometers in a day. Think of all the engineering activity that has to go on to demine, to make safe, to do a whole bunch of things that we're not even really thinking about. And that would probably be, up to other forces to do, follow-on forces with a big engineering component. But CJ again is right. So not much to say there. The east bank, the left bank of that river is where the Ukrainians want to really make it hard on the Russians. And I think it works out best for the Ukrainians. Enemy Koa most likely was them to do this. The most dangerous was to stay and fight it out in Kherson. And although they would lose in the end, the Russians would have probably helped destroy the city, and there would have been huge casualties. So in that regard, it's a very, mature and intelligent response by the Ukrainians. Sorry, Erlen, go ahead.
Yeah, thank you. Well, yeah, CJ, I know there were not 30,000 or 20,000 Russian soldiers there. I just was playing along the narrative that we see in Russian propaganda channels and TV, etc. That there is no way you can evacuate 25,000 soldiers over 48 hours over those kind of conditions. Even if the bridges were working, it would have taken a week. So, yeah, it's interesting to see later on how many people surrendered and how many people retreated. Because what we don't know is how many people surrendered around the fronts the last few weeks. Because the Ukrainians are very, very thorough in not really giving any details into that. And who knows? Maybe they were bleeding the same amount of soldiers over to the Ukrainian side as they were retreating. That's been in my mind the last few days. Yeah.
Yeah,
But
and
it's
even if they had done that, Ireland, the reality is that would have been a conscious decision made by the Ukrainians to preserve their own forces and also to preserve the city. I suspect that those northern and southwestern flanks that were dug in, either they surrendered or they were pretty much destroyed pretty quickly. And we won't know those casualty numbers till later for sure. But it's a win-win for Ukraine if that's what it took. If the trigger, CJ, we were talking earlier in the day about what the trigger was, right? So if the Ukrainians see the Russians thinning out, and they know they can do something to exploit that, but they know that they run the risk of, increased casualties for what? For the same amount of territory that they will gain anyway, should they wait for more of a withdrawal? I think that's just perfect. That makes just perfect sense. What about you?
Well, I think, yeah, people are quick to say, oh, Ukraine really missed an opportunity. And I guess I'm not seeing it. Ukraine, for the last 3 weeks, this withdrawal's been going on, has been absolutely hammering the crossing points with artillery and HIMARS and everything. So, I mean, if we look over the last 3 weeks, the casualty numbers are much, much higher than they were the 3 weeks before. The average, based on the last 3 days added in, is somewhere around 670 to 680 Russians killed in action every day. This is by Ukraine's account, which means in about 2.5 weeks' time, Russia will have amassed 100,000 casualties in this war, and it hasn't even been a year yet. So absolutely devastating losses. And the only counterpoint I'd say to Erland, and when this is something Konstantin brought up last night, was it's not just Russia saying that 30,000 were successfully moved across. Ukraine is saying that there was 20,000, both crossing and not crossing, that still might be trapped. So this is all part of the effort to kind of show, kind of poke fun at Russians' numbers, and also kind of show that, Russian soldiers can't even trust their own leadership to get them out. And they're hearing Ukraine say, we possibly have up to 20,000 captured. It's just demoralizing across the board. And really, even if the numbers are actually much less, it's still a pretty important point as part of this whole operation.
Can I just give one point?
Yeah, one quick one, then we're going to go to some other hands there.
Yeah, one point to what Yehuda said. There's a lot of things that needs to be, or areas that needs to be cleared out. And as bad as the communication have been within the Russian army, I'm suspecting that there are probably some Russians hiding out on their positions, waiting for whatever, because they don't know what's happening. And then I'm done.
That's the Balaklia syndrome.
All right. Let's go to some hands there.
Kalle.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Yeah, this time button is so small. But yeah, the Yehuda and the CJ actually kind of said exactly what I was thinking, that the whole Ukrainian attack has been brilliant. that they have saved their own troops, they have saved their own city, and who cares if how many Russian recruits run across the river? Hopefully they run all the way back to Russia, and we are like seeing maybe the most brilliant kind of offensive that maybe we've seen in a century, or maybe maybe 2 centuries. That this is exactly how it should happen. That look at all those videos of people from the Khersonians. I don't know how they want to call themselves, but anyway, them celebrating on the streets of the Ukrainian forces approaching the city, and they didn't have to have the street to street fights and having Ukrainian troops dying. This is the we can all cry out that we didn't kill enough enemy, but this is how it should have happened, and the Ukrainians did a brilliant job. And if somebody wants to argue with me, I will listen. Thank you.
No, all right, we're gonna. Probably. Who wants to grab that there?
I'm sure CJ does. CJ's been talking about logistics of evacuation all night.
No, I think again, the only way you could classify what Russia just did as a successful withdrawal is if you lower the bar so low it goes through the damn floor. I mean, just it's ridiculous because, yes, Russia may have mobilized 300,000 people. Yes, according to Russia's claim, they're saying that about 60,000 of these conscripts are in active combat in Ukraine, with another 20 or 30,000 in reserve or in logistical roles. But none of that matters if they can't actually accomplish any military objective, which is either attacking and taking territory or defending territory, and this did neither. I will note, yes, today Russia has perhaps captured 1/3 of 2 different towns in Donetsk, but nothing will compare to the loss of almost an entire oblast overnight, and the only important city the most important city I'd say that they've captured since the beginning of this phase of the war. So, what I'm always curious in, and maybe Konstantin knows a little bit more, is just what the morale is, or the mood is like in the Ukrainian military in other sectors that we haven't really talked about. If sort of their thoughts and feelings. I think we have a good sense of generally what it might be, but I wonder if there's any more specific reactions or thoughts that Konstantin could speak to about how everyone feels about this.
So, the guys I keep contact with, they mostly, they don't know that, how much I watch the situation. And they, they think that they send me the news and send me the links and the videos from other Telegram channels from Kherson. And this morning I was bombarded by those messages, like them saying that we liberated Kherson, and even though they're not in Kherson, I mean they find the news from the same outlets that us, from videos on Telegram channels, from the city center, from TikToks of the war of our soldiers, and they just bombarded me with those, and they like the real mood. The mood is really good. The morale is really high. But they at the same time, everyone understands that they are. This is not, the victory. Like there is no time to celebrate basically for them. They have everyday missions, they have everyday fights, they sit under shellings, they work every day, and for them it's it's a big victory that enhances the morale, but everyone understand that there is a long road for us still.
I know we saw in Kherson City and many other places in Ukraine, even though power was out, people were making bonfires and having dance parties, specifically in Kherson and in certain areas where certain Ukrainian songs were prohibited under Russian occupation. So really some incredible sights and sounds that we're seeing. And it seems as if the mood is high, but I think, also obviously sober as well, knowing that the path ahead is still a tough one. So I really appreciate that.
Yeah, it's and I would say why not have a party here as well, and that's what we're doing this evening.
Did we lose Konstantin?
I think we might have.
Can you hear me?
Now we can.
Now we can.
Oh, I said that we're gonna have a party here as well. You don't need to be in Kherson to celebrate this glorious victory. So we're gonna have a party. We're gonna go to local Celis brewery that supports Ukraine as well. We're gonna have some beer. We're gonna have some pizza. We're gonna have some chicken wings, and it's gonna be fun.
Photos,
Sounds good.
photos.
Sounds good. All right. Listen, just to do an update to everyone, recap. So, as you know, MriyaReport has been here for 24 hours a day, 7 days a week for going on 9 months. We're highlighting the Russian invasion of Ukraine, the war crimes committed by Russia, and genocide committed, definitely acts of genocide committed by Russia throughout. And we keep speaking truth to power. So I want to thank everyone who's been here. It's been a long journey. We're not done yet. As we've always said, even when Ukrainians were fighting a mobile defense or a bunch of delays, losing terrain to gain time and gain weaponry, we always said that Ukraine would eventually be on the counteroffensive, and I think we nailed it. We said it would start on the flanks. And, we didn't see Kharkiv happen because we didn't expect it. I think no one expected the Russians to pull so many troops from Kharkiv, but it did happen, and then we saw it in Kherson. So here we are today, 11th of November, 2022. An entire oblast returned, well, Mykolaiv, and most of Kherson, all of Kherson city. And you're going to expect that there will be clearing operations conducted by Ukrainian forces. In the interim, there are reports of several thousands of Russian soldiers who have been switched into civilian clothing in order to create the pretense that Ukrainian soldiers are fighting Ukrainian citizens, which is untrue. I don't know the veracity of these claims. We have heard them from government officials in Ukraine and certain Russian telegram channels. Either way, they won't be able to survive in that condition forever, and the Ukrainians will clear those areas, whether they be urban or rural. Estimated numbers, around 50% of Russian heavy equipment has been left behind. There's no idea as to how much that equipment is spiked or booby trapped. We'll have to wait and see. Ukrainians have a lot of work ahead of them. So I want to thank everyone. Please do retweet the space, like whatever post you like on the main account, please, and follow some of our hosts in case you can't find the space. You can click on their avatar and you're able to join them in whatever space they're in, which is usually this space. So thanks again for that. And I want to go over to Paulie. Go ahead, Paulie.
Good evening, Yehuda. Thanks for the good discussion analysis. How are you doing?
Oh, sorry, I'm well. I'm just waiting for you. I'm just doing some back end stuff. A lot of things are going on, a lot of messages. So
all right, that's good. I have one comment and then one question.
Yes.
Yeah, so I think it's also at these points also good to reminisce a bit. I guess maybe 2 months or 3 months back, in the media, a lot of people were like how I say, the naysayers. They were well, circulating rumors that the Ruskies are gonna fight Kherson. They're gonna have impressive tactics in Kherson, and they're gonna fight to the last man, and they're gonna be the new Spartans in Kherson, and they're gonna be so great, and it's gonna be impossible to take Kherson, and it's gonna be so strong, and then after that, there's gonna be lots of impressive tactics and traps, and that Ukraine's really gonna like suffer on taking Kherson. But actually, now that we see it, I agree with Kalle that actually, although of course there have been losses, of course, but I agree with Kalle that it has been impressive. They have done a brilliant job And I think I remember that Yehuda was constantly saying that they're gonna take the time, they're gonna consume the Ruskies, they're gonna cut the logistics, use the precise ammunition, and execute the death by 1,000 cuts. I think that was concluded in this channel quite many times, and that also highlights the importance of this channel to get, like, in my opinion, reliable analysis, like real analysis, and different input on really knowledgeable people on what actually is going to happen, and not just some random, like, silly thoughts. Yeah, so that comment was about this channel and the importance of this channel, and like good analysis, like quality analysis. I don't want to I don't really want to take away, like, debate, but there is a lot of disinformation going on. So just want to highlight that.
Thank
Then
you. And Polly, I will say this for all of our excellent analysts, for everyone who's providing this information. You know, like, we've been pretty clear about it from the beginning. There is a lot of disinformation out there, but if you think about what people like myself or CJ or anyone on the panel who's very dialed into this will tell you, John and Chuck, everyone, Doman, Axel, the reality is that there are facts and there's conjecture, and then when you take those facts and you start to extrapolate, you get some codes, you get some ideas that are reasonable. Where we are, I think one of our strengths as a group is, with all the different subject matter experts that we have here that bring things to bear, we're able to kind of suss out pretty quickly what's not going to happen. So we don't always get, maybe exactly what will happen, even though we've been remarkably correct. We also know the things that are kind of pie in the sky or definitely meant to cause fear or panic. And we've said it before. For example, there is a cycle that the Russians go through, whether it's Jewish neo-Nazi presidents, to dirty bombs, to nuclear reactors blowing up, to Ukrainians attacking nuclear reactors, to grain starvation. It's a cycle. When they don't get any traction, they move to the next one. And remember, 3 weeks ago, everyone was dirty bomb, dirty bomb. Talking heads on TV said dirty bomb. And then they said, oh, nuclear power plants, Zaporizhzhia. The Russians are going to fall apart, as they are. They can't do these, they can't commit these irreversible escalatory actions, because they know it just will hasten their demise. And there's still people in Russia that want a country that functions after this invasion is fought off. So a lot of bad ideas out there that circulate. I think we like to explain why those ideas don't work. And I do appreciate the vote of confidence and the compliment. Thank you very much, and please continue.
Yeah, 100%. Yeah, so the question, the Finns always go to the point. So the question is that, what's next? And I would split this into two parts. So what's going to happen next in Kherson in maybe 84 hours? Of course, they're going to have some kind of maintenance and rest after the immediate fights. But then what's after 7 days? I think that's interesting. In my opinion, it's quite evident that they will be able to relocate and rotate forces, and maybe just possibly also relocate some forces to the east, to the Zaporizhzhia direction. So that's my question. What's next?
All right, 7-day forecast. None of us have crystal balls, but I mean, here are the options, right? CJ, tell me if I'm wrong. Consolidation, clearing operations. It could be a ton of work to do with that, and they don't know until they get on the ground and see exactly what's done. So there could be weeks or months of demining that the engineers have to do. There could be very little. There could be a lot. We don't know yet, so we can't really say. What else can we say? Will there be a forward passage of lines? For sure there will be. Those Ukrainians who fought that fight, they're going to be ripped. Relief in place will occur. Different things will move up. I'm sure they're going to have all sorts of air defense and artillery getting into really sweet spots where they want to be. So that's one thing that has to happen no matter what. The question is that the main effort, or is there something else in store? Is there are there bridging operations planned? Are they going to do the same thing that they've done the whole time, which is conduct enabling operations to make their next, tactical strategic bound? Will forces, we talk about moving forces. How do we, you're making an assumption that there isn't a large concentration of Ukrainian forces in the Zaporizhia area. Maybe they're there. Maybe they're gonna, make a move, counterattack south towards Melitopol to perhaps engage those Russians who might move east. There are a lot of options, but there are assumptions that we'd have to make, such as that there aren't forces in the Zaporizhia area that are sufficient enough to counterattack. That they don't plan on staying, or they do plan on staying on the Dnipro and consolidating before conducting a large scale counteroffensive. But I don't think, and this is just me, and CJ, just jump in anytime if he's still there. He's not. Who knows if this isn't, what if this is phase 2 of an operation? What if they're going to go off and destroy everything Russian on the east side and start to bridge and take 3 weeks to get on the other side? Who knows? Those are options that they have, and I'm willing to, if anyone wants to touch on that, if there's a follow-up from Paulie, because we know what has to happen, but there are also other things that can concurrently happen, because I will say this: I suspect the Ukrainians do have quite a substantial combat force ratios there in place already. So Paulie, and then polymath.
Yeah, just quickly. Yeah, I agree. I'm also certain that they have they have lots of forces there. I would not be amazed if they would launch actually some kind of like bridging or amphibious assault to the south. I would not be surprised. But I don't have any analysis on that. In the Zaporizhia direction, and in between, I'm quite certain that they will also push more and more recon and SOF. And we also have to remember that the winter is on the door. And in my books, that's a really good thing. Yeah. Thank you, Yehuda.
Yeah, no, it's a good thing. And just remember, though, that the Russians, where they are, if you look at the map I posted in I pinned it to my profile, this is the last known position of Russian forces. And as you can imagine, it's a horrible place to be. It's they're at a marked elevation difference where they have below ground. They're within range of anything the Ukrainians have to really offer. Why on earth they'd want to stay there, I don't know. And if they did move east, there would be obviously greater opportunities for the Ukrainians to cross the river. So right now, we're not looking at where the Russians are currently as that somewhere they'll be for a while. Again, I put a dashed red arrow facing southeast and eastish in order to demonstrate that I don't suspect that the Russians can stay there. Just it's not a good look for them to be there. Let's go to Polymath.
Great to be listening in on such a great day. Congratulations to all Ukrainian soldiers and liberated peoples within Kherson. My question, or what I wanted to remind everyone about, was the fact that there was a lot of collaboration amidst the local, some of the local leadership in Kherson, enabling the Russians to take Kherson relatively without much resistance. And I wanted to ask for more detail on that, if you know, Yehuda, or anyone else.
I'm not sure of the relevance, to be honest with you. Yeah, there were people that were problematic, but that was 8 months ago. So do I think that they're there? No. I think those type of people got out. But you have to remember, though, that there was a substantial Russian force. Ukrainians weren't oriented exactly where they needed to be at the time. So it wasn't just that there were disloyal, people there. The reality is that the Russians did.
Yehuda?
Ollie?
Yeah, we hear you now. We lost you for a little bit there.
Ollie, Matt, does that answer your question?
Yeah, no, and my point was that that the Russians were able to take it without too much of a fight because of a few leaders in that area. Obviously, yeah, they're gone now, but this was the largest city
So what is the point of
that
that,
was
though?
taken.
Does it sound like you're saying that they wanted to be Russian? That's what it sounds
No,
like.
not
That's
at
why
all.
I'm discounting. Yeah. So the Russians.
No, not at all. Just that,
It's
just
not.
that
Well,
they were
I'm just letting you know what
able.
everything sounds like. Yeah, yeah. But that's not true either. It wasn't because there were collaborators there. It more had to do with the fact that the entire Russian army was moving all over Ukraine, especially towards Kiev. So the alligator closest to the boat was in Kherson. So it wasn't. They didn't not have much of a fight because, first of all, let's say there's a collaborator mayor. What is he going to do to the Ukrainian army who's defending his city? Tell them to leave? They won't listen. Nothing to do with the collaborators. As few as there are, or as many, or too few is too many anyway. But nothing to do with they don't local mayors or we saw a couple of instances at the beginning of the war where there were collaborators, people who were paid off, by the way, by the Russians, paid handsome fees in order to support a Russian invasion. And there are traitors everywhere, right? We see grifters online who claim to help and they just want to take money. So money is a powerful thing. I don't think it's really relevant today to talk about those who were bribed with money to betray their country. Do you? Yeah.
Yeah, the only point was that now that it's taken back, obviously most of that population did not want to be occupied. That's very evident from the video that we're seeing for sure. I guess I was just pointing out that there were instances of sabotaging efforts of the local defense forces, and that's why the Russians were even able to take that area. But yeah, I get it. With other priorities around Kiev.
Yeah, that's just not true, though, right? So it wasn't because people sabotaged Ukrainian defenses, and that's why the Russians took Kherson. The Russians might say that, but certainly not. That's not reality. Ukrainians were faced with a 7-pronged invasion and a big thrust in towards their capital. They can only do so much. It's so at any given time were they prepared. No one's ever really fully prepared for an invasion. So at any rate. And not relevant, and I don't care personally what happened to those people. I'm sure any collaborator that was around left. And when we find out like the war crimes and the mass graves and the torture chambers in Kherson City, I think those individuals that did collaborate for money with the Russians, I'm sure they'll never be seen in that town again. So thanks for that. I just don't think at the time it's the most relevant discussion to have about. I think that's for war crimes and domestic terrorism charges down the road that the Ukrainian government can engage in. So, all right, let's go to Wendy and then Aaron.
Thanks, Yehuda. With this routing, I'm curious what effect you think this defeat will have on those remaining troops available on the left bank, which are ostensibly unrouted. Is it likely the routed troops might be amalgamated with difficulty into these forces? And will this degrade these other troops' effectiveness?
Sorry, go ahead, Doman. I'm just in the middle of something.
I don't know how to answer that question. Where's CJ to try to actually answer it legitimately? Axel?
I was just about to jump back to the space. Wendy, would you mind repeating the question? I was just literally coming back to the desk.
No problem at all. I mean, with these routed troops, I'm just wondering what effect this may have on the remaining troops on the left bank, which are ostensibly unrouted. Is it likely that the routed troops, those that survive, those that are fleeing in terror, can be amalgamated into these forces on the left bank, which have been there in Zaporizhia, for example, for a while? And will this degrade the effectiveness of the forces that they are forced to be a part of?
Well, yes, of course. Some can, some can't. It really depends on the configuration, the resilience, and the overall state of those troops. Some will be completely shocked. Absolutely, they will be in no state to fight, and you can't integrate them. Some will be hardened. Some will be probably in a better shape. The question really is, what is the plan? What do the Russians actually intend to do? And how can they then design the theater in their presence there? At the moment, I think CJ has highlighted this before, and we've discussed it a bit. I think Yehuda alluded to it a couple of days ago, and Chuck as well. There is the position on the other bank was untenable. Remaining here, well, remaining south of the Dnipro, is also not an option. If they want to create defense in depth, they have to trace their steps back. The question is how far back, and what does it help them? Essentially, that area is lost to them. It's very little they can do for long.
Excellent. Thank you, Axel.
Aaron, Domin, shall we go? Yeah, sorry. Apologies, Domin. I was just about to go to Aaron and then to Gunther. But Aaron, please.
Hey, I have a question. I heard Yehuda saying that there's reports, unconfirmed, that maybe a couple thousand Russians switched into civilian clothes and mounted into the population. I have a couple questions on that. One is, how easy is it for them to hide in a population where I assume it's been depopulated, probably, especially of men of military age? And my understanding is
it's not easy, and the population is not completely depopulated, and it doesn't have all men of military age taken out. On the contrary, you've seen this probably in the pictures of earlier today. If you have been attending to Twitter or to other means of media, including television, you will have seen that many young men between, I would guess, age 16 to age 24 who have been in Kherson and could not actually go to join the army and could not be conscripted since the beginning of the war, because Kherson was taken over very quickly, as you may remember, have been in the streets there just as well, celebrating together with everybody else. So no, yes, many people have been killed, have been taken away, taken hostage, and deported, absolutely. But there are still many young men. However, you as a Russian cannot easily blend into Kherson. That has to do with dialect, inflection, language, physiognomy, and the likes. And people who are from Kherson know who's who in the zoo.
Thanks, Alex. That's exactly where I was going with that. I was asking, I was going to say whether it would just be a question of asking them Sibrith or Shibrith, if anyone knows the.
Yeah, it is. It is both mimicry and temporary camouflage, nothing more.
So would that mean that if this rumor is true, assuming that it wasn't like a last-minute order where they couldn't have gotten them across the river anyway, it would essentially just amount to Russia throwing away another couple thousand men, if it is true?
What do you mean, if it is true? I haven't stated that rumor, so please, I don't know where you get this from. What we are highlighting is that there's indications that some Russian troops will have changed their diapers and will have changed into uniforms of Ukrainian armed forces, and some of them will have tried to get into civilian clothing. And that's completely normal. That happens in such instances. That can happen, but they'll be found out very quickly.
Okay,
So,
I think I misunderstood Yehuda. I understood it as like maybe it was an order from on high for a couple thousand to change uniforms and stay behind. I think I misunderstood it.
He implied that it's possible that some of the Russian troops will have been told in order to infiltrate areas in civilian clothes to keep the pressure up. It's absolutely true. The risk has been there before. That was a discussion already when it came to the liberation of Le Mans, as well as to prior liberations of villages with critical infrastructure still intact, that some Russians were to try to stay behind. It's not unusual, and this may have been part and parcel of their plan. But what I'm trying to highlight is that our Ukrainian friends and colleagues are telling us that they feel rather comfortable that they will find whoever is, shall we say, not kosher.
Yeah, I would have thought that that was fairly intuitive from what I would understand and what I understand of traveling in the region. Thank you, Axel.
You are very welcome. Dorman, shall we go to Gunther and then to Alex?
Let's.
Gunther.
Ja,
Hello.
guten Abend.
Guten Abend.
Ja, ich habe vor 2 Jahren an der Uni Deutsch gelernt.
Das
So,
klingt hervorragend. Very good. Thank you.
yeah, I think any sort of soldiers in civil or any remaining soldiers or collaborators or anyone in Kherson should go and surrender to the military or officials right away before the partisans get to them. I would just think that's smart. Beyond that, though, are the Ukrainians at the dam? How far are they away from that? Is that still under?
They're right at the
what's
dam on
known
the
about
right
that?
bank.
And what's is there anyone opposing them immediately on the left side, or they have gotten out of artillery range?
Okay, let's drill into this briefly. A few hours ago, we were still dithering as to whether they had taken everything from, say, the center of Berislav, where they entered sometime later yesterday, towards the outskirts and onwards to the opposite side of the dam. And in the meantime, there's confirmation that they have arrived there. There is no data whatsoever stating that Russian artillery were to focus on Ukrainian troops on the other side. On the contrary, there is, however, a lot of data starting yesterday in the late evening and continuing throughout the day, highlighting that there is long Russian columns going down south from Novakhovka. So if you look at a map and take the time, you will see that all those roads from Novakhovka going south are leading towards Crimea, evidently. And a few minutes ago, I said it already, that I have doubts, personally, and I think I'm not alone in that regard, as to what the Russians were intending to do. They have positions in 3 places, which we know of: Kladivka, Veliki Kopani, and Chaplinka. Chaplinka is also where, since many moons, when was it, Doman, I think, before or after Easter, they had built out the airfield in the southern outskirts of Chaplinka to a full-blown military airfield. It's a very short runway. They had a lot of helicopters there, transport airplane and the likes. They extended even the runway a little.
It was handback central for a while.
Yeah, exactly. And when they had problems with Chernobyevka, they receded to Chaplinka. Then they started reinforcing the area, put S-300, S-400 there and the likes. Some of them were targeted, and in recent weeks, Ukrainian HIMARS strikes have hit Chaplinka. Now, if you take your measure, you can say, for example, from about 20 kilometers away to Chaplinka, it's only 70 kilometers to our friends at Chaplinka. So they're fully within range. So the question is really, where on earth would the Russians want to defend in depth? Fortunately, Yehuda is coming up, so we can ask him that question. Yehuda.
Yes, I just want to remind everyone to go to the MriyaReport.org website. We have a newsletter. Just we made the call out a while ago because Twitter Spaces is an amazing place for all of us. We plans should Spaces no longer necessarily be a part of the Twitter platform. I'm not saying we've heard anything, but it's just good to be in touch. We do have AB's mic is hot. We do have alternate plans for broadcasting should we have to. We don't want to, but as you know, things are changing at Twitter at a fast pace, and we have other options and other well-known social media platforms where we can do the same thing. And if you would like, if that does happen and you would like to know where we are, we will have it posted on our main Twitter handle account, but also we will email out that, including a newsletter of military updates, which will be released not shortly, but in the next little while. Hopefully, within the next couple of weeks, we'll have a military update and just an overall update on Ukraine and MriyaReport. If you want to sign up for that, you can just go to the website MriyaReport.org, and we can sign you up for that, and you can unsubscribe if you want. It's really we have a lot of requests from our listeners who have said that they're worried about Space's existence in the new change in ownership. Hopefully, I hope it stays. I hope Mr. Musk sees the value in the work we're doing here. It is all volunteer. I think we provide a decent service to the people who listen. So if you'd like to, go to the MriyaReport.org website. It's like up on the top there. Instead of Maria Aid, we can go to Maria Report. And you can, maybe we should change Maria Report dash Kherson to MriyaReport no space.org, so people can visit that website. Axel or Doman, whoever's in there, if you just shorten the Maria Report to one word and then put .org, that way people can find us easier, and you can sign up to our newsletter, and or just sign up to get verified information on a platform change should Spaces no longer cease to exist. That would be the only reason we would switch a platform. I just wanted to add that, and if we can remind people occasionally, that would be great. Thank you very, very much. And it looks like Alex Cavatelli.
Since we're in a Canadian team, Cavatelli, go ahead.
Thank you. I wanted to ask, so on the other bank from Dnipro River, like, what is the landscape there? It doesn't seem there are many places where Russians could dig in. Like, it seems there is steppe and very little places to hide. So, like, question would be to military: how is it a coincidence that they are digging somewhere near Crimea? Is it because the landscape in other places is not very good for having lines of defense, or like what's your assessment?
I'm very worried for all those digging in right on the riverbanks of Dnipro, that they might not have a very good understanding of how a water table works right next to a river.
I'll also say this: if you look at the map again that I posted, and you want to zoom in, all of that indicates lowlands, very low, wet, marshy lands where the Russians are. There are new updates as of the last hour that there's more damage to the Kakhovka Dam than people would like, and that it very well could indicate the Russians sabotaged and destroyed more of it. It could have been command detonated by Russians as Ukrainians were approaching. That means whether they like it or not, they're going to damage their positions more so. Maybe they don't intend to be there, whatever. And that's why I put those dashed lines showing a move back. They're within range of all sorts of Ukrainian weapons. It's a slope where the Ukrainians are on the top part. The Russians are sitting ducks there. I can't imagine any Russian commander would, even whether they're ordered to stay or not, would actually stay there, because they're literally in the open in a floodplain, and it's a dangerous position for the Russians to be in. So the question becomes: are they that? It's an idiotic move to stay there. The question is, when do they move? Where do they go? And if the dam as the reports are coming in, they're trickling in, if you pardon the pun, that the dam is more damaged than people had expected, and that means that water will eventually crest over the bank there on the southeast side and will make mobility concerns for the Russians. It'll make defensive positions indefensible or uninhabitable, really. So, that's what we're looking at now. We don't know where the Russians will stay. They are congested in and around south of Antonivka and across from the Kakhovka Dam, spread out at least on the northern front where the Kakhovka Dam is. Russian forces tend to be arrayed a little more intelligently. They look like they have VTG/brigade size frontages between them, and that includes an artillery brigade, an artillery regiment, 5 motorized rifle brigades, including a naval infantry type of infantry brigade there. These are all minuses. These aren't full brigades, I suspect. So they have a lot of that there. They're arrayed a little more, as I said, intelligently. However, they're still within range of a lot of things Ukrainian. I can't imagine that they're going to stay there. It could just be a staging area. They're going to move further east. The situation for Russian forces just east of Kherson is far worse. They're quite congested. There's not much terrain they can occupy due to the actual ground. Again, you can look at a topographical map of Kherson area, and you can see it's a very strange terrain, not conducive to very much except transiting. But the Russians have not transited as of yet. There are at least 5 motorized rifle brigades, 1 rocket artillery brigade that has been there actually for months, that are co-located in a very small area. There is a road that goes to the southeast down towards Crimea. I would suspect they would have to move farther away from Kherson. I don't see them attacking the city without being attacked themselves. So that's where we're at right now, Alex.
Thank you. Very, very detailed answer. Thanks.
No problem. We got Wendy there. I'm going to drop off for a bit there.
No worries. Yehuda?
Go ahead quick. Yeah, sorry, I got to run out. Oh, CJ's here, I see.
Okay, yeah, I'm just saying, if you find anything, we are looking at rumors that the troops have arrived at the winery next, opposite the dam, but there is absolutely no verification I can find for it. We're looking for everything in that regard. If you find anything, if you hear anything, it would be super helpful for us.
Yeah, I'll let you know. If I get anything before anyone else, I'll definitely be here back to explain it.
Thank you very much. And for everyone listening, we're currently looking at information which has been floating out and about that Ukrainian troops have made their way from Berislav onto Vesele, and Vesele is opposite Nova Kakhovka, and therefore on the other side of the dam. We're trying to verify this. It's a bit muddied at the moment, and there is conflicting information. Some people say or indicate that Ukrainian troops have made massive gains and passed the winery. Others say they don't, and we will try to verify that. We apologize if there has been any kind of indication that we were sure or certain about it, because we're not at the moment, but we'll see. CJ.
I would just say the satellite imagery of the Nova Kakhovka Dam bridge being blown partially, again, a very small segment, and the lack of vehicle activity on either side would suggest, of course, that the Russians aren't there, but more than likely, at least Ukraine light troops are there. I guess, is there a reason to suspect that Ukraine isn't already north of the dam at this point in time?
Favorite answer, I don't know. Let's go to Kalle. He has his hand up.
Hey, yeah. So sorry. First thing is that I a little bit know Russian. So does Novosibirsk Geda mean like 2 weeks or forever? That was. Does anybody know Russian? But I'm not sure if Twitter works. But anyway, so my first question, the question is that how vulnerable is the area beyond the Dnieper? That like if Ukraine wants to take the rest of the Kherson area east of the Dnieper, that is it realistic that Russia can defend it? It looks like geometrically, when you look at the map, it looks like the supply lines are very vulnerable. That Ukraine can just pummel them with HIMARS.
We just kind of answered that on the last question, right? What the terrain is like. It is pretty bad for the Ukrainians. I mean, for the Russians. Sorry.
Yeah. So you think that that area is not defendable, or is it defendable?
I don't think so. Yeah, no, that's what I was saying. CJ, what about you?
Well, since it's mostly a floodplain, right, which means it's very shallow and a lot of marshes, and the fact that there's very limited roads, as you pointed out, the favor will go to the side with less equipment and more infantry, generally speaking, since the mobility is so restricted, which tends to favor Ukraine at the moment. The other side of the river, where the fighting had been for the last 2 or 3 months, should have favored the Russians, right? Hard packed. Yes, there were waterways, but it was, as people here would say, tank country, though I despise the term, but nonetheless, very suitable for that kind of armored warfare that Ukraine seemingly beat the Russians at. So now it's going to favor, a more infantry fight, a lighter fight, a fight that doesn't require as many vehicles, and this is something that Ukraine is better at than Russia. So Russia can defend it, but not as well as they could of the other side, which is one of the great parts about them retreating to here. As Yehuda pointed out, it is if they want to have good observation and fields of fire, they have to go on the top of these riverbanks that are very exposed. I mean, they could put a concrete pillbox on top, but then they'd be also a very identifiable target. So there really is no good area there to defend well, which is going to necessitate them having an armored reserve somewhere in the rear, where the terrain's a bit better for that. But at the same time, it's still going to be in HIMARS range. It's still going to be not really able to support this fight that's coming on the other bank of the Dnipro. So really not a good look for the Russians.
So is that of course we always like to laugh at the Russians, but is that the reason why they're digging those ditches in Crimea?
I would say yes. That's a good point, right? They kind of want to choose their battles very carefully, and I think based on what we're seeing, they seem to think they might fare better deeper into the territory in Crimea, where it's more hard packed, where they have more fields of fire. But at the same time, if they let Ukraine get to this point, and by that I mean the border of Crimea itself, well, then Sevastopol and all these other areas are in HIMARS range. So really, that's the real problem here, is that Russia has no way to counteract the significant Ukrainian long-range precision fires. So even if they pick a better country for their tank battles, they're gonna find out the hard way that it's much worse for them. This was the one benefit they had to keeping Ukraine so far away from Kherson City initially, was a lot of these areas were outside of artillery range, but the second Ukraine was able to break through at the end of September and early October and push to about 35, 40 kilometers from the river, it was really just a matter of time before they're going to get leapfrogged all the way back to
CJ, you vanished.
I lost that last bit, but sounds really good. Thank you. I'll drop down. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And CJ, I tend to agree with you on what you said, evidently well argued. I still would call it tank country.
I would only call it tank country if there's leopards involved. How about that? Is that a good deal?
Point taken, conceded. Let's free them. Erland.
Yeah, I'm gonna turn a bit to a different subject. I've been looking through videos and pictures, and do you remember the liberation of the northeastern part when we were trashing the Russians for their poorly managed positions? We call them hobo camps, and yeah. Well, it doesn't seem that they learned a lot. I cannot see as much trash, even though I've seen quite a lot of trash even this time. But a few things we pointed out, which the FSB agents, if you're still listening, probably you did, and you're still listening, and you didn't relay the information that we gave you last time down. That if you set up a position, ammo boxes is not a good solution for cover. May I suggest some bags of sand, or maybe actually digging some real trenches? And also, if you want to have a position, a firing position, you want to kind of cut down the bushes in front of your position, because or else you're not going to see who's coming towards you. Well, I'm sorry that you didn't manage to relay the information down, FSB agent, whoever you are listening. But yeah, the Russians are not learning. Not a lot, at least. And that's my comment.
All right, thanks. CJ, could the
Alrighty.
Rangers hold that floodplain?
Say again, Yehuda?
Could the Ranger Battalion, is that where you want to be?
Definitely not.
Floodplain to hell?
The last time Rangers tried to hold a floodplain, it was Cisterna, and 3 battalions were wiped out by Germans. So I don't think they want a repeat of that.
So all in all, there's a lot of historical precedents. This is not terrain that the Russians want to be engaged in. Do you think they're staying there, or do you think, like me, they're moving somewhere else, CJ?
Well, we know that, at least based on reports over the last couple of weeks, they've cleared out this area in the floodplain of a lot of civilians. They've set up sort of an engagement area. Yehuda, I mean, I've got no idea how effective it is. Of course, that would be the smart thing to do, is not necessarily stay right on the river, but kind of back off from it. And if Ukraine tries to cross, just keep massing forces and kind of play whack-a-mole, I guess, would the best way to describe it, without, not preventing them to have a bridgehead. But if you just stand at the riverbank and stare at the Ukrainians, you're going to die. So really, there's no good way to go about this. And this is why it's so interesting that Russia gave up so much of this territory so quickly. And then we're trying to find more details about if there's still a Russian presence north of the river, and what exactly they're doing, if they're truly just all in civilian clothes running around, if there is some effort to hold these bridgeheads or any of the river crossings still, to try and give the Russians time to build up defenses more.
What do you think about these reports that Russians are in cities and there are thousands of them waiting in Kherson? I'm not sure I buy it.
I don't buy that there's been an official order to have them be in civilian clothes, I guess. I buy that there's definitely confusion if there's anyone left, but in terms of whether or not that was part of the plan or not, I guess that remains to be seen.
Could be just a deception, right? Let the Ukrainians slowly go through the town just to slow them down a bit. I would suspect that no one would stay there.
A deception from both sides. I mean, there's a lot of interest in Ukraine saying this as well. Like, look, like your forces are in disarray. You have 20,000 people over here. And so the Russians that did make it safely over have no idea what to think. So there's a lot of effort here, which is why we're going to have a hard time getting to the bottom of it right now.
Yeah, 100%. Latin, go ahead.
Yehuda, is it okay if I just make brief mention of, I'm talking about the Kherson advance, but just an observation, something that I just saw that from the airport at Kherson, so slightly off topic. Is that okay?
Sure, go ahead.
Okay, so our friend on the space, Ukraine will win, posted something that looks like it came from Telegram. As of last night, I had been thinking, I'm curious to see when the first images of that airport, the Kherson airport, come out, because it was previously a base for the Ukrainian Army Aviation, so a helicopter unit, and I'm sure they would be putting it to use pretty quick. I thought maybe I'd see burnt out hulks, things they could use for parts, but the video is pretty amazing. It's what looks like a fully operational Russian Mi-8 transport helicopter. If that's an indication of what they left behind, it says a lot about the panic, the state of the situation that CJ was referring to, and you can bet that that equipment will be put to use very quickly by the Ukrainians.
All right, that's good news. I didn't hear anything about it, but I'm not surprised.
It's posted. It's on the comments. So if everybody is interested, have a look at it. I'm not sure if it's a she or a he. Ukraine will win, but anyways, it was posted about an hour ago.
100%. Yeah, and Axel, just go ahead and put my poster with the map on there on the nest and clean up the back end, please.
Yeah, sure. 1 sec.
Yeah, no, look, I think CJ, I mean, we all recognize that, this was a trickle, then it was a flood, right? So they were trickling out for the last 3 weeks, as CJ said, drips and drabs, maybe, platoon company sizes. What do you think, CJ? Something like that? Let's take that as a yes. And then, last 48 hours is probably a mad dash to the water. I doubt that they're very organized. I doubt that they've done things with a lot of thought. We saw crypto cards left inside of command vehicles by the Russians north of Kyiv. Things that the simplest thing that it would take to destroy, they didn't even destroy. Stuff that's just common sense, like 101. First week in signal school, you're taught to do that. So what am I to think that they've destroyed heavy equipment and machinery properly? I just don't think it's in their. I just don't think it's in their constitution. They're not very good at the whole soldiering thing.
By the way, whilst we have Latam on very briefly before we go to the map, which is now in the nest, Yehuda. Latam, did you see that in Chelyabinsk, a helicopter has been reclaimed in full frigging good order?
That's what he was just talking about.
Oh, sorry, I did.
Yeah.
I lost. I apologize. I lost audio for about 30 seconds.
Axel, I'm probably using the wrong name. I'm sure Ukrainians refer to it more correctly by the name you used. I just call it Kherson Airport because that's what it says on Google.
Yeah.
But it's a big facility. You can see revetments. It obviously was a fast jet base at one time, but the Ukrainian Army Aviation was the unit that was based there prior to March. And no doubt that unit is very eager to reclaim its old base, and it's also going to be able to make it easier for them to provide close air support, other support to the ground forces, being that close, being able to just cycle around, come back, rearm, refuel. So if they do move forward, as Yehuda was suggesting, the helicopter, the rotary force, has been playing a very visible, very important role in close air support of the ground forces, and expect that to keep going, keep happening.
There you go. Thank you very much. And I unfortunately didn't hear that before, and I apologize, mate. Erland.
Oh yeah, that helicopter was epic to see. I hope it's in a good condition. So is CJ still around? No, he left. But yeah, okay. To Yehuda then. I'm guessing that getting a position on the left bank of the Dnipro it should be quite high priority for the Ukrainians. How do you see that most likely to happen? Is SOF units, is it in their capability to secure an area which can be used as a landing area? I'm thinking that time is critical here. It's probably better to secure an area as fast as possible in order to create some sort of pocket which you can later on use I guess artillery here is that's why I hoped CJ was around. I guess artillery here is going to be crucial if the Ukrainians can manage to clear the Russian artillery.
I got it.
Yeah,
Yeah,
okay.
no. So listen, special forces. I can tell you, just recently reading a publication I had to do for my own work. Literally, one of the things they're tasked to do is to secure LZs and landing zones. So yes, they could be used to do those things. So do I know what they're doing? Absolutely not.
No, I was more like asking. I wanted to ask what kind of priority this should be with the Ukrainian army.
Well, the priority would be. I can't tell you what the priority would be. I would assume, they have their own prioritization matrix. But yes, it's something that the special forces can do and that they would do, and I can't answer what the priority would be. Sorry.
Well, that's a good answer too. I'm just thinking that time is crucial here, and in the chaos of this retreat, I guess the faster it would be done, the better it would be. But well, we don't know the situation on the ground, so yeah, I understand that it's a difficult question to answer. Thank you, anyways.
Yeah, no worries. We just don't know what all the considerations that the Ukrainians have to deal with are, right? So just totally would be a guess, right?
Yeah, I understand. Thank you.
Do we have any updates in the meantime? Beulah, did you hear anything? Because in the last hour, there was complete and utter silence as to prisoners of war. Earlier on this afternoon, we had some indications that a lot of prisoners have been taken whilst entering the city, and that a lot of Russian soldiers had surrendered.
Yeah, no, we were just talking about that earlier. We won't know that until a couple weeks down the road, but we can suspect that there were obviously thousands of Russians that were on the flanks defending the city in the withdrawal, and so we don't know if they were destroyed in place or if they had surrendered, but we'll find out. Definitely way too early.
Yeah.
To tell.
Okay.
Let's go to Polly.
Polly.
Yeah, just add a brief comment to the earlier question. In general, I would say that the south of Kherson and the Zaporizhia direction, and well, Ukraine in general, it's further ground for SOF operations and ranger activity because there are vast areas and there aren't that many rescue forces, and there's friendly forces and friendly inhabitants there. So in general, that area is quite further ground. But the priorities, I would not say that that's now the first priority for them. There are many more priorities, in my opinion, that come first or second or third before that operation, in my books. Thank you.
All right, we'll have Finesse coming up. Finesse, you came to speak. You have a question? Question or comment?
Yes, hi. I had a few comments. I had a question for Colonel Spencer earlier, but I guess he may be not with us anymore. A couple of things. I saw 2 videos this morning that were sort of bittersweet in terms of the Kherson liberation. One where there was a company, it looked like, of the Azov battalion soldiers who were there helping to liberate Kherson. And I know for them, it must have been, a bittersweet time to be at the liberation of a city when they fought so hard.
Can you forward that to us?
Yes, I can go back and search for it. yes, I can do that. And then the other was a Chechen battalion or company. It looked like that was there. The Chechen volunteers for Ukraine. And I'm sure for them to be there when apparently the Kadyrov soldiers were, there were a lot of them in Kherson, I know. And they had been holding out as well, I think, until yesterday. So that was kind of interesting. I just thought I would bring that up because, there were a lot of different units involved in this operation, and some of them, I'm sure, had, experience to bring to bear to the situation. And also, I'm sure Kadyrov will take notice of the fact that there were Chechen volunteers fighting his units. So interesting stuff there. And then one note, I did follow, I mentioned
When you, Finesse, when you say this, it's interesting because I haven't seen any imagery of the Azov at all involved in advance on Kherson. What was interesting in that regard, as you mentioned, units, and yes, there are Chechens serving. I wasn't aware that the Free Chechens were currently in that pocket of Kherson, advancing to the city, because they were supposed to be on the northeastern side going to Berislav, but we can check that as well. So if you can forward those bits and bobs, that would be helpful. What is more interesting in that regard, when you talk about notable units, the 79th Air Assault Brigade, which is from Mykolaiv, which has been recently highly decorated yet again for their work. They have been part and parcel of splitting the Russian forces between the eastern and the western part of the segment. But there you go. That's just by the by. Please go on.
Interesting. Yes, both of the videos that I mentioned looked like they were in towns in the Kherson Oblast, not in the city. So they were pictured with citizens, in the towns that had been liberated. So I thought those were both interesting kind of, things to think about. And also in terms of, the significance of it. Anyways, the other thing I wanted to bring up is when I was monitoring the Kherson residents on Twitter, they said the troops started, well, first of all, they were looting for the last few weeks, which wasn't a sign they were planning on staying. They knew they had to go at some point. But they also mentioned that the soldiers I think it was in the Novokhovka area, had been told that they would be withdrawing on the 10th. And they were told to start getting rid of their ammunition, their extra ammunition. And the residents said they heard them blowing up their ammunition stores. They weren't rocket strikes. These were soldiers blowing up their ammunition stores. And then I did also just see another video of some Russian Marines blowing up a couple of their tanks, not in the city.
Well, that's what you do. If you
Yeah.
can't get across,
So
you take a frag grenade and get rid of it.
exactly, and that's what they were doing. So I think there was some organization around the withdrawal, but I'm sure because they're Russians, it was absolutely chaotic as well. For that many people to get over the bridges, or swimming or whatever they plan to do. Yeah, so that's all, and I'll forward you the Azovs that as video if I can
Yeah,
find
my
it.
colleagues just sent me something. Everything is depicting what they call Kherson territory, which in this instance would mean oblast, but it's nothing which was pertaining to Kherson city. That was my surprise. My information was that they were further to the northeast. But hey,
No,
all good. If you have
it's in the
something
oblast. The
yeah,
one I
okay.
saw was in the oblast. It may be
Yeah,
the
that makes more
same.
sense. That makes
Yeah.
more sense.
Yeah.
Because they've been concentrating their efforts. They're very well organized SSO troops that I know. But okay, thank you very much for that. Kind.
Yeah, you're welcome.
Cheers.
Cheers.
All right. Now, Wendy, why are we here? Why are we doing this? For what purpose?
Because success, Axel, is never guaranteed, but it is earned. And Ukraine's liberating armed forces have exemplified to us, to the entire world, qualities which exist in the simply superlative. It is, I mean, I'm sure we are all raising a glass right now to the free people of Kherson, and sharing a tear of joy with all Ukrainians too. And I mean, there's so much news, isn't there? But I mean, the symbolism of this liberation on the 11th day of the 11th month is also unavoidable. So, yeah, so much news. But it's a privilege and a pleasure to be sharing it with you all.
Yeah, the key thing is that we're here in order to support our Ukrainian friends, and we do this through whom, Wendy?
The wonderful charity that is MriyaAid, which for 8 months has been supplying life-saving, non-lethal aid to Ukrainians. And of course, the place we are currently at, the MriyaReport, which has been providing this wonderful information space, this space for solutions, solidarity, and promoting Ukrainian voices day after day after day. And today we have seen something quite extraordinary. And I'm glad to say that's brought up a couple of hands. AB, if you want to ask a question or make a comment on the Russian invasion of Ukraine, just could you raise your hand, please, sir?
How do I do that?
You press the heart icon and you press raise hand. That's just the system we have here. Yeah, you just did it and then you took your hand down. So just try that again.
Perfect. And in the meantime, we'll start with Clyde and then Brian, and then we'll go to A and B. Clyde.
Thank you. What a day. Question, if it's relevant. If it's not, that's okay. Is there, obviously what's next is some point what's south of Kherson. From a historical perspective, can we learn anything from you all on this space from a historical perspective? Because Crimea has been fought over so many times, on how that might go, what piece of ground might be gone for next. Does it have any relevance to today, or has the technology changed so much that it doesn't? Thank you.
Well, funny that you mentioned this, because obviously there is historical precedence, obviously for also from a time when technology, as you quite rightly said, was different, and where essentially matters took a bit more time and more effort. But between the 26th of August and 17th of September, there's barely 3 weeks, right? Because that's how long it took the last time around, when a force advancing from Kakhovka to Amiansk went into Crimea and went into Melitopol. There is precedence for this, because as CJ and Yehuda already highlighted earlier, this flat pan surface is not easily defensible, specifically if you have logistical challenges and a force composition and force structure as the Russians have. Ukraine can take this. Ukraine shall take this. It must take this. This is tank country. 3 weeks.
Wow. So Ben Hodges said, I think a month ago or so, that quote, I think his quote was, "They'll be in Crimea by February." Maybe he's going to be right, or even late.
I think he's right. He's right. In Crimea, February. On to Crimea at Armyansk, sooner.
Thank you very much. Thank you for the space.
You're very welcome, Clyde. Brian.
Thank you very much, Axel. And I see George is in the house. Shout out to George. George posted, has tweeted something just recently that captivated my attention, and being utterly ignorant of the topic, I would certainly appreciate a bit of guidance. He retweeted something from Alexander Vindman, which sought to shed some light on a bit of the dysfunctionality in the Biden administration, at least being provided by some of the utterances of the chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff, General Milley. And I wonder, does anyone have can shed any light on that? And when I read it through the thread, it sounded credible to me, but as I said, I don't have any deeper background of information on that to tell whether how much credibility.
What is the specific question? Then you read the text, you read the transcript of what General Milley said, right?
Yes.
Okay, so you read the transcript, so you understand what kind of language he used, and that he spoke in a conjunctive, as we would say, subjunctive, right?
Oh, sorry, Axel, I have to say, no, I'm sorry, I did not read that. The only thing I read was Alexander Vindman.
Strongly advocate to read
yes, okay.
exactly the transcript, because it becomes clearer when you read it that the delivery of this and the timing of this may not necessarily have been the most advantageous from a signaling perspective. It's fine, but General Milley is a general. He is a military man. I highly advocate everyone to read that text. It's worthwhile taking in, thinking about it from a military perspective, and then you understand why he allowed himself to say what he said, and he's a very serious man. We don't all have to agree with him. He doesn't agree, I'm sure, with all of what we say, and why would he have to? He is a very accomplished man. So, please
much
read the text.
appreciated.
Very important. Then you have to fear less.
Thank you very much. Very helpful.
You're very welcome. All righty. Now we go to A and B, right?
Yeah, hi. I'm also raising a glass today, celebrating with Ukrainians, but I'm just having some thoughts that the commander of Russians in Ukraine, Surovikin, is actually, he knows what he's doing and why he has ordered a withdrawal, and that he's also obviously very powerful to be able to sell this idea very quickly.
Did he have a drink with this? I mean, did he have a drink with that when he said that?
I haven't, who, what?
Did the general, the fair Russian general, did he have a drink with this statement, or was he sober?
I have no idea, but I don't know. But I mean, he managed to convince the highest echelons in Kremlin that this is a good idea and withdraw the units, the Russian army, and.
I think that this is what Mr. Putin would have to, as a president, would have to now say, right? Somebody convinced me to do so, because he, as a military man, said it's a good idea.
But I mean, for them, it was a good idea, I think, because
was it?
Yeah,
they should have done it much earlier.
They should have done it much earlier, but at least now, instead of
15,000 troops into an untenable position, don't you
absolutely
agree?
I absolutely agree, but better for them at some point rather than never. And now from what I was checking on maps, on Google Maps, from the north side of Dnipro River, you can still not attack with HIMARS the east connection from Melitopol to Crimea, right? It's some 120 kilometers.
Who says that 120 kilometers is the limit for the currently available HIMARS ammunition, because the extended range ammunition or ordnance Ukraine has goes beyond that already. I think that's not correct.
Then I hope it's. Then I hope I'm wrong.
The the GIMLRs or GMLRs, ERs definitely can hit that. So, but I'm delighted that we can bring up John Rich, who lives, breathes, and sleeps rockets. So give me a second. But that's what it is essentially. Both the road as well as the railroad line has. Both of them have been in effective range for quite some time.
That's very good. And what about the water supply to Crimea? I think that's going from Novakakhovka area down south to Crimea. Is this now kind of in range for Ukrainian army to use as a leverage, or not yet until they cross the river?
There is no leverage, AB. It belongs to Ukraine, and I don't know what version of Google Maps you're looking at, but the one I'm looking at does not tell me the range of a HIMARS.
I was assuming it's about 70-80 kilometers. I mean, that's my.
Well, it's always good to make triple figures, isn't it? Whether it's cricket or HIMARS. Yeah, so I'm going to bring in John Ridge because he's an expert on this stuff and he's really familiar with it. John,
That's
welcome.
a full Centurion.
Okay, thanks.
No, but Wendy, isn't that a full Centurion then?
It is a Centurion indeed.
John.
Thank you very much, Axel. Wendy, I have to say, the cricket reference went right over my head. I can't imagine watching a sport that's even more boring than baseball, which is saying something. But in any case, regarding GIMLRs, the maximum published range is approximately 85 kilometers. In actual reality, you can push it beyond there. There's some trade-offs there, and you will lose performance in other areas, namely accuracy, but you can push it beyond 85 kilometers a solid bit. There's currently, that just recently entered production, an upgraded version of GIMLRs called ER, Extended Range GIMLRs, that has a published range in excess of 150 kilometers. We don't know what the true figure is. It retains full accuracy out to 150 kilometers plus. There is also Vilha-M, which is a Ukrainian domestically developed and produced precision-guided MRL multiple rocket launch munition. That's a 300 millimeter rocket. It's launched from Ukraine's Smerch systems, their BM-30s. It has a published range of about 120 kilometers, and there's an upgraded version, the Vilha-M2, which has a stated range out to about 200 kilometers. The accuracy of those systems compared to, say, GIMLRs is not really well quantified. Vilha-M is believed to be quite a bit less precise than GIMLRs, but the numbers are somewhat vague. But in any case, there was a Ukrainian missile strike on Hinachesk last night at a distance of about 130 to 140 kilometers. So they clearly have these weapon systems. So the rail bridges and road bridges from Hinachesk and Chonhar, they're all within range, and the rail bridges and road bridges at Armyansk are in range of usual GIMLRs, less than 85 kilometers.
Okay, great. Thanks for explanation. So it seems like the roads, railroads to Crimea are well in range now, from what I understand.
Correct, yes.
Okay, thanks.
All righty, I'm pleased that answers the question. Thank you, John. Bionada, good to see you. Good evening.
Thank you. Good evening. Yeah, on a little different topic. We were talking in the last days because of the Ministry of Defense, I think was it, posted the question, "What is courage for you?" And we discussed it in the last 4 or 5 days, and we discussed, for example, the Marine Battalion engineer Vitaly Skakun Vladimirovich, who blew himself up in Kherson, with a bridge to stop the offense. And today, the Ukrainians in Kherson, the civilians, showed us what courage is. They put up the Ukrainian flag they put up the flag of the European Union, and I also saw a flag. I couldn't believe it. Like it was 20, 30, 50 meters. I don't know how long it was, but it was amazing. And I mean, it was risky for them to keep these flags and produce these flags. And I mean, 2 hours after the liberation, the soldiers just went into the city. You could see flags everywhere. It was amazing and very courageous.
Absolutely inspirational, wasn't it, Bernardo? And it's. I mean, there are street parties happening in Kherson right now, as we've no doubt all seen. And to think that this is happening now, when we saw through the lens of the screens we've witnessed this war through 8 months ago, the occupation of Kherson and the forceful, tyrannical troops that were brought in to oppress people who went onto the streets to show their identity, just like in Donetsk and Luhansk oblasts in 2014. They went out onto the streets with their Ukrainian flags, and the people of Kherson are currently able to celebrate because of the heroism of Ukraine's armed forces, and it's a wonderful sight. Erland.
Well, there was a comment about the good decision making of the so-called general of the special operation. I'm just the Ukrainians have been attriting the Russian forces in whom took off defensive positions around Kherson for months now. And I do not believe that this decision was anything anyone in the Kremlin wanted to take at any point. I'm pretty sure there have been generals shouting at, or maybe not shouting, but suggesting that they could not hold Kherson for a long time now. But the real decision makers, they did not do what was most purposeful for the Russian army months ago, when it was obvious that this would happen sooner or later. And yes, they had to retreat, and they probably would have been defeated anyhow, maybe even these days. Who knows? Maybe the Ukrainian forces were on the verge of breaking through, and the Russians just had no other option. This is how I see it. There is nothing here we can see as good decision making from Russian military leaders. The retreat looks rather chaotic, even though they probably did pull out soldiers the last few weeks. And I just cannot, I can't compliment the Russian decision making on this side. We also need to know that, or need to acknowledge that the Russians are not communicating anything that is the truth in any point. So it is very difficult to judge these messages and the staged videos that they produce, and then judge it as good decision making. Then to my next point, we didn't talk about the 45 Ukrainian soldiers who were exchanged and liberated from Russian captivity today. And this is another good news, which I want to highlight in the fog of this very emotional triumph of the Ukrainian army. And it is very nice to see that Ukrainian soldiers are liberated from Russian captivity, and that is also a very good thing to celebrate today. Thank you.
Well said, Erlens. Never assume that loud is strong and quiet is weak. And they've been shouting from the Kremlin for a very long time. And they have been taught quite a lesson over the last 48 hours. And you're absolutely right. Arming democracy arming democracy better than tyranny has proved itself absolutely vital, hasn't it? Because it leads to greater concessions, and we've seen that demonstrated today in the release of these POWs. George.
Good afternoon, good evening, to everyone. Yeah, I was gonna say, I think one of the things that people keep asking, what's next? Where is Ukraine going to go next? Is it going to be Crimea or whatever? Right now, I was going to say, it seems that obviously the Ukrainians have now the strategic advantage. They pick and choose where the next major fight's going to be. I mean, the Russians can make their little attacks. Look at this thing in Bakhmut. They've been slugging away there since May, and have made about a kilometer and a half. Somebody correct me if I'm wrong. But the strategic initiative is right now in Ukraine's hands, and I think the next phase is going to be carefully planned out, if not already planned out. And they're not going to commit to an attack that's going to attrit their forces on the same level as it would the Russian forces. In other words, they don't want to get into a slug match with the Russians. That would play obviously into the Russians' hands. They want to keep this like high casualty difference that they've had for the last couple of weeks. The other thing is that I know Malcolm Nance has been on this MriyaReport several times, and he has stated it emphatically that he believed, even I think it was just a few weeks into the war, that eventually the Russian army would either wither on the vine in Ukraine or collapse. And from what we're seeing now and what we saw today, that's starting to look more and more as a very solid possibility. The collapse phase, I would say. I'm gonna say this. I think people have to understand what must be going through the Russian soldiers and these Russian commanders. They have literally been getting their butt kicked now for at least 2 months straight. They got their butt kicked in the beginning of the Kherson offensive. They got their butt kicked, just served up to them in the Kharkiv Oblast offensive. And now this one, the continuation of the Kherson. Whoever has survived this, whoever made it to the other side, their morale is lower than snake turds. It's rock bottom. Right now, the Ukrainians are in these guys' head. The last thing these guys want to do is take on the Ukrainians again. And that's going to be a huge problem that I don't think the Russian command is going to be able to overcome. The next attack, the resistance is going to be very futile, I believe, on the Russian side. They just don't have the training. The few veterans that are left have to be scratching their heads because they've seen their fellow soldiers get chopped up piecemeal by the Ukrainians. And I just don't see how they can hang on past like January. Another offensive, especially a winter offensive, will definitely break their back. Doesn't matter how many thousands of soldiers they pour into it, those guys will all be inexperienced. But the veterans right now, the veterans that are left, they have to be scratching their heads because they know that the Ukrainians have their number.
And those veterans, as you say, George, are going to have to work alongside, or being forced to work alongside, routed troops, forces which have been decimated, as we've seen over the last 48 hours, and rightly so, for being the occupying genocidal war criminal forces of the Muscovite army that they are. They have been routed, and some of those forces are going to be put alongside troops which have not been routed. Let's just put it that way.
Exactly.
What effect do you think this will have on the unrouted troops? What effect does this amalgamation have?
It begins to turn catastrophic at the first engagement, because these guys are now what we call gun shy. The routed troops that have survived, that have made it across and back, the other guys that were not maybe in this battle and had some experience will be able to see it in their eyes. It's going to be all over their faces. They're going to know that this unit that's to my right or my left might not hold in an attack. In other words, if we're attacked, if they turn and run, obviously you're exposed, right? Because you want a continuous defensive front. Any attack, or if I move forward, if I'm the experienced soldiers and I move forward, and the guys on to my right or my left break and run, then I'm moving forward into the enemy line, and they don't, then I become surrounded, right? That would be the logical conclusion. But like I said, psychologically right now, even the veterans, it starts getting into your head. You're psychologically defeated. And that is a very difficult problem to extricate an army out of, that mentality. And there's been historical, battles that has happened. Once you start suffering one defeat after the other, it takes a miracle for you to rebound from that. And especially if you're not well equipped, you could be a defeated army. You might have to retreat and still have your spirits high, especially if you get, let's say, let's just take the British Army. The British Army after Dunkirk. I mean, you wanted to say that was the not rock bottom, but that was a very low point in the British Army, because they had been defeated and had escaped pretty much with their lives, all their heavy equipment pretty much left over in France. And they had to be re-equipped, and that was an issue for Great Britain at the time. But while they were being re-equipped, other parts of the British Army, like in North Africa, started having some victories. Yes, that bowed the nation's spirits. You had the Battle of Britain. You started having victories, and of course, the guys that were in those 330,000, whatever, started getting equipped better. I mean, production went up, things like that. You started getting better weapons. There was a lend-lease from the United States, things like that. That's not happening in Russia. There is no lend-lease coming from a country that can give them the supplies that the United States gave Great Britain. You're not going to turn this around. Especially when you're mobilizing conscripts and you've got what you're supposedly you think that now the thinking is that you're going to do delaying actions in Ukraine, and hopefully by the spring or whatever, you're going to have 300,000 guys trained up, and you're going to throw them into the mix, and everything is going to be hunky dory. You're going to be back to being a number one. That doesn't happen like that. This isn't the movies. This is reality. You have a broken army with a broken fighting spirit. And right now, you cannot dictate where the next battle is going to be. You just don't. The initiative is in the Ukrainian hands, and it's in the Ukrainian hands to lose. And there's no doubt in my mind that the Ukrainians know that, and they're not going to commit anything a foolish move. People might say, "Hey, we can take that south bank, we can take that left bank of the Dnieper River." But that's going to be a tough battle. I mean, it will be tough because you're crossing a body of water. You have to establish bridgeheads under enemy fire. That is tough. Is there an easier way to achieve your goal? I'm sure there is, and the Ukrainians will find it, and the Ukrainians will shape the battlefield to their advantage. They have the advantage. They have the precision weapons, which the Russians don't have. They have the time. They know that the Russians are not going to be the ones that are going to want to initiate action in the winter. The Ukrainians can. They're getting supplied. They're getting the vehicles they need. They're getting the weapons they need, the cold weather gear they need. And over the next month, they'll probably shape the next battle. And when it happens, it'll probably surprise a lot of people, namely the Russians, but it'll surprise people. And I think the outcome will be very swift, because broken spirit, broken morale, and in winter, especially if you spent let's say the next 6 weeks freezing to death, the fight's gone. The will to fight evaporates very, very quickly in the cold.
Thank you, George. I'm really interested in your insight into this, George, on this topic of this first engagement, like you said, and the effects of this. As this coming Sunday, which in my country and some others we call Remembrance Sunday, and I know other countries have their own version of such commemoration. People often go to memorials with schoolmates or colleagues who served in previous conflicts, and can see just a scintilla of the legacy which combat can bring, just a scintilla. And to imagine freshly, and to bring it back to Ukraine, to imagine freshly routed troops in the position of being on that line with, say, Zaporizhia, which is what we're basically talking about here. The effects that you describe on the some of the forces that may have been there for about 8 months or so. This is bound to have an effect like of which you describe.
And the only reason I'm discussing this is because in Desert Storm, that's what happened to the Iraqis. They had a huge army, but they were cut off. The air power cut them off from their supplies. It was like cut them off from their supplies. They saw their, fellow units just disappearing. Like they'd wake up in the morning, and these are after action reports, and interviews with POWs that anybody can look into, and a company commander saying, like, half my company's gone in the middle of the night, and we didn't get to fire a shot because there's Apache helicopters taking us out from like 7, 8 kilometers away. We can't even hear them. Yet I've lost, like, in one night, in one night engagement, I've lost 15 tanks. Same thing is going on with the Russians now, and it's not Apache helicopters. It's different weapons, but they're long range fires. CJ keeps talking about it. Yehuda keeps talking about it. You know, you're talking about a HIMARS strike 70 kilometers away from where you are. You don't even hear it coming, and all of a sudden your headquarters or your ammo dump is gone. Your assembly point, where you're assembling your troops for whatever next move you're going to make, you know, and you've lost like a quarter of your force before you even engage the enemy. Every time you try to engage the enemy, you keep getting routed. I mean, you're talking about, you know, all last week we're talking about 600, 700, 800 troops being killed in one day. That's just the killed. We don't, like I said, I think the wounded part this is just my personal opinion. I think the wounded is ×1. I don't think it's ×2. I just don't think that that many guys that are getting wounded are surviving. That's why. And you're getting, let's say, 700, 800 wounded, and you're getting another 800 wounded. 800 wounded, 800 killed. You know, that's a BTG and a half. 2 BTGs gone in a day, completely out of commission. You know, you're seeing Oryx. He's running out of room on his post of where to put all the equipment that they're losing in a 24-hour period. So, you know, where's the morale going to come from? Where's the fighting spirit? There is no Zhukov standing in the wings, you know, with the NKVD to, you know, put the iron back in their spines, as they say. None of that's happening. So, you know, the inevitable end is near. It's near. It's just a matter of time. But the Ukrainians have been patient. I mean, the most incredible thing is that this liberating Kherson. Of course, you want to liberate the people because you know what's going on in the occupied territories. We've seen from the liberated areas the horrific torture and treatment that the Ukrainians are receiving at the hands of the Russian, you know, horde. But they did it the right way. They knew that they had to liberate Kherson, but it wasn't like, oh, hell bent, we're just going to hammer our heads against the Russian positions and take Kherson because we have to take it. They took it, but they went away. They went about it surgically. They started the offensive. They suckered the Russians into pouring in all kinds of men and equipment into an area that the Ukrainians knew that they could cut off. They knew they could cut off. So they switched. They baited them. They switched. They took the Kharkiv Oblast. They freed that up from being shelled and bombarded, which was on a daily basis, saving their people. You know, moved soldiers around. I'm not privy to their movements and exactly what's going on, but I'm sure they moved soldiers around and prepped for this offensive. And they prepped for it because all you heard every day was different HIMARS strikes on bridges, pontoon bridges, ammo dumps. They pretty much strangled the army that was on the right bank of the Dnipro. They starved it of supplies, fuel, and everything you need to be able to defend yourself from an attack. And that's why, and hence the collapse.
George, thank you for your service, sir.
Thank you thank you guys, everyone on here who's ever served, and thank you everyone who's on this space, volunteering their time. It's amazing. And we've had very important people on here, that come on this space and hear different people's opinions, and it has an effect. People don't realize it has an effect. You have people that leave this space, and then you see what their posts start going up because they realize, hey, this is a way to get our point across. This is a way to sway not only public opinion but the opinions of people that count. So I salute everyone that created this space, keeps it going on a daily basis. In all honesty, it's a huge service, and it gives the Ukrainian people a voice outside of Ukraine, which is what they need. They need to get their message across, and you guys are helping getting it done. Thank you.
Thank you,
Well,
George. And
Wendy, is it fair to say that George is one of us? Because all of our audience, all of our guest speakers, this whole community, every one of us, we don't have to agree on each and everything with each other. I'm absolutely certain that some of you even believe that they enjoy pineapple pizza. However,
No pineapples on pizza. You will be
thank you. I told you.
persona non grata in Italy if you even mention it.
È vero.
Sì, è vero.
E
So,
che cazzo.
yeah. So, calmate. The reason I'm highlighting this, yes, we can all disagree on oh so many things. But there's one thing which unifies everyone here. We support Ukrainians fighting for sovereignty, their freedom, democracy, their rights, their expressing their agency. Because this is what others have done for us in the past. This is why we all live in freedom. As a consequence, we cannot ever stand idly by. Which is why I said it before. Immanuel Kant derived the categorical imperative, the moral obligation to conclude something and act upon it. Unfortunately, it hasn't always been heeded as advice, because there is a certain radicalism to that guidance. But it gives you freedom, meaning the freedom of taking that radical step to defend someone else when necessary, even if you disagree with that person, even if you don't like that person, even if it's a neighbor who you thought was always quite odd. But it is that neighbor's freedom to be unimpaired, unmolested, free, and your neighbor as such. This is what this means to defend freedom, that you do not stand idly by. And this is 9 months into it. And we've all been here, and we're just here. Some of us have traveled to Ukraine. Some of us have shipped to Ukraine. Most of us, in some shape or form, have donated not just their time and their resources and their thoughts and intellectual capacity to it. Many of us have jointly worked for it to support Ukraine. Out of the categorical imperative, or the categoric imperative, depending on how you want to call it, arises a privilege. It's our privilege to serve in freedom this righteous cause. Because service is a freedom you choose, or service is something which you choose in freedom and as a free person to render. And this is what we all have chosen. And this is why it matters. And this is what we shall do.
until Ukraine is free and unmolested. Thank you.
Thank you, Axel.
Bloody well said, Axel. With that, we'll go to Frank. You've had your hand up a while, sir. Please go ahead.
I did. Can I have a mic check here? I'm down in Mexico.
Loud and clear.
Oh, very good. Well, I had one reason to chime in, but now I've got three. Axel, as always, your moral clarity is so appreciated. Just your words are phenomenal. I love it. Thank you. And occasionally I like Yehuda as well. And I love Anda. Daryl, I see you there too. You're awesome as well. And many others. Thank you so much. That's my first reason for, that's my last reason for chiming in. Second reason is pineapple on pizza. I love it. The first pizza I ever had in my life was 30 odd years ago, and it was in Italy, and it had pineapple, and I've loved it ever since. And I love the thumbs down.
Have you got that in Italy? They did it for the Americans, man. Nobody else.
Yeah. No, I'm Canadian, but that's okay. Anyways, the third reason the main reason why I put my my hand up earlier was it's come up a few times now that should Ukraine use water to Crimea as a point of leverage? I just don't see any leverage there at all, to be honest, for two main reasons. One of which is Russia clearly does not care about their soldiers. They don't care about their people. They certainly don't care about people of Crimea that have been so-called Russian citizens for only 8 years now. So I just do not see them caring one iota about the people of Crimea. They certainly care about the ports in Crimea, but the ports of Crimea can get sort of first crack at any water that's available. So I don't see any leverage there. And then the second reason is that the government of Russia knows that the people of Ukraine care about the citizens of Crimea. So they know that it's basically going to be a bluff if that's the case. So that I don't see how that's going to provide any leverage at all, unfortunately. Sorry, I hate to be the bearer of bad news on such a great day.
Not at all, Frank. You're spot on. Where was this particular issue noted? Where was this issue in 2014 when Muscovites were imprisoning Crimean Tatars and occupying Crimea and taking over the buildings where people live, the homes of Ukrainians in Crimea? Where was this issue then? It did not exist. This issue is entirely manufactured. This purported issue of water to Crimea is just an issue. It's just a talking point of disinformation from the Kremlin. As we know, the Crimea is Ukrainian land. Thank you for pointing that out.
Thanks. I know I just had a quick point. That's all. Thank you all. I've been listening to this space for. It's hard to get off of it for the past day and a half here on my holidays, but it's been spectacular. Thank you, everybody.
You're most welcome, Frank, and thank you for waiting so patiently with your hand up.
And by the way, if I may shoot one thing, Wendy, Frank, you are a participant of what is currently the single largest Twitter space in the world. As of this evening, yet again, not that this is unique, it happens from time to time when we're not overtaken by a billionaire who collects umpteen thousand people, or by some discussion about some football game which lasts for half an hour and then people log in. That's fine. It's completely okay. That's what Spaces is for. But this is still, and this is why I take a lot of pride in all of us here. Absolutely every single one of us contributing to this space, being with us, discussing with us, setting us straight, clarifying us, helping, finding the right data. All of you make this what it is: valuable, resonating, clarifying, and unfortunately very bloody addictive. So thank you for that. MriyaReport, you.
Thank you, Axel. I'll drop down now.
Thank you, Frank. Ivana.
Thank you, Wendy, Axel. I wanted to follow what Bionade said and George and you, Axel, so eloquently. I won't be so eloquent, but I'll try. We are seeing now how Ukrainian people celebrate the liberation of Kherson and all those videos with the joy and the encounters with the soldiers and the people that are welcoming them with whatever they have, with fruits, with pies, the young girl that plays the violin, all the joy and all the relief that they have. And I'm seeing them on Twitter. I hope they are on Telegram. I don't follow Telegram. And I truly hope that this uh, they will be seen by the Russians, both military and simple citizens. I really hope that they will see this because they've seen fights, they've seen atrocities, they've seen destruction, and this that didn't impress them. But I hope this joy will make them ask another question: what is patriotism? Because this version that they were fed with, this twisted version, which is nationalism, Nazism, it's not real patriotism. And when you see these people in Ukraine that are so uh, full of joy and willing to fight for their country until the last millimeter, I don't know, meter of land is liberated, maybe they will reflect upon this, because it's not in the interest of their country to support this war, and they should say no to this war, and they should say no to this regime if they are really patriotic. That's what I wanted to say. Thank you.
Thank you, Ivana. I can't really add anything to that. Culture, the Ukrainian culture it has bested anything which has come out of anything of the country which lies east to it. And it has shown itself to be an exemplary force for good. And like you say, the violin player today in that video, there are no adjectives that that I can add which would add to what you've just said. Thank you. Erland.
Oh well, I had my hand up for a while and I forgot my initial reason for having it up. But Axel mentioned some things that touched me dearly, and I want to say that well, I came into the space late. I don't know why I never discovered it, but a few months I've been here, and Axel, you've been here all this time, and you were absent, or at least not as active as normally for a few weeks. But on your behalf, I'm very happy that you are active here right now. I hope that gives you some joy, some energy, some nice moments that will help you in the motivation of helping this amazing society, this amazing group of people that has come together over these 8 months of terror by the Russian regime in the spirit of freedom, democracy, of free speech, free thinking. Because one of the things that I've noticed most dearly in the space is that we give we give the possibility for most voices here, and it is really emotional for me, because I'm used to, especially because a lot of us have different political standpoints, but we have this common ground of democracy, freedom, human rights, the value of life. And I think this is in so much very of the spirit of the Ukrainian culture and what the Ukrainians want from life. And this is amazing. I want to say something personal, that when this war started, I was on the verge of leaving. I have some colleagues from the army of mine who are still currently in Ukraine. Some people came back to Norway, and some of them participated in the defense of Kiev, and some are still in Ukraine. I didn't go because of some personal family issues. Otherwise, I reckon I would have went. And it's still conflicting me a lot, but I found other ways of helping. And at a moment this summer, I was demotivated, sad, etc. But this space gave me the motivation to still continue to help and push, especially the political. I don't have a lot of political influence, but the little political influence that I have, I've used, and I'm still trying as much as I can, and also sometimes donating whatever is rest of my monthly salary to different initiatives. And yeah, this group is amazing. This group of people that has come together over the space of the chaotic Twitter is amazing. And I hope that whatever happens with spaces, Twitter, whatever, that we will find together somehow over the internet, or maybe at a beach in Crimea. And thank you, Axel, for everything that you do, and all the other co-hosts, Wendy, Paulie. I like your amazing contributions, Joanna, your everyone, Latin. Thank you, and language. I see you down there. Thank you.
Thank you, Ellen. That's very kind of you to say. I must correct you on one thing. Axel has been working 24/7 since this space began, and to give any impression otherwise is entirely inaccurate. I don't know when he sleeps. But you know, I like you, Erland. I'm one of these people that listens into the Mirror reports, you know, on my headphones at work, pretending to be on a phone call, and I've done so for 8 months, and it is everyone here as a collective effort which makes this space what it is, and provides up-to-date information on Ukraine 48 hours or more ahead of what is reported anywhere else. We are the world's only 24/7 Twitter space dedicated to Ukrainian freedom, Ukrainian liberty. And we are all here for reasons which I'm sure we ask ourselves on a daily basis. Why are we here? It's because we have seen since 2014 what the Muscovites do. I mean, people elsewhere will know this better than people from my country. You know, people in the Baltic will know the 200,000 people deported between 1940 and 53. You know, or the dekulakization of the Soviet Union and 31, whichever part of the world you're from, people have some some knowledge of this and some knowledge of what happens when the Muscovite forces occupy a place, and the support which is needed from the free world, which we now know works, we now know liberates people from the images we've seen on our, through the singular lens on our screens in the last 8 months, 8 years, whatever it is for you. We know it works. So please do double down on your efforts. Now is a time for celebration. Now is a time also to double down and double up and contact your political representatives and say, look at this righteous cause. Look at Ukrainians liberating their territory. Look at this. This is where we want to be associated with, this righteous cause. And with that, I'd like to recognize Dr. Nick up to the panel, who has a wide range of expertise in this field. Good to see you, Dr. Nick.
Hi, how are you?
Fine, thank you. Wonderful to see you this evening.
Thank you. You too. Glad to see everybody else here too. Looks like we got a big group today.
Certainly is on another momentous day, which is wonderful to say. And Erland, you've got your hand up. Please go ahead.
Well, yeah, I just wanted to recognize that I know that Axel has been there all the time. I just wanted to say that his absence as a speaker has been noticed. And I don't think I'm the only one that thinks and feels the same way. And I know that he is dedicating enormous amount of resources and time, even though when he's not speaking. And yeah, this is not just a Twitter space, Wendy. It's a community, and I believe that we are probably the only community in the world, if not well, amongst the not Ukrainians that are on the internet 24 hours communicating and relaying information about what is happening in Ukraine. I'm sure in Ukraine there are several, but this must be the only one. And it is a value for the whole world. I'm pretty sure that there are plenty of journalists listening in on this space because they are incompetent and not able to find reliable information. And this is, well, to me, this space has made me realize how badly information is being broadcasted in the world, how slow it is when it comes to the mass media, because everything before I joined this space and started listening to it, I was trolling through Telegram and other information sources, and I was so frustrated about not finding any news outlets reporting on the information that I already knew until I found this space. That says a lot. And thank you all.
Thank you, Erland. And if they are listening, let's just correct a couple of things straight off the bat on the front foot. Number one, people are not being evacuated. They are being deported. There have been 4 million deported, abducted Ukrainians against their will in the country currently known as the Russian Federation right now. This is not a withdrawal from Kherson. This is a rout. This is a rout by a carefully planned, as a result of carefully planned strategies from a righteous force, which has adhered to every convention of the laws of armed conflict, in complete contrast to the enemy it faces. So let's just get those two things righted here, if they're listening. Because I, for one, am quite sick and tired of reading, like you say, mainstream news with particular wording. Wording matters, language matters. The the verbs used in and the nouns used in the context of this war, they really do matter, because they go on to form the next narrative. And we have seen this since 2014. Let there be no doubt that the scenes we have witnessed in the last 48 hours, which we have seen the most incredible scenes on the very same plaza in Kherson, where 8 months ago, Ukrainians bravely walked out in front of armored personnel carriers and troops pointing AKs at them, and they waved their Ukrainian flags in defiance of this. It's a privilege to be part of this space. So I'm going to go to Latin. Welcome, sir.
Hey, yeah, thanks, Wendy. And oh, hello. Yeah, radio check. Can you hear me?
That was my mistake. My fat fingers. I apologize. I swiped over the phone. I apologize. I'm sorry, Latin.
Okay. All right, no problems. Just kind of responding to Arlen's comments, because I mean, I do spend a lot of time on the space talking about some of the technical aspects that I'm a little more dialed into, in the bigger picture, that helps us when we all do that collectively. It helps us to understand what's going on, and sometimes I think we all need to see light at the end of the tunnel. But today was a day that, yeah, it was more emotional. I mean, I'm not even Ukrainian, right? I got no Ukrainian background at all. But there were a couple of the scenes today, some of the videos that were coming out that, I mean, there was the one, and I forget the name of the village, but big burly soldier and the very much smaller elderly lady who gave him flowers and then kissed and hugged him like a son, and then even kissed his hand. I mean, it's just so real. It's really what this war is about. And I'm very, democracy matters. Freedom, real freedom matters. It is still worth fighting for. It will always be under threat by those who want to control. And I'm very proud today that I hold the citizenship of 2 countries that stood up on the right side of this. And let's hope that more countries, some just won't, but let's hope that there's enough that we can keep pushing Ukraine towards its righteous victory. That's all I wanted to say right now.
Very much appreciated. And by the way, here I just highlight, there is a core group of people who, inspired by what our friend and colleague Yehuda did in the first couple of nights, joined. There's a couple of people who were there and here right from the beginning. That includes the likes of Marche, who was here on the space yet again on this momentous occasion of freeing Kherson, Doman, Fairlane, of all people, who is busy like hell at the moment, which is great, but at the same time, she's always here too. There's Edward, and language learner, who should be here in a second, if I'm not quite mistaken. Couple of boys, couple of girls. Nearly all of us, in some shape or form, are still here and working on it. Those who stuck it out, those who were willing to commit, those who were willing to, in between, take a break here and there, absolutely necessary for normal human beings, not, robots, amongst which we probably have 1 or 2. But other than that, we jointly, as a community of people, have generated more and more people who are willing to commit. Dr. Nick, George, Wendy, everybody, Joanna, you name it. Many people who have just said, I will dedicate myself to it. I'll be here. And I'll sacrifice time, effort, and the likes. I remember that Language and I think the first days when we ever created a chat, we were trying to say, we need to organize this. Nobody sleeps. And Language was, I think, when Verlaine fell asleep after 18 hours, he was carrying the candle for another 6, way into the late morning hours of his, so that I could take over again with Maciej. You remember that?
I do. I think I was out over my skis a little bit there, to put it mildly.
Yeah, and then once we had you on, and you were literally falling off your skis in the snow, if you remember.
I was out of sorts, to put it mildly.
And then I received an image where literally you were photographing the skis in the snow. The reason why this all matters is that on momentous days, such as today, or the recent 48 hours, whatever you want to call it, where one of the main objectives the Russian invasion had focused on, Kherson, in which they captured in hazard fashion because of a number of incompetent and treacherous people failing to defend the city, as much as some of them who then died heroically at a bridge and at various checkpoints around that bridge. The city could not be held, which is why so many thousands of people had to die. So many thousands had to be tortured. So many thousands had to be deported. Why this city, as important as it is tactically, strategically, and culturally, had to suffer that much. And it's an extraordinary day, and I'm very glad that everybody is here to celebrate it a little. I think language, we both remember how it felt when the city fell. And it never felt right since. So I'm very glad that everybody is here.
I am very glad that we got to this point. It was bad when it happened, and unfortunately there were a lot of very brave people who tried to slow it down and paid that cost in their own lives. So it's nice to see that while we can't bring them back, their sacrifice can be recognized today.
Alrighty. We have a couple of hands up, and I will have to step down in a few minutes because you wouldn't believe when it's getting late here. If you don't mind, I think it's Kalle first and then George, and then we'll go around.
Thank you, Axel. Same time zone, so it's late here too also. But I have to say that only thing I want to say, I want to join in this celebration is that if you are able to watch any of those videos from Kherson and all those people celebrating the Ukrainian army entering the city, it's been long 8 months. 9 months, 8 months, long time anyway, that we have been suffering through all these atrocities that the Russian army has put the Ukrainian population through, and these are the moments that we have to celebrate. So definitely, I don't have anything clever to say, but watch those videos and enjoy those moments. That's all I have to say.
Kalle, that is much appreciated. And this is a good day to express those feelings. When, if not today?
Yeah, when there will be more. There will be more of these days, but now we can say that I have been I have some connection with Ukraine, but I'm not gonna go into it. But I have to definitely say that these guys that I know, uh, they have deserved this, and I'm happy to watch them enjoy it. So So and everybody should join in and just see the like like that kind of like unhinged joy of when you find yourself that you are free again and the enemy has been defeated. That uh, this is what we have been waiting for so many months, and now it's here. But anyway, I will step down, and you guys have something more clever to say.
There's no difference in that regard. I think we feel you. We fully appreciate what you just said. Thank you. Alrighty, and with that, by the way, I'll hand over to George and also hand it over to Dr. Nick and Wendy because I shall really now retire and attend to the family. Thank you very much for everyone and for the wonderful evening with you and joining us on this, as I said, momentous day. It's absolutely vital that we keep this candle burning because we can see what impact it has. Because as a friend of mine said earlier today, who is based in Canada, a veteran of the Canadian Armed Forces, joined his old colleagues today, his old squadron, and all of them were talking about the MriyaReport. Same thing, a friend of mine, Ukrainian with the CSU, said that everybody knows what we're doing, that we're not perfect, but we are there at their side. That's the minimum we can do. Thank you, everybody. Good night. Good luck.
Thank you so much, Axel. I guess it's coming up to 1 a.m. Kiev time, midnight in other times, and about 7 p.m. on the East Coast. So if you're just joining us, this is the MriyaReport. We are 24/7. We're dedicated to providing the latest news on the Russian invasion of Ukraine 2022 and everything connected with it. So as you've no doubt heard by now, the ZSU has liberated Kherson Oblast. There are street parties in Kherson city right now. And all of us here, I'm sure, Ukraine's allies across the free world, share a tear of joy with Ukrainians today. As you can see in the nest, the total collapse, withdrawal of Muscovite forces from Kherson, west of the Dnipro, has actually happened. And this has been spoken about by our great range of military experts on this space many times in the past. And it actually happened, which is, it's sinking in. Goes the joke about the Moscow. George.
Hey, Wendy. Just for a little bit of levity, special Kherson Cat made a post today, and I posted it to the nest. I think it's really good. If you get a chance, please look at it. He found someone videotaped someone took video of a babushka from Kherson. At the moment she found out that there was one Ukrainian soldier that had been left unhugged. And just watch it for yourselves. It's a good laugh, people.
I cannot wait to see that, George. Thank you, Alan.
George, she has been riding a moped with one hand before that. Amazing.
I know. I would have crashed already.
I mean, I've been riding mopeds for a while and trying to ride it with one hand the first time. Yeah, she's been doing it for a while. I forgot what I was gonna say because that video is amazing. Oh yeah. Oh, I know what I was gonna say. Axel is still listening, so I'm gonna head on with it. Well, we shouldn't forget
what we should push for. And well, on this glorious day, we need to remember, first of all, the fallen. And I'm thinking about them a lot now, especially today. Thinking about when I'm looking at the celebration scenes, I get very emotional because I know how it is to lose how it is to lose a brother in arms, and there have been so many on Ukrainians and volunteers in who joined the fight for freedom and democracy, and they need to be remembered. And to see the joy of these people, it means they have endured more than we can imagine. And yes, it is necessary to laugh about the Moskva, to laugh about the Ruskies doing stupid things. For me, it's a way of coping with the horrors that they are committing. And but today it's been, sometimes during the day I've been very busy, but looking at the updates and seeing the videos, it's been all the time in the back of my head. All those people who had to sacrifice their life because they joined up the fight against the horrors of the Muscovites, or moreover, all the civilians that had to suffer being tortured, raped, murdered, kidnapped, and sent with buses into Siberia, Irkutsk, and whatnot. For what? For one little midget in the Kremlin's pride because of something that he wrote in a 5,000 words stupid thesis. This person, I don't want to even recognize him as a normal person. Oh, yeah. Yehuda is
So,
here, so
yeah,
I'm gonna stop the rant. Thank you.
yeah. Let's remember there are people who are short in stature and are good people too. So I wouldn't call out that immutable characteristic, but all other characteristics of the man are pretty evil. And I think he's got enough
I
bad
agree.
about
I'm
him.
sorry.
Yeah, it's okay. There's enough bad with him as it is. We don't need to fish. But yeah. All right. Do welcome to the Maria Report. Please visit MriyaReport.org if you want to follow us and on our different platforms as well, where we also have a newsletter. We've had some people reach out and say, "Oh, what happens if Twitter Spaces gets closed down?" We don't know if that's going to happen. We have no idea. So if you want to stay in touch, that's one good way to do it. So thank you very much. Welcome, Nick and Wendy.
Hi, Yehuda.
Hi. Someone found it funny that Nick's a woman and Wendy's a man.
Yeah, yeah. We're full of surprises here on the Mirror Report, huh?
That's it. We're all inclusive.
So it's a great day today, isn't it, guys? Kherson is free and everybody's celebrating. There's some somber things. Apparently, some more reports of you know, crimes against humanity that we're finding, which is kind of distressing. I guess we'll know more soon, but we still can celebrate that there are fewer instances of that's going to be uncovered now, thanks to this happening today as opposed to some other day. So we can at least take solace in that. It's a great thing. And go ahead, Yuda.
I was going to say, yeah, no, obviously it's quite a horrible situation, but the Ukrainian intelligence and military intelligence have been well aware of what the Russians are doing. There are obviously people within the city who communicate with the Ukrainian army, and as we saw, the rapid collapse of Russian forces through either surrender or being destroyed didn't lend itself to have the city destroyed as well. Are there pockets of Russians caught in between? Probably, but we know that most of the Russians, if you look at the map, and is it still up there? Yeah, let's go clean that up. George, Wendy, go clean it up. Clean up the nest, please. Remove everyone but 3 or 4, and delete the last one from George, just because I want to see the map there so people can look at it that I've posted. The Russian forces are arranged in a very strange fashion on the other side of the Dnipro. I don't suspect that's where they'll stay, because if you've seen any of the videos of artillery, Ukrainian artillery, it's very precise, and they are aiming straight at all of those Russians who are hanging out. Maybe they thought they could just get to the other side. It was a magic barrier. It is not, and the terrain there is not conducive. And it looks as though the trigger for the Ukrainian offensive, which is what we've all been waiting for, was the expedited Russian withdrawal in the last 48 hours specifically. But as we all know, Russians have been thinning out their forces in Kherson city and in the Kherson Oblast areas west of the Dnipro for the last 3-4 weeks. They did not do this in one night. And so obviously they left probably their poorest troops in terms of training and experience to fight some rear guard, whilst the remainder scurried across in small boats or whatever they could find. Not a good day for the Russian army. It is a great day for Ukraine. It is the first step, or not the first step rather, but it is just another step in the total eviction of Russian forces who are in Ukraine illegally. I still suspect that in the Russian mind, in the Kremlin, they still have some forlorn hope that that there'll be some negotiation where they get to keep something, a consolation prize. They think they deserve it. None of this is true, and they will not keep anything in Ukraine. And Ukraine will obviously have to fight to get all of its territory. And we're not afraid of the word negotiation. There are all sorts of negotiations that could take place. Technically, aboard a ship in Tokyo Bay, an instrument of surrender was signed. That's a form of negotiation. So we can talk about negotiations, and we can talk about how many Russians will be turned over to The Hague for international prosecution. We talk about how big the demilitarized zone in Russia can be, 75 kilometers or 50. If the Russians, and that's not even a bombastic claim. If the Russians want to make bombastic claims that they get to keep parts of Ukraine, the Ukrainians can say the same. I think that to agree in the middle, which is an internationally recognized border between the two countries, is probably the smartest and safest bet for all parties concerned. But I think that we need to stop. There are, unfortunately, I don't want to say useful idiots to be mean, but there are people who probably mean well on the media who will say things like, well, we can't really expect the Russians to leave Ukraine completely. So there's got to be some negotiation. And they don't finish the sentence. But what they mean to say is that parts of the Donbass should stay in Russia and the Crimea, because we just don't want to upset the Russians. I think the time has come where everyone realizes it doesn't matter what the Russians think. They're not going to use nuclear weapons. They're not going to be able to do anything outside of what they're doing already. So we consider it a victory here that the Ukrainians have one less city to be terrorized by Russian forces, one less city to watch genocide and hear of war crimes and rapes and murders being committed. But it's not done. And the Russians don't, they say we don't want to let the Russians do this or win because we don't want to let them believe that a bully can win and that might is right. Well, the Russians don't even have the might. That's the funny thing. It is not might is right. They don't have might. They bluffed. They had their bluff called by a courageous and tenacious Ukrainian army and military and population. And now the Ukrainians are winning back every inch of square kilometer of Ukrainian land, and they're paying for it in liters of Ukrainian blood. So I do want to highlight that today is a great day, and it is just another step along the road of the beginning of the end of this invasion. And we're going to see more of it. Russian forces that have collected on the east bank of the Dnipro are in a very disadvantaged position. It is a floodplain, technically, lowland, marshy, There's damage to the Kakhovka Dam. A couple of gates are open or destroyed. Any more of that happens, it would greatly affect Russian mobility through that area. I suspect the Russians will withdraw even further, so they're not within range of Ukrainian artillery, as we've seen them been pounded by Ukrainian artillery all day today. So thank you for being here, and we are going to have our friend Chuck Farrer as well. We have other friends in the panel. Feel free to raise your hand, come up to the panel, have a whirl. It is we've come a long way. We've spoken about this for months. That a lot of people did come up and say, well, when will the Ukrainians counterattack, and what's going on, and are they losing this war? They fought an impeccable delay and mobile defense in the east. They traded land for time. They traded land for security. Say space for security, space for time. They did that in order to get into better positions, to train more troops, to obtain more weapons. And when they finally were able, and they felt that they were in a good enough position, they conducted certain counteroffensives. The Russians culminated just because they're just poorly trained, poorly planned, poorly executing all of their operations. And when that stopped, you saw the tables turn. Ukrainians waited. They conducted enabling operations to help shape their enemy. They conducted enabling operations to take advantage of better terrain so they can have attack positions for advances that they would make later on. And that's what they've done. Everything they're doing is clockwork. It's not there's no guesswork here. They are definitely very, very committed, very methodic in their approach, and they are it's bearing fruit. Their actions are bearing fruit. We're seeing them. These numbers weren't make believe. For those who asked about a fight in the city itself, why didn't some people thought the Ukrainians left money on the table by letting these Russians leave. It works both ways. If they had to engage them in and around Kherson, they would have destroyed the city completely. They wanted to leave. Ukrainians probably made it clear that you're not leaving with your heavy equipment. So it's basically a trade-off. Those conscripts aren't very good at much. Ukrainians will get to them eventually, but the fact that Kherson City is relatively intact, compared to how it was 5 days ago, is really good news for Ukraine. They'll have a lot of rebuilding to do, and perhaps months of demining activities to counter any of the extra war crimes the Russians committed by sabotaging infrastructure in Kherson City itself. On that note, I will pass it off. I just want to give a recap of the day. So for those who are just joining us, yes, Kherson City has been liberated. Ukrainian forces pretty well control everything west of the Dnipro. There are small pockets of Russians in different places. The Ukrainians are conducting clearing operations to secure all of the territory, including the Kakhovka Dam. So we'll see that unfold over the next few days. And back to you, Wendy and Nick.
That's great. Thanks so much for that update, Huda. Just a little note. I see that there are 5 people or more trying to come up to speak. I'm having some kind of issue getting people up right now.
What about Wendy?
Yeah. So Wendy, I don't know if you can help me out. I might drop out and then come back in to see if that might solve the problem. So if somebody could just put me back when I come back. I'll be right back.
All right, Wendy, you there?
Yeah, thanks, Yehuda. Like you said, this is language matters. This is not a withdrawal, but a rout. This is not an evacuation of 4 million people, but forced deportations into captivity. So the Kremlin is no doubt scrambling around right now, trying to find an excuse for being defeated on the battlefield. But everyone should be aware of the new narrative it is trying to form, and listen to the actual realities of the forecasts that you've provided us over the last 8 months. This is a time where language does matter, as always.
Yeah, and just on that point, the route part, I mean, if there was no river and then the Ukrainians exploited this withdrawal, I'd call it a rout. But just because I would call it a very, very disorderly withdrawal, I think that the Russians were not interested in being engaged decisively, at least with Ukrainian forces. So there's a question mark on that verb. But I mean, we'll take it for what it's worth, right? I mean, clearly the net effect is the same. When the Russians are not there, they're in disorder and they're getting pounded. They're just getting decimated by Ukrainian artillery. I'm shocked that the first tactical bound that they thought that they should take is to be within 5 kilometers of that river. I don't know if you recall, Wendy, when this was brought up before, I had said to a few people, they're going to want to go 20 kilometers back just in case. But no, they're, in some cases, they're within view of the river. A very, very dumb move. They're in the low ground. The Ukrainians have far better equipment and sophistication, and they're angry. And the Russians, shockingly think that that's where they want to be. Some of those HIMARS and other or whatever was launched at the Russian positions are most definitely focused on the 5. There are 5 motorized rifle brigades, including a coastal marine, yada yada, and an artillery brigade and an artillery regiment. And I suspect that they're on the receiving end of a lot of what we saw there today on all the social media. I don't know if who's next there. Is it George or Erlen?
George, you're first, mate. Go ahead.
Yes, I just saw a posting, but it looks like somebody posted something about MRAPs. I think they were mislabeled. It was Ukraine weapons tracker, and they initially attributed them to being Israeli, but I think they might be South African. But I just wanted to point that out before anybody jumps to any conclusions till we get clarification on that.
Yeah, I don't even think it really matters, George. I think
No, yeah,
different
it doesn't.
countries
It doesn't.
yeah, different. I'm not sure what conclusion they jump to. Israel's helping in its own different way, and it doesn't want to share. I
Oh,
think
exactly,
that's
exactly.
pretty obvious. And
I'm just saying it's a nice
Yep.
addition, wherever it came from.
Look, when we see the Harrops in the air, that would be very interesting to me.
I'll have to celebrate that.
Yeah, but you know what? At the end of the day, we're looking at how the Russians, the dominoes are falling, right? So the way the Ukrainian army is constituted right now, they can push the Russians out on their own. I mean, Finnish border guards could probably advance to St. Petersburg at this point. I'm not sure. I mean, it's great to have more and obviously less people die when you have better equipment, usually. So I suspect that, we're going to see more countries will probably be a little more open about what they're doing as the war progresses and as Russia's footprint gets smaller and smaller and smaller. But I think as we've beaten to death the topic about Israel, it has a very unique position and a very specific desire to downplay what it's doing. And the haters are going to hate, I guess they would say in Israel. They don't really mind either way. But it signals intelligence and special forces stuff is probably a lot more of use to the Ukrainians right now than the MRAPs. But hey, I'm sure they'll take them, right?
Oh yeah, and to your point, I think we're from what we've seen the last week or two, and I was just mentioning earlier the morale right now of any of the Russian troops that made it across the river is like lower than snake poop. I mean, it's hit rock bottom. The imminent collapse of Russian forces in Ukraine wouldn't be a shock to anybody, would it be? Would it, Yehuda?
Yeah, that's right. I mean, I don't, and I said it before, and I'll say it again. I said once Kherson falls, I see the next, the next area of operations of battle space is probably going to be close towards Melitopol. If the Russians want to get chopped up east of the river, it's it's all on them. But we're seeing it. Imagine this. Imagine you see the Russians fall back to Crimea even, and then you have the weight of the Ukrainian force almost in a synchronized line, pushing down towards Mariupol and Donbass. The Russians have no play there. They're going to be flanked eventually.
Yeah. Now that you're on, I was going to ask you. So obviously the Ukrainians have the strategic initiative, and it, barring some catastrophic, like stupid maneuver by them, which obviously we're not going to see, they're not going to do anything that would yield that strategic initiative to the Russians, right? And they can bide their time through this winter.
Right. So I don't think they're going to bide any time during the winter. The Russians are they're, as we all know, they're very degraded. Their forces, they don't have force generation capabilities. They don't have the equipment. It's a losing battle for them. It's really a matter of when. And I suspect the Ukrainians will be eager to move east. As long as their supplies are in order, and Zaporizhia, the Zaporizhia front will open. That's been all quiet. You're going to see Ukrainians pushing down and southeast towards Mariupol. All of this will happen in due time, I suspect. And at that point, I mean, look, we still haven't seen the fallout of what's going to happen in Moscow over the next week. There could be major changes. There could be nothing, but I don't. This is not going to be a risk-free loss for someone in the Kremlin. Someone's going to have to answer to for all of this, for all these losses. Might be Shoigu, might be whoever, Gerasimov, not Gerasimov, might be Dr. Evil, Mr. Evil, Mr. What do you call it? Evil Mr. Clean General. Alrighty, and then Erlen.
Meyer flask. You forgot it, Yehuda.
I do often call you Mr. Meyer Flask, and people ask me why. All they have to do is his first name's Erlen, so it's pretty self-explanatory.
Yeah.
All right.
Well,
do you have a chemical reaction for us?
No. I do appreciate all of your analysis. I wanted to ask you, well, as much of this has been a retreat for last 3 to 4 weeks or whatever we might ought to believe, it is a major defeat strategically. I do not believe that the Russians started this retreat as a regrouping effort. It means that someone in the Kremlin or in the military administration managed to either convince or just took the decision of retreating personnel because they knew it was lost. And this is totally the effort of the Ukrainian army. That's somehow downplayed, not by us here, but in the media, by bloggers, tweeters, whatever. And we need to not forget that this is it is a victory, and I much appreciate your analysis over a couple of last months that you knew, or you understood that this is a long attrition. When we saw the Kharkiv offensive and everyone was shouting about Kherson, I give you all the credits of amazing analysis, Yuda, because you saw this long coming. And yeah,
thank you.
I just wanted to emphasize that the Ukrainians have been fighting these last few months for this victory. It's not this last week. And yeah.
Well, I don't think anyone would ever, accuse the Russians of goodwill gestures. I think everyone knows the Russians can lie to themselves, but anyone with a brain knows that they've been roundly defeated, strategically defeated in the first few days of this war. And if you look at, the answer to the question about how some people are able to, give a good guess or hypotheses as to what is going to go. A lot of it's terrain related. You have to look at Ukraine's terrain, and it's very prone to these large movements across the trace. So I mean, I did say that Kherson was going to get cut in half and taken half. The north half would get taken away. And a lot of that had to do with terrain. and then the south half would be one go at once because they can't do it piecemeal, and then Kherson. So obviously in Kherson City, the big urban battle was never had. There was no street fighting for obvious reasons. The Russians knew they were going to lose it, and the Ukrainians were more than happy to let those people filter out so that they could take the city intact. That's a perfect plan. And all the while, the Russians are saying that there's thousands then they're trying to fight some guerrilla battle to make it look like they're civilians fighting the Ukrainian army, and the Ukrainians are more than happy to oblige them in the lie, because it makes the Russians even look worse, because the Ukrainians are just going to say we captured tens of thousands, thousands and thousands of Russians. They obviously did capture Russians on the approaches, right? As we said, on the MSR, the main road down from the north, and the approaches through the canalized, they're like water and man-made water reservoirs in the southeast, in the southwest, correction, of Kherson City. So you definitely saw those were speed bumps for Ukrainian brigade groups flying across the country there. So that's why I suspect that the next, it's a big tactical bound, but we're looking at huge tactical bound from the Dnipro east towards the mouth of Crimea and towards Melitopol, Mariupol, and I suspect with a force coming down from Zaporizhia to secure the nuclear power plant, alleviate some of the electrical issues, and secure it from environmental terrorism that the Russians wanted to do. But we'll get there in due time. The Ukrainians are very methodical, as we've said, and yeah, I'm only happy in the "I told you so" when the people who came in bad faith and said, "Haha, Ukrainians have lost Donetsk. Haha, they've lost Lysychansk. They're going to lose." And we said, no, it's a delay. They're fighting a very meticulous delay, and they're going to counterattack when they're ready. And we were all right. So that's a good thing. Thanks for that, Erlen. That was an exothermic comment you made. Explosive comment. All right, who's next?
Can I just say, Language had his hand up just a second ago. I don't know if he just ran off, but related to what you guys were talking about. Did you guys see the video? This obviously staged video between I can't remember if it was the guy in charge of that offensive and Shoigu. That was pretty hilarious. It was like the guy who was I guess in charge of the Kherson region for Russia, right, was mentioning how they were going to, retreat, but, it would be a good thing because we're going to be saving, the lives of Russian soldiers, which is, of course, our utmost concern, and we'll be able to use them in another location strategically and all this kind of stuff. It was really hilarious because we all know how much Russia cares about their soldiers. Am I right?
Yeah, that was about a week ago, I guess, right? 4 days ago. And you're referring to Shoigu and so whatever his name, Sornikov.
Yeah,
No,
right.
performative dance for sure.
Absolutely. Language, did you want to go ahead?
Yeah, so there's some more downstream effects of this, and everybody, like you were saying, this is not something that happened overnight, but at some point they had to physically come out and address it. As recently as about 2 weeks ago, you had Russian forces. They called it an evacuation. It was really more of a kidnapping of any Ukrainian civilians on the north bank of the river. Then they ended up shutting down the ways for them to get across. They started moving Ukrainian civilians on the south bank of the river away, preventing their movement. But what's interesting is, like you say, it's terrible, terrible acting. I've seen better acting in CW children's shows on TV. But Surovikin, and this is an allegation, so we don't know if it's right. He is loosely more affiliated with the Silikoviki faction in Moscow. These are the militarist groups, folks such as Kadyrov, Prigozhin, who is trying to flex his muscles domestically. And there was a allegation, so it's just a rumor, big grain of salt here, because he was thrown in. He was supposed to be in charge for 3 weeks while his predecessor, whose name currently escapes me, is on leave. So we'll see about that. But because he was brought in and he is more allied with these groups that have been causing a little bit of strife for the Russian military establishment, calling them out when they fail, advocating for escalation, saying, Wagner's the only group doing anything, so on and so forth. If he ends up having to wear this albatross around his neck, and I don't know whether he will, that could signal some more internal power dynamics. And Dr. Ford, I know you have forgotten more about the Kadyrovite regime than most of us will ever learn. What can you see as he tries to interface more with Moscow politics, and perhaps he gets his knuckles wrapped a bit? What could be some outcomes of that? And do you see that likely at all?
Sorry.
So
Oh, sorry. Is that for you, Nick?
yeah,
Go ahead.
sorry. Look, my assessment, I only caught the tail on what you said because my daughter was asking me a question at the same time. So, so feel free to redirect me. But, Kadyrov, he, of course, has been for years trying to position himself as Putin's number one lapdog, right? And, in the event that perhaps it might be an opportunity for him to one day take over after Putin or what have you, right? But there's no way that that's going to happen. There's no way that Russians would trust a Chechen with the number one seat. First of all, second of all, we have noticed how shambolic, in reality, like in actual practical application, the Kadyrovsky and all of those goons have been actually on the battlefield. So I just don't see um him getting anywhere really. I mean, yeah, he was given some medals and whatnot, and so were some of his top generals or whatever, Kadyrov's top generals. But really, I see that as Putin being appreciative for the red meat thrown in the direction of the Ukrainians. Um, Really nothing else, in my opinion. They have been, Kadyrov has been rubbing the Wagner people the wrong way, and other generals, actual military generals in the field, who are irritated at the amount of attention that Putin was lavishing on them, especially early on. I don't see Kadyrov really going anywhere in any real position there. So that's just my take. I don't know if you were had a different question or idea about that, but based on what I heard, that's just my take.
Yeah, no, I appreciate. I guess sort of a secondary follow-up, and I know we have a bunch of hands, is because he is apparently extending himself more into Moscow politics and perhaps putting himself in a more risky situation politically, that he's claiming massive success to the denigration of other political movers and shakers. And he has, at least allegedly, allied himself with a person who is now responsible for one of the largest strategic defeats of Russian forces in this war. Do you think that there would be political knives in the dark waiting for him? And what could that look like if he overextends himself and is found wanting?
Right. Yeah. So, I completely agree with you that he is overextending himself in many ways. I think that, like I kind of mentioned earlier, that, a lot of people are irritated at Kadyrov. People that are higher than him in certain meetings have been put in lower positions in favor of Kadyrov, etc. And it's it could be a situation where something, accidentally happens to him. I mean, I don't really think that would happen, because it's in Putin's best interest to keep him at least in charge of Chechnya, because there isn't anybody obvious, who could keep the Chechen Republic together. And it's even questionable whether Kadyrov can at this point too, given if there's a defeat in Ukraine. So, it would be discouraged, at least from Putin's side, for people to be going after Kadyrov, in my opinion, just based on, how I know Putin perceives Kadyrov. He's kind of annoying, but he does a job, right, as far as the Chechen Republic is concerned. And I don't think that Putin would look favorably on anything happening to Kadyrov. at least not anytime soon, not before Putin is ready to get rid of him himself. I hope that answers your question.
Very much. Thank you.
You said that there were hands. I don't know if I'm having a problem seeing or if I'm having another Twitter pox situation.
I believe, Dr. Nick, it was Kerry, then Bionada.
Okay,
Hi,
wonderful.
hello. Thank you, Wendy. So a couple of observations, and I'm really sorry if one of these has been mentioned already. I've been having a late supper with my daughter, but I picked up on, and I thought it was significant. It was on Kiev Independent that Schultz said diplomatic solution currently impossible for Russia's war. And that felt like one of the strongest things I have heard from Germany, from the sort of old European vanguard that we've been quite disappointed with in terms of their language. It's listed by them as coming out about an hour ago, but that was probably the strongest language I've heard in recent time, well, in the last few months. And it was particularly interesting given the whole psychops post Sullivan visit to Kiev and the run up to the midterms. So I don't know if you guys have discussed this, mentioned it, but it does seem to me, it seems significant, that language. And then the other thing, which was quite valuable in terms of keeping the energy going in the broader public, in public awareness, was that Banksy has just revealed about half an hour ago, a new work that he's done within the broader Kiev Oblast, which, probably in the bigger scheme of things, for us it doesn't seem significant, but it is in terms of keeping that news out there, keeping things at the top of the news, keeping people who may not be interested engaged. And then the last thing, I've got Elsa with me this weekend. When you were last on, Yehuda, when I was on, I was mentioning that she's 16, my daughter's 16, and she's very, very, that age group, they use Insta. That's the main thing they use. And she had some really good observations about what would help to get the message around in that format, because she's seeing a lot of stuff that seems to be very pushed from the Russian side, but not the Ukrainian voices coming through. And she's very happy to assist on that side. I did mention at the time that Anda might be the right person for us to talk to. It would be sort of probably an offline DM and a chat, because she's got some good ideas about what would appeal to that age range, that audience. But I don't know if Anda is the right person, or if anybody could suggest who would be for me to contact.
Well, that's really interesting, Kerry, because never has it been clearer, the contrast between barbarism and freedom loving people as it has been today.
Absolutely.
Yeah, isn't it great to see? 48 hours ago, we were looking, we had the occupation of Nikolaev. 48 hours ago, we had the occupation of Kherson Oblast, and now we have the liberation of both Nikolaev and Kherson Oblast in the space of 48 hours. It's an absolutely incredible feat. And it just makes us think, doesn't it, that arming democracy better than tyranny actually works.
Yeah, and particularly I think, I'm a teacher and I teach this age range, and I know they're passionate and I know they care about the world and about their future. And these are going to be the young people that will see this new renaissance of Europe coming from the Eastern Bloc. That will be where our future is. That's where the dynamism, that's where the energy, that's where the new innovation is going to come for the next 10, 20, 30 years. That will be my daughter's life, will be focused around the energy and the dynamism that comes from that part of the world. So, anything we can do right now to engage that age group, to get them involved in that conversation, is really valuable.
I'd agree, Kerry, and I would. I mean, it's natural to to bring energy into a discussion about Ukraine. Ukraine's fundamental freedoms, its righteous cause for liberation and freedom from war crimes that we have seen on an unprecedented scale since World War II. To see it today, to see liberation from that today, is it really is an exemplifying factor which we can hold up to our children.
And sorry, Wendy, sorry. I was just going to say, so I mean, an example of this being, because I do think, obviously France, Italy, Spain, this part of Europe, which we were a part of, but this part of Europe really still doesn't get and still doesn't understand how dynamic that part of Europe is. They really don't get it. So, for example, my daughter, off her own back, has been learning Romanian for a few months, and she just wanted to learn that language. And every single person who she's told has gone, why are you learning that? In my head, I didn't influence her at all. In my head, I'm thinking, that's a bloody good language to learn. That is where we're going to be going in the future. If you can learn languages that relate to this part of the world, your future is going to be more assured. Your future is much more going to be engaged for a 16-year-old child in, Romania, Poland, Moldova, that whole part of the world. That's where it's going.
Absolutely right, Carrie. Thank you. And that part of the world is the eastern flank of the free world, with Ukraine included, as we know. And I would credit your daughter. Did you say?
Yeah, absolutely. And Adrian was lovely, actually. Adrian P. At the time, we were trying to get some links and some contacts so that she could have some advice or suggestions of where to go for information, for films, for language, because there's such limited access over here. And he was absolutely lovely. He gave her so many links on the DMs for me, which was really nice. And it was good for her because he said, that's fantastic. I love that she's learning my language. He was the first person apart from me who said, that's a great idea. Our brains are still so old world, and I'm lucky I work with teenagers, so my brain is kept very fresh because of that interaction. So yeah, so if that was just a comment, but I suppose the two things I'm interested in are, what do you guys think about what Schultz said? Is that significant? Do you perceive it as significance? I do. And also the other thing is, who do you guys think would be the best person, or if anybody wants to DM me who's part of the Maria report side of things, so that Elsa and I can have a chat with somebody and we can start talking through about how you would prepare materials on a regular basis to go out on Instagram to hit this audience.
Yes, and unknown are the two answers I'd give you there, Kerry. Yes, what Schultz says is significant because it's he is siding with democracy and freedom over barbarism. The Instagram trends that you describe, I unfortunately can't comment on, but I certainly do understand the challenges in trying to convey to that generation the importance of the location of the world which some of us have grown up in, and how some of us have been lucky not to have to fight for the freedoms that we live and enjoy. And I very much appreciate your comment. Language, mate, I know you've got your hand up. I'm going to have to just go with order of hands of Bionada, then language. Bionada, please go ahead.
Okay, I will just make a quick comment. My question we can handle later. It is important was what Olaf Scholz said, but as a German, I can tell you it was more important what Saskia Esken, the one of the two fraction leaders of the SPD, said a few weeks ago, and she said there is no more Russian gas, and we left Russian gas, and there will in the future be no more Russian gas, and we will not go back to Russian gas. And this is a more important thing, which is, I think, 4 or 6 weeks ago. And I think this shows the course for the future, and we're on the right path.
100%, and let's double up and push on and make sure that every single box is checked and every single invading Muscovite is appropriately dealt with. Thank you, Bionada. Language.
Right. I mean, there's good news, and I'm not trying to be a wet blanket here, but just talking with some Ukrainians. It's important to know, even in World War II, Victory in Europe Day didn't mean that everything in Japan was over. There continues to be fighting elsewhere. How do you climb a mountain? You climb it one hill at a time. Today, summited a pretty big hill. You can see the peak a lot clearer now. But this is a marathon, not a sprint. Just take the time, be exuberant, be joyful, because you need to take the victories. But the work continues and will continue, unfortunately, for probably a little while. So I encourage everyone who's listening not to despair, certainly, but to remain cognizant that this is going to take some time. Hopefully, it takes less time, but ultimately, there's still challenges ahead, challenges ongoing as we speak, and we should not let any further challenges or, frankly, defeats that may or may not occur in localized areas be a cause to suddenly change our whole optimism. We have to remain cognizant of the whole situation and say that there will be good, there will be bad, but ultimately we hope that it will be a positive outcome. And it appears to be trending that way and has been for several months.
That's awesome, language. And I think one of the many positive things today has been just how many more options Ukraine has in terms of liberating the rest of his country, having access to striking targets in the Black Sea, for example. I mean, that's a heck of an improvement from 8 months ago.
The circumstances have changed a lot. I mean, there's a reason I keep my profile picture the same, partially because I'm too lazy to change it, but partially to recognize when the war began, the whole best we could publicly hope for was, well, maybe there's enough Javelin missiles there that people can get most of them out of Kiev before the Russian tanks roll through and crush them. We've come a long way since then, right? You told us day 3 of the war that, oh, well, this is day 2, that this is where we'd be. I think a lot of people would have found that doubtful, but obviously onwards and upwards. So it's important to recognize where we were, where we are, and where we can go, but to do so with clear eyes.
Thank you, language. George.
Yeah, what language was just saying. I remember for Christ's sake, the first week of the war, I had to get all we kept hearing was that Kiev was going to fall. Kiev's going to surround. It's going to be surrounded. It's going to fall. It's going to fall in 3 days. It's going to fall in 4 days. It's going to fall. The Ukrainians are going to have to fight in the mountains in Western Ukraine. I literally, my wife's Ukrainian, obviously with family in Kiev, so she was at her wit's end. I told her, they're idiots on TV, because most of them were. They were spewing nonsense, because even if their whole army had been 200,000 and had tried to surround Kiev, it's a monstrosity of a city in size, and you're not going to take a city with 100,000 or 150,000 guys, even if they had made it down there. I had to plead and convince her to turn off the news, and I had to filter news that I was getting from different sources from Ukraine, so that she could actually be able to function. And I found you guys through one of my coworkers, who another young lady who's Ukrainian, that had found you guys on Twitter, and I started following. Like I said, yeah, things have definitely changed from Kiev's going to fall in 3 days. Then there came 7 days, and it came all the death dealing 40-mile convoy if anybody remembers that nonsense, how that was going to come down and just squash everything. You know, Kiev was going to cease to exist, and the government would have to like move on in government in in exile and all that. To now, we're waiting for the imminent collapse of the Russian army in Ukraine. Hats off to the Ukrainian people and their brave soldiers on this Veterans Day.
100%, George. And on this Veterans Day, on the 11th of November, we are absolutely, the symbolism of this day just can't really be overlooked for some countries. I know many other countries have their own form of commemoration of this day. And we are united together in this common cause as we witness these incredible Khersonians on the street, the same plaza that they were on 8 months ago, in defiance of Russian tanks and APCs and people wielding weapons at them. We see what they have we see a glimpse of what they have endured. We see their faces, and we know that many of them are missing, and we know, and we are yet to see that. But I would respectfully ask that we do savor this as Ukrainians savor it, in line with it, because we shed a tear of joy with Ukrainians this evening, and we should recognize that it is a tear of joy. And we have been following this for 8 months, 8 years, whatever it is for anyone listening. And that tear of joy should be recognized. Thank you, George. Gosh, so many hands. Abdullah, I think you were next. Please go ahead.
Thank you so much, Wendy. Hello, Dr. Nick and everyone else.
Hi.
Howdy, howdy. Just wanted to ask Language, if you're still here with us. Perfect. Language. I'm hearing that the mullahs in Iran have had enough. They have seen enough. And now they're saying that they're not going to send any more weapons, any more weapons to Russia. Apparently, after Kherson, they said this is enough. I was just wondering if the reports are true. Thanks, Language.
Thank you. They're great reports. I don't know if they're 100% substantiated yet. I certainly hope they are. We've seen that there has been at least evidence of increased frustration from the Islamic Republic, in that they've become much more publicly involved in this war than they ever expected, and it's costing them at home. We're seeing more sanctions discussed and levied by European countries that they don't want and frankly can't afford to deal with at this time. There was the Russian foreign minister, I want to say, or essentially the prospective second in charge to Putin, although Putin occupies a much higher role, who had gone to Tehran the other day and done so very publicly with the idea that this is to try and move this deal along, give us these ballistic missiles, because those would be a game changer in a lot of ways to replenish Russia's dwindling supply. I say give it another day or two. There's stuff still coming out, but it would not surprise me if we see that the Islamic Republic says, hey, we've gone about as far with you as we can, and the juice isn't worth the squeeze anymore. But they're also not exactly known for long-term forward planning, to put it mildly. So maybe they're trying to extract more concessions because now they recognize that Russia is weak, and maybe they can get some more money out of them. I don't know which way it goes, but hopefully these reports of them being canceled turn true. Unfortunately, just I want to say the other day or 2 days ago, a Iranian IRGC aircraft landed in Moscow as a transport craft along the same line carrying drones in the past. So it doesn't quite seem that they've cut everything off just yet.
One more thing. I've noticed that the crowds that we're seeing in Kherson today, they're not as many as the crowds we saw when the Russians were coming in. There were bigger crowds opposing the Russians. I'm just wondering.
Abdullah, I'm really sorry to interrupt. It's probably because a few of them have been, with respect, it's probably because quite a few of them have been under bombardment.
No, that's that's what I was gonna get at. I was just
Point that out,
wondering.
mate.
Yeah, that's what I was gonna get at. Were they deported, or was just that they were, just were many of them killed? I'm just trying to find out because it seems that the crowds are much fewer than the ones who we saw earlier back in March. Thanks.
It's more deported or managed to evacuate than killed, which is thankful. Roughly, this was as of several months ago, 50% of the entire population of Kherson Oblast had left. I want to say at least half of the city had found ways out. So some of those, unfortunately, especially in the last few weeks, forcibly deported, although the majority of them were able to get out well in advance, either to Ukrainian held lines or via Russian corridors through Russia to Ukrainian held lines in some cases. So I would not be surprised if we see some more of these internally displaced persons returning to Kherson in the coming weeks and months once it becomes a little safer in the minefields and all the explosives are cleared.
Perfect. That makes complete sense. Thank you so much.
Thanks, Abdullah. And as we've seen over the last 8 months, we've seen 4 million Ukrainians deported against their will. This includes 500,000 children, which, as you've no doubt seen, the Moscovali have used in their own propaganda. That it's been broadcast live across the country, which is currently their nation. And they've used this. These children, these 500,000 children, they've used this in their own propaganda. There can be no doubt that whoever is missing from Kherson, just as Mariupol has been a victim of genocide perpetrated by the Moscow forces. So whoever might be missing compared to 8 months ago, there's a very good reason for that. And I thank you for bringing up the contrast that is apparent, because there is only one answer. There is only one reason why such a contrast exists. Ukrainians have waited in Kherson. Ukrainians have waited and endured for 8 months under Russian occupation. And now they see themselves free. What a delightful sight it is. Thank you for your question. George.
Yes. Someone had mentioned that Banksy had made an artwork in Ukraine. Forget it's a town that begins with a B. Forget it. I'm never going to pronounce it. But I just saw another one that was posted, and that was actually pretty. The first one looks like it's a female Ukrainian gymnast balancing, and there's obviously a semi-destroyed building that it's painted on. But the other one is looks like a young child throwing an adult who obviously resembles Putin in a judo move. Both the child and the adult are wearing the robes, and I think it's really cool. If you guys can find it, it's an actual really good work. It's a small child throwing Putin in a judo move, because remember, Putin's all into this judo bullshit. Anyway, and I think it's a nice by Banksy because, like the previous speaker said, that will help keep the public's eye on the war. And it's nice that those images were released today with the liberation of Kherson. And we need to keep that celebratory spirit going on this space, because it's an utter, like I've said before, it's an utter amazing achievement by the Ukrainian people. That suffered under the occupation for so many months, and just came pouring out in the streets, in villages and towns and in Kherson proper, to greet their soldiers. And every time I see those videos, like I said, there's a little gremlin that starts cutting onions in the room I'm in, wherever I'm at. But those tears are tears of joy. Just it's amazing. it's an amazing feeling, and we should keep that going in this on this space tonight. Tonight especially.
Tonight is special, George. Thank you so much. And I'm going to hand over to the incredibly safe hands of Dr. Nick and Alan, who will see you through the next couple of hours. So, Slava Ukraini. Heroium Slava. Slava Nachi.
Smert Voraham.
Shmed Voraham. Good night, all.
Good night.
Cheers, brother. Take care.
So, geez, I should have asked Wendy about hands before he left. I think just based on, because I was pulling some people up, I'm gonna say it wrong, and I think you sent me a text before saying how to say it properly. Is it Bionade? Please just say it out loud for me so I can remember.
Bionade. All right,
That's
you
right.
can call me
There's like
Bionade. It's
It's okay. No, I don't want to do that. Isn't it like a drink or something?
Yeah,
Like
absolutely.
okay,
It's
right.
yeah. Um, just wanted to make a quick comment to the Banksy. You know how much money communities spend to keep the Banksy preserved if it's somewhere spread outdoors. This is not only a present for Ukraine to keep an eye on them. This is a present for Ukraine and for the region to rebuild. And I mean, they are literally tourists. I worked in a project in my city where we had Europe's biggest private area where you can spray and paint big murals, and it was like 5 points in New York. And this is really a point which is important for tourism, for the economy, and also for the culture of the people, and also what was mentioned, absolutely, for the spirit of the people. And yeah, it's really amazing, because the effort of Banksy to put this on, I mean, this is a few hours and a few dollars of paint, but this is what really, will be in the pop culture for many years, and yeah, for the history.
Agreed. I think that's a good point, and you're right. Who, Alan? Are you supposed to be up here with me right now?
Yes, Dr. Nick. Uh, um, Eventually, I'll become a co-host, I think, with you. Looking forward to it. But I just did. There we go. I think I just did want to add my own note of celebration tonight, because tonight is all about celebration. Here it is, 2 a.m. in Kyiv, 2 a.m. in Kherson City. We know the bonfires are burning bright. The dancing, the singing, the celebration continues. The Russians have been driven out. They may have left Kherson City in darkness, but Ukrainians, the Ukrainian army, restored light to Kherson today. And I just love seeing the rapidity of the Ukrainians connecting Kherson City, Kherson Oblast, once again to the nation. There's a train that will begin running between Kyiv and Kherson within days. On the heels of the Ukrainian troops liberating towns and villages, who follows? Postal workers. What are they doing? Delivering pension checks to Ukrainians who have been occupied for 8 months. These are the first cash payments they have received in 8 months. And it's not that much when you see what it amounts to. And so this is what swells my heart tonight as much as seeing the Ukrainian army victorious.
Absolutely. It's so many heartwarming scenes are coming out of Kherson right now, and it's just kind of overwhelming,
I'm
isn't
going
it?
to add on to that, Nick. You know,
Go ahead.
one of the things that define a country is its ability to exercise its sovereignty in its own land with its own people. And many Russian disinformation agents and those who, for some reason, don't like Ukraine, maybe they didn't have enough friends in high school or public schools, but they've said things like, Ukraine is corrupt, it's not a real country, it doesn't function, it's a runt nation, really belongs to Russia. There's an article, a thread that I retweeted on my timeline from a Kazakh fellow who very succinctly describes that Russian chauvinism that's pervasive in all these countries that have been colonized by Russia. You should read it because it applies to every single people that have been colonized by Russia. It's almost like the chauvinism is we're better than you, and you're lucky that we've done whatever we've done to you. It's for your benefit. And so they look at Ukraine in the same vein. And the funny thing is that as the fires are being put out, as sovereignty is being restored, and Kherson sees the light of freedom and restoration and prosperity just over the horizon, the first things you're seeing is the Ukrainian government reaching out to its own people, its own citizens, in the middle of a war zone, to provide them that sustenance. Those grandmothers and grandfathers who might not have an online portal in which to receive their pensions will have hand delivered to their front doors their pension checks. So that's something special. That's something incredible. 8 months of not receiving, and the Ukrainian government, the Ukrainian government is right there along the way, demonstrating its control, its competence. If anyone doubted whether Ukraine was a functioning country or just some corrupt kleptocracy, as it was when the Soviet Union collapsed, watch them now, see what they say, because they are doing what they need to do to provide for their people, and they're doing it in record speed. So much for the 6 weeks of Kherson being a part of Russia, and it will always be a part of Russia, only in Putin's delusional mind. So I think it's great, and thanks for pointing that out, Alan, because it might not seem like a big deal, but when you think about the implication of what it means that the Ukrainians are exercising their sovereignty in their newly liberated city, the dust hasn't settled. Ukrainians are still clearing stragglers of Russian invaders, and yet they're doing right by their people. I suspect all of the damaged infrastructure, this will be priority number one for emergency services, for engineers, communications engineers who have to go and rebuild and reconnect, communications lines between buildings, between substations and ports, and they're going to get it up. And I think you're going to see Kherson, an explosion in Kherson of life, of a sovereignty restored. And I think that's great. Thank you for pointing that out. Let's go to the next one there.
No, that's
I can't hear anyone. Can
I'm sorry.
Yeah, I think Nick cut off.
I went away, but one of the strengths of a strong, one of the signals of a strong state is a strong bureaucracy. And that means doing things like what you guys are talking about, delivering those pension checks and rebuilding and doing all of this stuff, even in the face of war like this. And, we have been seeing all along, examples of that, examples of Ukraine, surviving and going out and starting to rebuild, including people's homes and, redoing all of that. And I think it's really wonderful.
100%. Let's grab some hands now. We've got a lot of hands up, and the audience is eagerly awaiting.
Yeah,
Who's
I
next,
think
Nick?
it was Ben, James, Erlen, and then Abdullah.
This is a question aimed to language. Well, you think this war will end by Christmas? And thank you.
I don't see it ending by Christmas. The Ukrainian government themselves has come out and said that hopefully they expect to be through with liberating their territory, including Crimea, by the beginning or middle of next summer. But it's not going to be over by Christmas. It's a marathon, not a sprint, but hopefully we have passed the halfway mark, and if not, losses will just keep happening for the Russians.
Thank you, language.
Let's go to the next hand there.
Hello.
Hello.
Hey, good evening, and I hope everybody's well, and I'm sure everybody's happy. And I think that Ben wanted to us to sing "I'll Be Home by Christmas," but
No.
I don't think that's appropriate. I'll be home by spring break, or I don't know, by the 4th of July, something. Anyways, but I wanted to talk about the commemoration this morning, just to remember all the people who died and served. And I want to throw in all the intelligence community who, represent a significant force that may never leave, their home state or wherever, but they serve. And it's a huge commitment because they need people to enter early and stay a long time. That's a career in that field. And then also journalists, to all the great journalists. So really, wow, where would we be without them? So, and then I wanted to say that the Russian state is doing badly on all fronts in their total war. And so the Russian people that were running in the United States lost really hard, I'd say. And the Russian state is failing, and the UN and other international kind of treaty organizations. There's a good article in the Washington Post about that. And they are getting their butt kicked. And their best approach, I think the best place they do is when they can make worldwide reach. They're going to reach people who don't know enough to judge the world, and they're going to shape their thoughts. And then I just wanted to go back to this morning, the Flanders fields. I've worked all day, by the way, scraping the old glazing out of windows and putting in new glazing, and just listening all day. So I had lots of time to think, but I thought about the ghosts and the souls that are waiting for other people to pick up and finish the task. And wow. And so I thought about the liberation of Ukraine, and it was joyful today. But the liberation of Russia, this may be the first steps toward that, in a very real way. So I think that's enough for me. Oh, except that there was an article that I put in the chat about a precedent for Ukraine getting Russia's seat on the Security Council. An article about that. Thank you.
Thanks for sharing that, James. We'll leave it as a comment.
All right, so then I guess we'll go on to Erland and then Abdullah.
Yeah, well, yeah, I have a question for language. The train lines and the bridges that the Russians blew. Is it how do you see that? How do you see them blowing, especially the train line, which I see is a little bit weird. As they say this is a temporary drawback, blowing all these obstacles and creating all these obstacles, which basically hampers them, especially the train line, which is the train bridge, which is crucial for their infrastructure. It's an admittance of their total defeat in Kherson, isn't it?
Just about. Frankly, they hadn't really been using that rail line for several months now. It had already come under shelling and just general damage and destruction. Them blowing stuff, while there does still appear by, not perhaps tens of thousands, but, not an inconsiderable number of Russian forces that were expected to stay and fight to the last man in Kherson, but unsurprisingly didn't, who have been, at least trying to get across by multiple methods over today, at least as recently as noon of today in Ukraine. But they're not going back. Even the Russian media is not really echoing these calls saying that, oh, this is a temporary setback and we'll be back. It's all about we needed to protect, the civilians and safeguard our troops' lives. And that raises the context of against what? I thought you were winning. I thought this was always going to be part of Russia. But that's more of a problem for the Russian internal media. What I am glad to see, though, is that the destruction on the Novokakhovka Dam was not nearly as severe. We've been talking about it for several months now. Dam had been wired. They blew up a bunch of road spans and possibly some locks behind them as the water level has increased marginally downstream. But again, it's not these massive torrential floods that people were worried about. Everything else, the Antonovsky Bridge is going to take some time to repair. That's just the unfortunate truth. The rail bridge possibly as well. Here at the Novokakhovka Dam, I'm not a bridge laying expert by any stretch of the imagination, but you've got about 50 meters of a road span that would need to be repaired before it could be used. In the future, I suspect that's not outside the realm of possibility once all of the concrete has been examined, all of that's been taken care of. So the fact that they weren't able to wreak as much havoc and devastation as perhaps they wanted to means that at some point in the medium to longer future, we may see Ukraine being able to utilize and revitalize these transport options across the Dnipro River.
Yeah, but they'll use their engineering assets to move what they need to for the next tactical bound. So it doesn't matter when the bridges are rebuilt; that will be for civilian use. If that's your question, there, I don't know who asked it. Caroline.
No, it was more about the Russia is always in Kherson and all that BS that we've been hearing, and then they blow the rail bridge, and yeah, we know that rail is the main infrastructure feature of the Russian army and whatnot. So yeah, it was more a rhetorical question.
Okay, well, they're going to damage it. We can expect it all throughout Ukraine. It's scorched earth policy, but they'll engage it. So, but fear not, listeners. Ukrainians have more than enough and many to bridge to cross that river when they need to, especially when they have their artillery up, and Russians don't have much to counteract the Ukrainian advance. And when they ford that bridge, ford that river, and they'll get there. Just you wait and see. Like we said before, Kharkiv, northern Kherson Oblast, Kherson City, you're going to see them cross that bridge. Let's go to Abdullah.
Hey, thanks, Yehuda. Hey, Dr. Nick, someone earlier mentioned that there were some Chechen volunteers fighting on behalf of Ukraine in Kherson Oblast. If I was just that's are these the same guys? Maybe language notes. Are these the same guys that were in the north, or is this just a different group?
Well, there's multiple Chechen groups, right? Well, you have, Dudayev Battalion, and then a subset of them, they are a sort of special operations group. The Atom, I think they're called the Atom Group. And then you have, the Sheikh Mansour Battalion, right? And every once in a while, they'll let you know approximately where they're at. I think Adam was sent down there, the subset of the Dudayev Battalion, just from following their telegram. I think that they were sent to Kherson, and their specific purpose is to do things like sabotage, right? And so my guess is maybe they were some of those who were working to sabotage some of, potential Russian supply lines and whatnot. So that's very possible. They don't always say exactly where they are and exactly what they're doing. But I do know that there were some down there in Kherson oblast. So
Okay, speaking of Chechens, over to the dark side. The Don himself, the Russian general Kadyrov, was on TikTok again, calling on Muslims to go to Ukraine for a holy war.
yeah.
No, thank you, no, thank you. We're not going to Ukraine. Sorry,
Yes.
but I
Yeah.
just want, he doesn't now these days he does not look happy. Something is wrong.
Maybe
He's got so
Abdullah,
many things in his mind.
maybe it means the holy war the other way. You know, to fight Russia.
Yeah, no, yeah. I mean, that's at least what Sheikh Mansour Battalion has already been calling, on, is to fight Russia. But yeah, the Kadyrov's goons have been trying to, they're on some sort of operation to try to shame the Chechen populace in Chechnya to go fight in Ukraine. And it's kind of funny because early on, Kadyrov had been talking about how Chechnya was unique because of the number of volunteers and blah 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 and all this kind of stuff to go fight in Ukraine, which we know there really weren't that many volunteers. That many of them were being forced, and then that happened again during the forced mobilization, when he claimed that there wouldn't be a mobilization because Chechnya had more than supplied their number of troops. But we saw massed forced mobilization of young Chechens who are of fighting age, that were sent off to Ukraine by force. And, we're seeing that, they're trying to do it now. It's like now they're like all depressed about the fact that they can't get more Chechens to go and fight, which is kind of sad. But of course, real Chechens don't have any interest in fighting Ukraine. They see Russia as their natural enemy. So this is in no way surprising. So yeah, but anyway, it's an interesting point, Abdullah.
Yeah, let's not forget, Abdullah, the changes that will happen after this invasion. Kadyrov doesn't have an easy ride where he's from either. A lot of Chechens are fighting against him for the Ukrainians. So this will be an unraveling of epic proportions. What we expected to happen after the Soviet Union collapsed, the worst case scenario, it didn't happen in 91. It's happening in 2022 though, and it started in 2014. So all of these people, all of these clowns, Kadyrov and the TikTok brigade, they have a lot to lose. So they're in it 100% because they know Putin's gone, the world order has changed, and they're in a whole lot of trouble. So just to
Right.
point
Yeah, Kadyrov's enemy number one in Chechnya if
right.
Putin's gone.
Well, yeah. So he's not in a good space, but it's not just him. It's everyone involved in the Putin regime and everyone involved. And
Absolutely.
read the tweets by the Kazakh fellow that I just tweeted him today. I
My dear
retweeted it.
Maddie.
No. This is an older gentleman. Just let me finish. You're throwing me off, Nick. If you go and you read the tweet, he refers to the cabal of the Russian leadership that believe in it. He says a great statement. He said, "This isn't Putin's war; it's Russia's war, and it's not Putin's Russia; it's Russia's Putin." And that's exactly correct. It is Russia's Putin. He is a product of the culture, this colonial. I don't want to say colonial because that would even infer too much competency. They're not very. They're not very. They brag about not having colonies. They tried. They tried in Alaska and they fell apart because they couldn't. They were too busy stealing from each other. So the Russians weren't colonizers because they thought people were nice. Probably one of the most racist societies I've seen. But they didn't colonize because they couldn't, and they're using that as some kind of badge of honor. We were like the crappiest of Europeans or Northern Europeans, whatever, who tried to colonize. We couldn't, and that's why we're really nice. They're horrible. It's a horrible plot. The whole culture, political culture in Russia is a very chauvinistic. I mean, it's like Greeks walking around saying we are the best, and then referring to Socrates and Plato and waving around ancient Greek scrolls. 3,000 years later, and when demanding the world subject themselves. I mean, the Russians they talk about Pushkin and Dostoevsky and Tchaikovsky, and that's it, and then they stop, and then they have about a 200 150-year period of alcoholism, and somehow this is supposed to impress the West. It's crazy, but it's true. I'm not trying to be mean, but it's definitely a part of their political culture. They really believe, that they are superior, and it's not unlike a certain individual, a mustachioed man from Germany a long time ago. Anyway, sorry. Thanks, Nick. Sorry. Go ahead.
Yeah, no, great. Good points, Yehuda. Why don't we go to is that Mikola? And
Yeah, hello everyone. Can you hear me well?
yeah, great.
Yeah, my name is Nick. I'm really from Kherson. Lived under occupation for 3 months. Was able to escape by miracle, and I'm really want to say thank you guys for support and for all the countries that support Ukraine, and especially for you to spread in the word, because Russians propaganda is really like it has a lot of money to spend on
I'm so
leading.
confused. I just see people with hearts, and I don't hear any
Yeah.
noise.
Yeah,
I have a feeling
I
they're not
wanted
for me.
actually to point out the topic about Insta for people and how Russia spends money on that. And for example, when people say that war started in February, it actually started in 2014, and that's part of Russia's propaganda that they say, oh, that was the civil war, but it was really not. And that's sometimes it's hard for us to hear that people say that war just started. It's been like from 2014, and today, like I have greetings from my colleagues about Kherson being liberated, but at this day, I don't feel happy because I really want to pay my respect to people who died during liberation and during this war, for people from Ukraine and from people from International Legion, because I know many people from whole world joined our army. So this is the day like to honor lives for people who fought this war and who gave their lives. So I want to say thank you for your support.
That's we're so happy to hear you, come here and share your experience. And it's just amazing to think about what you all must have been through during that occupation. And you're absolutely right. It's been going on since 2014. This isn't a 8-month or 9-month war. This is a 8-year war. And what happened in February, of this year was just a renewal or a deepening of hostilities. It was not the beginning. So thank you for bringing that and reminding us of that. And you're absolutely right. We should think of everybody who has made today possible and paid the highest cost for that to occur. So thank you for sharing your perspectives.
Yeah, that's great. Sorry, I cut off there, Nick, and then I realized I came back on. Amazing, Mikolai, 100% right. Ukraine has an Independence Day. And does everyone know what it is? I remember.
24th of August.
It's also my birthday.
Yep.
That's why I remember. But I suspect Ukraine will have a second Independence Day, and it'll be when the Russians are out of Ukraine. Truly, it'll be a day for the world. Really, I'm not trying to wax nostalgic or be too hyperbolic, but it will definitely be a day of freedom, and the implication on Ukraine is profound, and the implication on all of us is profound. Why? Because this isn't just merely Vladimir Putin saying, I want to destroy another country. If it doesn't exist, I'm going to own it. It's also a message to would-be and current dictators and theocrats and totalitarians and fill in the blank, type of individuals who believe that they can scare people and they can get what they want through, either military action or just espionage, industrial espionage in the case of China, which has entire departments, ministries that are dedicated towards spying on and stealing technology from other countries because they don't want to develop it themselves. They realize it's cheaper to steal all of these countries that seek to impose their worldview. You might think, oh, that's crazy. They want to do, I don't really care. They want to do it in their country. That's fine. Maybe their people want to move here and we'll benefit. But don't kid yourself, because every time, 1984, you think of Orwell, you think of the worst in humanity. People, if given the chance, will often, you give them an inch, they'll take a mile, or a centimeter and a kilometer if you're in Canada and you use metric. The reality is that it is a fight for ideals. It is a fight for values. When people talked about the United States, maybe this and that politician won't care and blah, blah. This isn't about just some land in Ukraine. It is the catalyst, but the world is really standing up to these regimes. Soviet Union had to exist because the world was tired of war after World War II. They invaded all of Eastern Europe. And they, impoverished it. And then look at every European country that was colonized and taken over by the Russians and how they've done after. Some are doing better than others. Some are, doing amazing. That's that's a result of being unchained from a system that is, just patently garbage. It's false. It doesn't work. And the same people who promote what Putin promote this fairy tale belief of what happened in the past, and they think that makes sense. They look to China. They look to some of the worst countries in the world in terms of freedoms, and a lot of people think freedom, is just a word. But imagine that you couldn't come into this space in your house, wherever you live, because someone was listening and they were going to arrest you and possibly torture you and kill you, or hurt your family, or make sure that your family never has any prosperity and you live in poverty for no fault of your own, and only because you're being forced to by the government. Imagine you had that problem. That's the problem that people face in Russia. That's the problem that people face in China and in Iran and all other sorts of failed states. All right. So this is something that we can't take for granted. And we always, why are we all on here? Right? If aside from, familial stuff, let's just say didn't have Ukrainian family. What would it really matter if Russia controlled Donbass? Probably nothing. If I just look at it as a piece of land. But this is a bigger ideal. This is literally people who have claimed and they've said that the West is garbage and it's decadent and it's all these people have rights and gay army this and blah 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 this and that. They're not saying what's good for them. They're saying what's good for you. They're telling you, like, they want to project their power. China has been spending the last 20 years trying to project its power onto you. You go. I challenge anyone. I'm not asking anyone to harass anyone. I challenge you. I don't know if Twitter's changed now. I challenge you to message Chinese ambassadors or consular officials in other countries on Twitter and say, that the CCP is engaging in genocide of Uyghurs, Muslims, the Chinese invaded Tibet. You will get your account blocked or suspended. They will literally use lawfare against you, use terms of service against you to close your account down because they don't want to hear what you say. They don't think that you have a right to say something. And just as America and the non-interventionists in World War I and World War II said, this isn't our problem, it wasn't your problem until it became your problem. And it saddens me that we've had Americans who've come up here who've told me that World War II started in 1941. It's almost the same as, and they don't want to support Ukraine because they don't believe in fighting other wars. But yet it came to your shores unannounced, uninvited. There are groups. It's hard for normal, reasonable people to accept the fact that there are groups and nations in this world that don't like us for who we are and the values we give, and the values we have, and the rights we give our citizens, because they don't want to give it to theirs because they're enjoying power, and they don't like that we're an example for their people to look at. So if they can destroy us, whether it's through, attacking power stations and getting ransoms for them, interfering in elections, being all around jerks, playing around with the price of energy, they will do all of those things. And what we've been doing is taking the high ground. Well, we're not going to do anything. You don't see America. You don't see the American CIA paying operatiers to convince everyone give me a Russian town. Someone give me a Russian city. Not Moscow.
Ekaterinburg.
Ekaterinburg. Imagine Imagine there was a troll farm at Langley that was committed to trying to convince the people of Ekaterinburg that their governor was actually eating children at a pizza shop or whatever, I don't know, like a cabbage stew shop in Ekaterinburg, and that he's actually a pedophile baby eater, and they spend billions of dollars to try to convince Russians that this was happening. That would be the equivalent of what the Russians do to us, right? Like that would be, imagine we spend million or tens of dollars to infiltrate a Lada plant to find out how they make Ladas so we could make Ladas in our country and undercut the Lada market. Obviously, it would be $10.
Nobody would want to do that.
Yes, but you get what I'm saying here. So we're not, I think what's happening is we're not recognizing the differences in values here. This isn't just like Russia at a table at the United Nations. You have to accept that not all countries are the same and not all countries remotely share our values. So we have no choice but to accept they're there, but we don't have to invite them into our energy systems and invite them into our political systems and treat them like they're somehow serious players. Iran is on the United Nations Human Rights Council. Iran. Like let that sink in your head. Iranian representatives and North Korea. I think there was a time. There's a really, really good NGO guy. His name is Hillel Neuer, Hillel, and his last name is who knows. There's like 7 E's and U's in there. I think it's Neuer. It's weird. He's a very interesting guy. He highlights how the Human Rights Council is so anti-Israel. For example, Israel has its problems, but it's basically the recipient of like 98.5% of every condemnation, and the people on the council are Iran and North Korea. And none of them have been censured by this council except Israel, like maybe one other country. So the point is, forget about the Israel angle. The point is that you have countries sitting on the Human Rights Council who talk about women's rights, and yet they murder 16-year-old girls for taking off a headscarf, taking off a piece of clothing. There are people that just don't value our way of life, and that in fact not only do they not value our way of life, they actually think it's insidious, and they think that when their youth look towards the possibility of freedom and being able to be expressive and do what you want, everyone who has children knows that children go through a stage and they become wild and they explore and they do new things. Well, sometimes people do that into adulthood, and it's their right. We're kind of like the forbidden fruit, and they don't like it. So to see us weaker, to see us divided and confused is great for Russia. It's great for China. The wonderful thing about what's happened in Ukraine is we have literally done more to scare China from starting a real war with the world than anyone could. Why? Because the West, Europe, free countries around the world stood up and said, you know what? We got it wrong in 2014. We thought Putin just wanted Crimea because it's got their naval base there, and that makes sense. And is it really worth going to town for this? Oh, some of the Donbass, who really cares? And people in the State Department and all sorts of state departments and foreign affairs offices around the world said, is it really worth it? Let's sanction them, but we're not going to do anything. And then it wasn't the fact that Russia invaded Ukraine. It was the fact that Russia tried to invade all of Ukraine. And that's what really was a wake-up call to leaders around the world to say, wait a minute, this guy is legit crazy. He really wants to reclaim the Soviet Union. And why do we say that? Because the same comments that Putin made about Ukraine in that 5,000-word editorial to the New York Times last year, where he basically laid the groundwork for invading Ukraine, saying Ukraine's not a real country, it's really part of historic Russia. He has said that about almost every country around him. Either he's named them directly or he's named them in general, because countries like Kyrgyzstan and Tajikistan don't get a mention because they're too nothing to him. But Kazakhstan, he called Kazakhstan historic Russia. He called the Baltics historic Russia. He also called Ukraine historic Russia. Next thing you know, East Germany will be historic Russia, right? So that's what people are afraid of. And the fact that he was willing to go the full Monty into Ukraine changed things. The fact that he was willing, the same thing when he did Missile Monday 5 weeks ago, and he just went and dumped everything that he could. When European leaders were briefed
by Ukrainians and American intelligence and British intelligence. And they said, by the way, all of those missiles, they weren't going for military targets. They were trying to kill people, and not just a few, possibly tens of thousands. And if it wasn't for the the strength and indefatigability of Ukrainian forces to stop those missiles, one missile could have killed 1,000 people in an apartment block. Right. And then that's when, boom, the Europeans said, wait a minute, air defense, just give me like this guy's nuts. It's almost like there are times that Europeans need to be convinced that this guy is actually as crazy as he's telling us he is. I think if a murderer wants to murder you and he writes you a letter as to why he's trying to murder you, I think you need to take it seriously. Russia is really a threat to everyone around it, and they've been meddling in not just US elections, all sorts of things all around the world. China's not far behind. In fact, China's in the lead in some cases. But the one good thing is that I'm going to circle back and I'll stop. We're going to grab some hands there. The one important thing to remember is this has stopped China dead in its tracks with Taiwan. China really wanted to go at Taiwan, and they thought it'd be a cakewalk. I bet you China is furious. China is furious at Russia because now Russia's failures and debacle and fiasco has now made it infinitely harder for the Chinese to invade Taiwan, because now they know what the West will do. They will cripple China. And China actually has trade to be considered. Russia doesn't. So China knows you want to piss off you, and you might say, well, they make a lot of our stuff. What's going to happen? I'll tell you what's going to happen. Other people are going to make it. Vietnam, Philippines, Malaysia, Indonesia. They'll say, hey, no problem. China's loss, our gain. Cha-ching. If China wants to play around, guess what? We're going to be buying iPhones that are made in Laos or Cambodia or Malaysia, because people will just pull all of their factories out of China. China's scared of that. So they're thinking, how fast could we take Taiwan before we get smacked? They don't want it to go eight months long. This is great news. This is actually great for the world. Anyways, I'll park that. I don't know who's next.
That was wonderful, Yehuda, and I agreed with absolutely everything you said. Spot on. I think I know that. Oh, hold on, he was just up here earlier. Gunter was up earlier and then he lost. I don't know if Gunter, you had Twitter pox, so I'm gonna go ahead and just say that it's you next. And then we'll go to George. And kind of go around from there. So we'll just start there. Gunter, are you there? Or are you having Twitter pox again? Gunter.
Is he up in the panel?
I see him in speaker. I put him up there.
I don't see him.
Oh, you don't? Maybe he's got Twitter pox. Okay.
Dr. Nick,
Language have his hand up. I don't see Language's hand up. I don't know if he's there. If you can't hear us, Gunther or Language, just pop down and come back up.
And Yehuda, I think we have too many.
Why don't we go then to George?
Yeah, Alan, is there a lot of people trying to get in? So just so you know, it took me 20 minutes to get in. There's a serious problem with Twitter. I have a feeling they're not really spending a lot of time fixing the glitches now that Mr. Musk is here. Please fix the glitches, Mr. Musk. We think you're great and I like your space program. All right.
I was just going to say, if you don't have
Yehuda's not lying, by the way. I approved him at least a dozen times and he kept like popping off. So and that's Yehuda, okay? So yeah, if you have any issues, just pop down, maybe send somebody a message. We do see what's happening and I'm really sorry about that, but we're doing our best to try to make sure that people get up and all of that. So George, why don't you go ahead?
Okay. Yeah, Yehuda, that was great. The only thing that I missed, I wish you had done some of it in your Borat voice, especially when you were talking about Katirov. But
Done. That's
Well,
funny.
it would have been great. Kadirov's sad because his favorite goat ran away from his herd. That's a different story. He hasn't had any reports.
okay.
He put an APB out and nothing came back. So you got to understand he's very sad right now. But I did want to ask you. So there were some reports that I lost my train of thought here. Hold on a second. There were some reports that Jake Sullivan, was saying one thing and then saying another, but the last couple of days, he's come out emphatically in support of Ukraine, actually not even mentioning anything about negotiations. Do you know anything that might have caused that change?
Listen,
today.
G20. Look, the question is this: Does their allies, the Americans, want to impress or not to piss off more than they need to? And so there are people that have said, "Oh, we're getting a clamor in our country for the word negotiation, negotiation," and it looks if you don't say you're for negotiation, you sound like the jerk, right? If you say I'm not in for negotiation, you say, well, you're a jerk, right? When the Israelis were attacked and neighbors said we're going to murder you and exterminate you and made public announcements saying that we're going to make Hitler look like a joke. And then you're winning the war, and people say negotiations. What are they going to say? Get beat it. What are we in negotiations? We're winning. Get out of here. They're the ones trying to murder us. So the same thing with the Ukrainians. Why do they have to say negotiations? Get out of our country. Here, the negotiation condition number one: we'll negotiate with you. Get out of our country. Boom, there. And then you turn around. But unfortunately, the Americans, they felt that they had to say, look, negotiations are great. We need to have negotiations, no problem. So let them have negotiations. When Russia leaves, or as if you want to negotiate your withdrawal, sure, you can do that. You want to surrender and evacuate, that's fine. You're not going to Ukrainian prison. You're leaving. But there were certain considerations the Americans had. However, don't forget, they announced even more and more, another $400 million. I don't know in the Americans' language, or Alan or Nick. I think it was $400 million yesterday.
Yeah, 400 million yesterday. Yes.
Doesn't sound like they're pushing them. I think people get confused with the word negotiation. It means that Ukraine is being blackmailed to give up land in a negotiation with Russia. It could very well mean negotiate terms of surrender. And I think we need to not get too caught up in the weeds with that. The Americans are putting their money where their mouth is.
Yeah, because they also didn't they. I don't know if the part of the 400 million was also 100,000 155 millimeter shells are buying straight from South Korea.
Yeah, George,
Yeah.
I think that was a separate deal, George. They're not actually buying them from the government of South Korea. They are buying them from manufacturers in South Korea.
That's even better.
Yes, it is. I just wanted to let folks know we have a full panel. We have requests.
Are people talking? Am I just not hearing it?
I
Someone
don't
is
know.
talking.
Can you hear me?
Sorry about that. Thanks.
Eden is talking.
Oh, can you not hear me?
Okay, guys, let's let one person answer. Yes, we're talking, Nick. If you can't hear, George is talking. All right, go ahead.
Yeah, I'm done, Yehuda. I'm gonna drop down and let other people hopefully move up. But thanks for that clarification, and thank you, Alan. If you can hear me, at least raise your hand. Can you hear me, Alan?
Yes, I can hear you, George.
Okay, we're good. You're back up then. Okay, I'm gonna drop down then.
Thank you very much, George. But I was just going to say, if you're in the speakers panel, if you don't have a question for Yehuda or Dr. Nick, be considerate, drop down so we can bring others up. And Dr. Nick, I believe it was, I'll bring Gunther up until Gunther comes up. Erlen, go ahead.
Well, I wanted to ask either Paulie if he is in the speaker panel, but I guess it's Twitter box just bugging. If not, I'm sure Yehuda can answer. So, presuming there are actually Russians in civilian clothing and they're in arms, etc. How does the Geneva Convention and ROE of the Ukrainian army in any kind of situation where they suspect these kind of activities, will it be a police matter more than it is an army matter? I know this is kind of a gray area, but
Splitting hairs, maybe. Good question. No, it's not. It's a good question. So put it this way. Same with the mercenaries. intent is important. Ukrainians are treating all Russian combatants as fighters of a foreign nation, and that's probably the most kosher way to do it. It's the smartest way to do it. Could they say, well, no, they're not going to be afforded Geneva Convention rights because they're wearing civilian clothing? So as far as I'm concerned, they're a domestic terrorist. They're not doing it because it's just not worth it. The Russians want them to play into that. The reality is that they all know, like for example, Wagner are mercenaries. There are people that aren't even Russian or speak Russian in Wagner. When they're being captured, are they being rendered to Guantanamo or something? No, they're being treated as Russian prisoners of war because that's really who they're fighting for. Would the Russians extend the same courtesy? No. As you know, they threatened to murder foreigners who signed up legally to the Ukrainian army, who are in the pay of the Ukrainian army. They get paid the same amount as Ukrainian army soldiers. In fact, many of them didn't get paid at all because they didn't get in the system in time. So, for all intents and purposes, they're treating all the Russians fighting them as soldiers. I think the exception would be to Ukrainians who were either paid off, or there are some, not a lot, of Ukrainians who fought for Russia. I wouldn't say there are very many, and I would say they're traitors. And many of them were paid off by the Russians. They profited handsomely from Russian bribery. So that's the truth. But the majority, we're talking a teeny part of a percent of the population. We're not talking about actual Ukrainians, and you can't count them as Ukrainians if they had been imported by Russia, moved to Ukraine. As you know, Ukrainians overwhelmingly don't want Russia there. So hope that answers it.
Yeah, thank you, Yuda. I'm sorry I didn't really finish, but yeah, I don't want to play into the Russian propaganda in this, but assuming that something will happen further on, I'm hoping it won't. I don't believe it will. I think it's merely Russian propaganda. Maybe there are some people there. If hostilities in so-called uniform hostilities and time passes and someone tries something that I would more picture as a pure terroristic act, does it change who is going to engage them? That's more what I wanted to ask.
Just sum it up in one sentence. What's your question? Sorry.
Let's say that they hide, as they the propaganda is saying, and they're gonna stay there, and I don't know what the hell they want to do. Are they more of a subject of the police or the army? That's what I wanted to say.
There are police there, and it doesn't seem like there's any ideologically motivated Russian troops willing to engage in guerrilla tactics, which requires a lot of ideological motivation. While we have Mikola here, who is, from Kherson, is it possible we can get their perspective on this?
Yeah, I was just about to say that. Let's get
Mikola.
so go ahead.
Yeah, but just before Mikola goes, so just to be clear, a Russian wearing civilian clothes is still a Russian soldier wearing civilian clothes. In times past, would he be executed for being a spy? Probably. I'm just saying the Ukrainians are electing to be much more ecumenical than the Russians would be with them. There are reports, and they're not confirmed, but there are reports even from Ukraine that Russians are attempting to make it look like Ukrainian civilians, bona fide Ukrainian civilians, are actually fighting Ukrainian soldiers because it fits into their narrative that they're defending Russian-speaking Ukrainians. It's not true. It won't work, but they're still going to be processed like Russian POWs. That's all I want to say. Mikola, what do you say?
Yeah, so first I want to say that on some Telegram channels from Kherson, there were some photos posted by locals when actually in civilian clothing the people were with some machine guns. That's yes. And what I want to say that these people cannot be executed because according to Ukrainian law, starting from 2000, we don't have death sentence. So people could be just imprisoned, but no death sentence and no execution. So according to Ukrainian law, they should be treated as the people with weapons. So no killing, no executions for sure.
Yeah, no, but they're still, the Ukrainians are so above being moral, that they're not even going, they will afford them those rights. In other words, they will return them to Russia as a prisoner of war, as opposed to putting them in jail for 50 years that they deserved, because there's so many Russians are going to be like that, right? There's so many Russians that could be in civilian clothing fighting Ukrainians.
Yeah, and what I want to add, that there is a guy on Ukrainian YouTube, which is Zolkin, who talks to the prisoners of war from Russia. And previously, he used to say he is paying $100 for everyone who captures a Russian, just to exchange for Ukrainian people. So basically, our armed forces are interested in capturing Russians to exchange for our people instead of like something else.
Yeah, no, 100%. I just a point of clarification and information. Although I appreciate that you enjoy the channel, just because interviewing POWs is technically not allowed, so we don't endorse that. So I can't share in your YouTube channel there, Mikola. But I appreciate what you're saying, that Ukrainians are definitely want their people back, so they're looking to trade. I don't know the legality of that, but either way, they're going to get back. This war won't be resolved without Ukrainians being sent back to Ukraine, for sure. That's for sure. 100%. Thanks for that, Mikola. Language, did you have a question? Did you want to jump in? Your hand was up.
It was a response to someone else, but I know that Bayanand, Gunther, and James have been waiting for a while, so I'm happy to let them go first.
That's nice of you. So what was it, Bayanad?
Can I just say real quick that I have to jump off, and Daryl is going to take over my duties. So
Daryl.
thanks, everyone. And it was great being here with everybody on such a momentous day. And
Give her a high five. Give her a heart.
Thank you. And remember, support Mira Aid and retweet the space, all of that. Thanks, everybody, for being here.
Hey, Dr. Ford, I had a question specifically
Yes.
for you. If
Okay.
Can I ask it?
Go ahead, real quick.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. Bottom line, real quick. So at the very beginning of the war, the first thing that made me sort of wonder about, like, maybe this isn't going to go the way that it's being predicted, was when a Chechnyan group was basically annihilated by the Ukrainians very early on. And what was the backstory with that?
That one was hopefully my phone doesn't die, but that one was the troops that were sent to capture and either kill or capture Zelensky. And so they were dropped off out, and their duty was to go get Zelensky. Interestingly, I think the Mansour Sheikh Mansour Battalion and parts of the Dive Battalion were also outside of Kyiv to defend. Initially, they were in the MriyaReport area. And they got shifted very early on as part of that initiative to help stop the incoming Chechens, Kadyrov Chechens. But anyway, yeah, that's what happened. Part of it is that United States intelligence, from what I understand, gave the information about what was happening, and they were annihilated. Yehuda, do you want to add to that?
Nick, yeah, there's a lot more to that too. So it's not
right. Of course, I was just trying to be fast.
Yeah, no worries.
I don't know if my phone's gonna die.
Yeah, no worries. No, the reason why I want to add to it is because it wasn't just that BTG. There were several Russian formations that were destroyed to a man, and it wasn't that they, yes, they had orders. Zelensky, they sent several hit teams to kill Zelensky and his family, by the way, his wife and children. And what was interesting, it's actually one of the seminal events, I would say, that changed my mind about the outcome of this war, and it was in the first couple of weeks. The fact that the lack of infantry fighting skills, that several, not just one unit, not just the the Dodeyev one, the BTG there, that the actual, there was a brigadier general in general that was commanding it. He was killed. It was the entire unit. Several Russian formations, several Russian battalion tactical groups actually drove straight into kill zones and kept going. Literally, I think they thought that it would just stop or something, and they were decimated. At that point, for me, from a military planning side, from an infantry perspective, I'm like, these guys are junk. Like I mean, you have to be. I don't consider it willpower I don't consider being committed and brave. I consider it to be absolutely self-destructive, suicidal, and insane. And it wasn't just the Chechen battalions that did it; several did. So we're talking about 1,000 men and their equipment. See the first 30% of their unit chopped up and go, this is a great idea. Let's keep going. We'll win. Screaming slogans and all sorts of dumb things. And so when that happened, and the general confusion of the Russian advance, that's exactly when I made my own predictions that the Russians are just they're not a capable fighting force. They might have mass, but they're not trained in combined arms maneuvers. They're individual, we call it individual training, their IT or IBTS, their skills are non-existent. They're like a show pony. They just prance around thinking that they're good. I doubt they've ever had any real infantry training. And this is the root, the cause of what, in my mind, led me to believe that the Russians would not even close to victorious, that they would lose. It was only a matter of time. And as long as the Ukrainians could reorient themselves, reinforce, mobilize, shake out, then they were going to win. And the Ukrainians have shown that. So that's just one example of many BTGs that met the same fate. And if it wasn't in the approaches to Kyiv, it was in Kharkiv. It was in other places in Ukraine that were completely wiped out to a man. Regiments that just do not exist anymore, battalions that don't exist anymore. And that is unheard of. This is something that you hear from medieval fights, right? It just doesn't make sense to me. So that's a great question. And I wanted to dovetail.
It was, no, you're absolutely right. And that was, I mean, you said it in a little bit more detail, but I was just about to say, it was like they were, completely annihilated. And it was, I mean, interesting because it was like they were like running into like a chip saw, something like that, a wood chipper. And they just kept going and going and going. It was like, are they ever going to stop? But yeah, it was really interesting to see. And you're right, it wasn't just the Chechens, but they were assigned that task too, and they were just, they went up in smoke. But anyway, yeah, I have to run, and Daryl's going to take over. So thanks so much for being here, everybody, tonight. Again, remember, donate to Maria Aid, and Slava Ukraini.
Heroem Slava.
Heroem Slava.
Heroem Slava.
Amazing, Alan.
Yes.
All right, we're doing well. I think I don't know who's next there. Let's get Daryl up. Welcome everyone. Yeah, it's an amazing day. I'm not gonna lie. For Ukraine, it's an amazing day for free people everywhere. This is I think it's gonna take a while to sink in. Kherson, the largest Ukrainian city, captured intact by the Russians, has been liberated. And it was with a fight. It could have been with a much bigger fight, but the Russians saw better and realized they needed to leave. And the Ukrainians really capitalized on the weak Russian forces there and smashed them to bits. And we'll find out how many were prisoners and how many are no longer in the land of living. Who's next?
I
think it's James. That's good. James, Carl, then language. I think Bionata we already went to, didn't we?
I don't think we have. If language, I would go to you. If you have a question for Yehuda, then I'd go to Bionade. I know he's been up there for a while, and then we can circle back to Carl and Daryl. I'm going to try to get you up as co-host.
I don't have a question for you to add more data on what's going on around Kherson, so it can wait until people who want to ask questions go.
Okay, thanks very much, language. So Bionada.
Good.
All right. Okay, I make it quick. Yehuda, would you say the Russian air defense systems like S-300, like we have seen against HIMARS, do not work really well?
Am I the only one who can't hear Bionada?
All right.
His question
Oh, I
was,
can hear
do
that.
Russian air defense systems work against things like the Ukrainian HIMARS? I'll turn it over to you, but broadly, the answer is no.
All right. So, assuming this, China should shit his pants, basically speaking, because Taiwan has the systems and the big industry centers from China are in HIMARS range of Taiwan. That was my question, basically, or my assumption.
There's a lot of issues with China trying to invade Taiwan. Most of it, think about, D-Day. It took a year to plan that. That was before satellites could tell you where everything was, and before you had anti-ship missiles of that kind of quality and caliber. So, without getting into it too much, the whole projected, mass invasion of China. There's some good videos that kind of war game that out. Long story short, it's incredibly difficult in the best of circumstances, and the U.S. Navy might have something to say about that, considering the strategic importance of TSMC and other semiconductor manufacturers. It's probably not something to worry about right now.
Sorry, my mic's having
All right,
some
so we
issues
can
there,
put.
but I'll answer.
All right, so we can.
Sorry, are you asking about the S-300s being effective?
Yes.
Yeah, so not very if language was answering on my behalf. Correct, and I think that the world knows it. And I wouldn't just say the S-300s. There are workarounds for all of them.
Yes. So we can this Taiwan and China thing forever put to the side.
China, I fail to see any scenario where China could successfully invade Taiwan. Personally, it's a very difficult proposition. That's why they've been trying to do it diplomatically and economically. Very hard for them to do, no matter how big the Chinese army is. They're not swimming there. All right, so James and Carl.
Hello again. Just an observation about China, and that is if they'd compete better in the realm of ideas and offer their people a representative democracy, they might clean up, but they're not going to. So, but the question I had for somebody was about how popped is the bubble of Russian kind of view of the world? I mean, it's got to be popping, and everybody's got to be hearing things back home, and the talking heads on TV are saying really funny things about why they're not going to tell you things suck, so that's my question is just, how popped is that bubble?
I think it's very limited. People are quite aware, and Russian deterrence, Russian capabilities are obviously on display for the world. Chinese haven't really won a war. They lost to Vietnam. They hit Indian soldiers with sticks in the Himalayas. I'm not saying they're not a force. They have to modernize a lot more than they already are, but I suspect they're not in a position to take on Taiwan. It's just too big of a bite.
Oh, I'm sorry, that wasn't my question. Let me clarify. No, how popped is the bubble of the Russian mind? Or were you getting to that?
Oh, I'm sorry. I didn't know what you meant by popped.
I'm sorry. Think about, if you've seen it, the Truman Show, where this guy is. Do you know that show that he's growing up
I don't have cable.
on an island, and he's the only one that thinks everything's normal. Everybody else on the island is an actor who,
Okay, like a Potemkin village. Okay, so what are you asking?
yeah, and that's sort of the bubble that's the Truman Show, and he wakes up and he gets out of the bubble eventually. But the point being is, if there's that kind of Russian bubble, that what they see on TV, how ridiculous it's getting. I'm asking, like, how popped is that bubble? Russia's view.
Very. I don't know. I mean,
Okay.
listen, you can look at every Russian I ever met who came to Canada or the United States after the collapse of the Soviet Union. It wasn't them so much that had that experience. It was their parents or grandparents, and they were just in shock. They were in awe. Everything that had been told about the West was completely wrong, and they couldn't believe the difference in lifestyle. So it's going to be something like that, yeah.
Thank you.
No worries, Carl.
Yeah, I just want to make sure it's for Carlos. It's not somebody else that I can't see.
Oh, I can only see the first 3 or 4 letters of everyone's handle, so well, Carlos becomes Carl. I didn't click.
Okay, perfect. No, I'll take Carl. I just wanted to add some context before I finish the question. I'll make it quick though. To your point, kind of about of the broader existential threat that Russia has posed. You know, you even mentioned World War II specifically. A lot of Americans know Pearl Harbor and, of course, everything that happened there, but they don't look at the broader attack that happened in, Guam as well as the Philippines, which was obviously a colony of the United States. How many Americans died in the Philippines on that same day? But for American context, it's all about Pearl Harbor because they chose not to message it that these other American colonies were attacked there. Not to mention, obviously, other countries, but I'm just trying to put it in the context about how you talk that we're a lot of times late to the fight. And I know we mentioned the war starting really in 2014, but again, if we even put it into a broader historical context, Putin being in East Germany as the Soviet Union crumbled, kind of that initial defeat in his mind, and then going into him, or I should say Russia, basically jumping in onto the war on terror. I put that in air quotes. And again, their war to take it to Chechnya and put it in the broader context of a war on terrorism that, of course, everybody could basically, say was part of the broader war. And then again, 2008, after the Republic of Georgia had already been joined the coalition with the United States, had many troops actually in Iraq, and we're actually the third largest force in Iraq at the time supporting us. I got to work with a lot of Republic of Georgia forces, train with them in Hohenfels. And by the way, I happened to also work with the Ukrainians who are going to the peacekeeping force for the United Nations. So I was able to see them train their small unit tactics. And what was amazing to me was after 2014, how they basically took that to know that the threat was coming, that Russia was at the step, was already obviously in the country at that time. But my question now goes to non-kinetic fires specifically, because we talk about, you basically talked about, imagine having these troll farms and reversing those troll farms into Russia. For those of us that are aware of non-kinetic fires, those of us who especially worked in fire support centers and whatnot, that is a actual attack, right, on the United States, but nobody can put it into that context. So when I think of people not being able to look at the broader existential threat, I now look at the media campaign that's happening. And I keep hearing about people talk about the propaganda and whatnot, but for non-kinetic fires specifically, Yehuda, how do you see that there's like a through line from the time that, let's say, Putin basically was a part of the East German, or helping the Stasi, and his campaign throughout the early 2000s into now? And can they continue that?
Well, I'm not sure. Are you asking? I mean, are you asking me if we're going to see the United States do that psyops and information operation against Russia? Is that the gist of it?
Yeah. So the gist of it is that let's say Canada and the United States. Obviously, there's a lot of stuff that we can't talk about. That's not open source and whatnot. But that the third leg of this war. I mean, there's the kinetic piece. Obviously, all the material support we're providing, and because everybody's very interested in the standoff weapons. I know we talked a lot about air support the other day, but when you go into this, information operations, the broader, psyops and whatnot,
Yeah,
how
I
do you
mean,
see this continuing?
on the psychological plane, I don't think it's ever stopped. I think that this is something, whether it's promoting the rights of minorities, which is a normal thing that someone would want to do, but to the Russians, this is a very dangerous thing, right? Promoting democracy and NGO, like a democratic NGOs, whatever defensive democracy type things, and freedom of expression, promoting these concepts in Russia actually does almost as a double, kill two birds with one stone. You actually weaken the regime in Russia, and you also help the Russian people get better, because, as you know, they live in a bubble. You're looking, the Russians do it to themselves. I think the biggest, as Russia is the biggest donor of equipment to Ukraine, they're also the biggest provider of ammunition for the propaganda war against Russia, right? Because Russia's the one that's making all these grandiose claims about how sophisticated and how powerful it is, and then all that has to happen is the world just stands up to Russia and it falls apart. They're doing the job for the world, right? So we're not telling, we don't have to convince them that their economy and their military is junk. They're convincing themselves. So I think that on a psychological plane, just reinforcing that, like, for example, the claim that there are 25,000 troops still in the west bank of the Dnipro. The Russians want to claim as well that they have all these spies and special units that are dressed in civilians, and they're going to really cause trouble for the Ukrainians. And the Ukrainians didn't deny it. Yeah, we're going to capture them too. Look, we got another 20,000. So in every opportunity that the Russians think they have, they blow it, and the Ukrainians use it against them. So Kherson, I mean, if it was me, I would be pushing all of the victories, especially Kherson, and showing the videos of the people of Kherson welcoming Ukrainians. I think the difference in that information space is that the good thing is that the West and Ukraine, all they have to do is highlight the truth, and it's free, right? You don't need to pay people to say the truth, whereas the Russians have to pay to tell lies, right? So the good thing in the moral aspect of, if you want to call it propaganda, is that all the propaganda coming from Ukraine is actually good stuff, right? People are rejoicing at the Ukrainian flag flying over their city. They're rejoicing at having running water and electricity. So the Russians have to invent a narrative, and all the Ukrainians have to do is report on reality. And therein, so it makes the propaganda war much easier, because it's not really propaganda, it's reporting the truth and highlighting it. And if you want to talk about ways to make it better, all the West has to do is highlight the obvious. All they have to do is demonstrate and raise awareness, like what we're doing here. This could be an information operation, although it's civilian run and it's really not an organized, we don't have targets, like we're just speaking out into the ether. Whoever wants to come here listens. We don't have a paid account where we market to, the guy in Nigeria or in South Africa because we want to convince him of anything. It's kind of easy sometimes. You can find a lot of junk on the internet, but it's kind of easy to discern the truth, right? All of us, you hear kids screaming in the background, you hear mothers-in-laws flying around on their brooms above our heads. You could tell we're real people, right? Is everyone just gonna let my mother-in-law joke go? You can tell we're real people, right?
Yeah, I could definitely tell you're a real person, and
Like,
I guess
but
to
everyone,
Napoleon,
like,
yeah,
what I mean? Like,
everybody here.
And we're just, we're like, whereas if this was a psyops, it would be like, we'd have Gucci mics, it would be like, I'm sure that, and we're here reporting live, but there'd be scripts and talking points, but you hear, sometimes we go off down rabbit holes and we're pissed off and we babble and I give soliloquies and make bad dad jokes. But the Russians, everything they do, it's all contrived, it's all forced, right? Like even these meetings, can't even speak to his humiliating at the beginning of this war. Some of those people that he grew up with, right? And this general, evil Mr. Clean general and Shoigu doing this like, oh, thank you for your report, very much. All of this it's just a joke. So anyone can see it. So the good thing is for the Ukrainians to win the propaganda battle, or conduct a psychological operation, all they have to do is tell the truth. For Russians to get any traction in a psychological campaign, they have to literally create a fantasy. So whose reality is going to stand up to the test of time? It's going to be the Ukrainians.
Yeah, absolutely. And just the cleanup on that, I do totally 100% agree with you. I feel like these are what we define as quote unquote, the non-kinetic fires. I think they're just as important, and I'm glad that you're highlighting them. And I say the Napoleon's quote, "Never interrupt your enemy when he's making a mistake." Right. So we see these mistakes and keep capitalizing them. And the last point is, I think Alan has a Gucci mic actually.
He used to be a reporter, journalist, everything. He's great. I love Alan.
Thanks, Yehuda. I just want to welcome Daryl up as co-host, and I want to welcome Chuck Farrer, one of our military experts and a regular contributor here at MriyaReport, former commander of SEAL Team. I used to be in broadcasting, SEAL Team. But Daryl, I'm going to turn it over to you.
Hey, I just want to say a quick hello to everybody. Happy Veterans Day to everyone. That's on the American side. Solemn Remembrance Day to everyone else. For some of you, it's the morning already of the next day, but hey, we know how the clock works. So I just wanted to say that, and let's get on to Chuck. Good evening, Chuck.
Hey, Daryl. Hey, Yehuda. Alan, hello. Thanks. I have Mike envy because I'm holding my phone here, but it's good to be on. It was great to be listening and good to be aboard.
It's great that you're here. Do you want to give us a very quick introduction and rundown of what you have seen happening today in Kherson City, of course? And yes, we are all here celebrating great events. We are boosting a celebratory mood.
It was a momentous dawn this morning. As I'm sure everyone listening knows, the city of Kherson has been liberated. More importantly, the north bank of the Dnipro has been cleared of the Russian occupiers. Although I expect there are people who have broken into closets and stolen tracksuits and are doing their best to affect a Ukrainian accent. Russian units, we do know that some of them broke apart in their trials and tribulations last night. I'm kind of always happy to call out my own mispredictions here, and I actually did not think that Kherson itself was going to be liberated today. I expected the Russians to put up more of a fight, and even if they didn't put up more of a fight, I expected them to maneuver more cohesively. So that I expected that it would be necessary for the Ukrainians to drive down from Senior Havika south down the P81 highway or some route that paralleled that. And I expected the Russians to maintain their force posture so that the Ukrainians would have to try to cut them apart. I expected their resistance to go on longer. But that didn't happen. I know I should never fight trolls, but every now and then I just can't resist punching back to bullies. Interesting in dealing with a Russian troll today, and this is kind of segues into our disinformation thing. Getting provoked and saying, "Well, why don't you tell us what really happened?" And I said, "Well, okay, it went something like this. The Russians fled from contact with the Ukrainians, did a dexterous relocation of a retrograde force traveling 30 to 50 kilometers in their rear, where they converged on two river crossings that had been bracketed and targeted by Ukrainian artillery, and thereupon proceeded to get themselves crushed." And that sounds like a pretty well thought out plan, and it seems to have worked pretty good. Saw some photographs this morning. We were talking last night about what would eventually happen to the Russian crossing points. And there was a photograph taken under the Anatovsky Bridge. And as we discussed last night, it showed a completely destroyed barge with a very large Russian truck hanging off the front of it. And the engineering ramps, which were placed there by the Russian combat engineers to facilitate offloading and onloading, that was destroyed and hanging in midair. And so as their relocation, evacuation route continued, those crossing points became denied to them. I am a bit amazed that they ran away so fast. I'm surprised that that they did so dexterously. This seems to be something they're getting good at. They did it. They did it again in Kharkiv a couple of months ago, and of course we know what happened around Kiev. So it was a magnificent night. Absolute love and power and glory to the Ukrainian forces that did this. There were no accidents in this battle. They prepared this battle space perfectly. But as Yehuda mentioned, I think sometimes the Ukrainians, they hide their light under a bushel basket. They are very circumspect about discussing their triumphs. We didn't hear how many people were captured in Kharkiv. We barely were able to calculate how many vehicles the Russians lost. In the next couple of days, I think we're gonna see what the Russian casualties look like to some extent. We might see how many prisoners were taken, but folks, this was the only good light that Putin can put on this is his guys. Their reverse gears seem to be working really well. But this was a tactical defeat again for the Russian army. Remember, just on September the 6th, Kherson was declared a Russian city forever and in perpetuity. And right now, that city is back in the hands of the people who own it, and that is the nation of Ukraine.
And Chuck, as you point out, the Ukrainians did prepare this battle perfectly. They prepared the battle in Kharkiv perfectly too, and chose to do a much different thing. That was swift. Here in Kherson, the Ukrainians have shown so much patience at demonstrating they're so smart, they can do so many things well. Just talk a little bit about how the Ukrainians prepared the battlefield in Kherson Oblast, and secondly, the Russians ran fast. Where are they running to?
For the Russians, just to rewind a little bit, but we've been talking about Kherson, of course, for the last couple of months, maybe even more than the last couple of months, and every military analyst who's been on here, every soldier, every officer, field grade officer, junior officer, company grade officer, professional NCO, everyone has said that the North Bank position, the occupation of Kherson, and the Russian occupation of the North Bank of the Dnipro, it was something that was not going to work. The rather large force that the Russians had across the river, and I think probably at its height, might have met or exceeded 30,000 men. To cross the Dnipro, to feed those men, to provide them with ammunition, artillery, armor, everything it takes to run an army, fuel, food. There were only 3 crossing points that they could get across the Dnipro. 2 road bridges, one across a hydroelectric dam in Nova Harkova, a railroad crossing to the east of Kherson, and the Anatovsky Bridge, which is basically like an interstate bridge if you're in the United States. And those crossings were all about a mile long. In the case of the Anatovsky Bridge, about 2 miles long. Gradually, the Ukrainians, through precision strike artillery, they reduced these spans so that they couldn't carry adequate supplies. They kept damaging the M14 highway bridge in Kherson to the point that the Russians kept expending resources to try to repair it, which is a great thing to do. Lawrence of Arabia famously did that in his campaign against the Turks in World War One. His job was to mess up the railroad leading to Medina and Mecca, but he was smart enough to think that he never wanted to break it. What he wanted to do is make it a complete pain in the butt to try to keep it going. So every amount of sweat, material, time, and effort that the Russians spent into fixing those crossings was all eventually in vain, because they were finally damaged to the point that they had no utility whatsoever. You couldn't get heavy trucks across them, certainly not armor, infantry fighting vehicles, artillery. So for the last 6 months, the Russian forces on the North Bank, they were not getting adequate supplies. So this was the principal means by which the Ukrainians prepared that battlefield. The second very important thing they did was a sustained campaign using radar-seeking missiles, high-altitude, high-speed anti-radiation missiles, to target Russian air defense positions. And towards the end of the Kherson campaign, they were taking out as many as 8 of these Russian surface-to-air missile complexes a day. They were also taking out the Russian battlefield radars, their electronic warfare capabilities, etc. So more and more, those Russian soldiers in the field, they less resembled soldiers than homeless people. The only thing that was getting across the river essentially was artillery ammunition, which the Ukrainians had to endure pretty constant bombardments on the villages that surrounded the occupied zone. But all of this was to naught because the Ukrainians kept their troops. They didn't concentrate them in any area where artillery could really do them any damage. And they didn't really present any military targets, lucrative targets for the Russians to deal with. So we realized that a couple of weeks ago the Russians started making the sort of noises that they were considering with a withdrawal. It was famously announced in that Kabuki theater press conference between Shoigu and his General Mr. Clean, Saravov, where General Sarovoykin told Shoigu that he recommended that we leave Kherson. It was a classic piece of Kremlin theater where the general recommended to the Minister of Defense, who took his recommendation, but was sure to say several times, this is your recommendation. I listened to your recommendation, and we're going to follow your recommendation. Meaning when this goes sideways or the boss isn't eventually pleased with it, you're going under the bus. Within the last 48 hours, the Russians started their withdrawal. 36 hours ago, they started to blow a certain number of bridges from the city of Senior south along the P81 highway. When these bridges started to be blown, it was obvious that the withdrawal was going to be imminent. You only blow bridges for 2 reasons. You blow them to deny line of communication to your enemy, or you blow a bridge because you're retreating and you don't want the enemy to follow you. So what this was able to do is alert the Ukrainian forces in good time, so that they were able to, as clandestinely as possible, to concentrate their own forces, prepare them for movement, ensure that their vehicles are fueled, that their junior officers, their commanders are well briefed. And so that it was essentially last night, or about 24 hours ago, that the Russians began their retreat, the Ukrainians were ready to go. One of the first things that set off this Russian retreat was the city of Semyohoverka was taken by the Ukrainians. That was the apex of the Russian defensive positions. At Semyohoverka, they made essentially a 45-degree turn. That city was at the apex, and like any stressed curve or any parabola, if you cut it, it will sort of fly apart because of the tension that it has exerted on the rest of the material. When that city fell, in my estimation, the game was up. The Russians converged on two major crossing points, one in Kherson. It was a system of barge ferries and a pontoon bridge that was along the same axis as the M14 highway, and also what was left of the road bridge there in Nova Harkova. There was also a ferry system that was functioning there. Over the course of last night, these crossing points came under increasingly heavy artillery fire. Some of it extraordinarily accurate. We're talking shells like the Excalibur shell, which will pretty much go in the window of your car that they want it to go in. But as the Ukrainians pursued the Russians south and were able to wheel up more and more artillery, the volume of fire on these crossing points became pretty heavy. And as we pointed out, that all that was necessary for the Ukrainian gunners to do is to target the positions where they knew the Russians were going to either embark or debark from their barges. Because the river was under observation the entire time by Ukrainian special forces and partisans, as it has been for the last couple of months, these barrages were timed to do the maximum damage to the Russian units. I referred to that photograph earlier this morning. I think it's up in my Twitter stream. But you can see what happened to one of the landing points. And it is blocked by a sunk barge. That meant that if you were driving one of those barges as a ferry captain, you couldn't go to the nearest landing. You had to go to whatever the next one was, where unfortunately for you, you were being observed, and all it was necessary to do is for the Ukrainians to adjust fire and hit the new embarkation point. Again, I was a bit surprised at the rapidity of the Russian withdrawal. It was precipitous. A couple of trolls took me to task saying it wasn't a rout. And I could say, you know what, it probably wasn't a rout. But if your unit falls back 30 kilometers in 3 hours and 45 minutes, I guess I don't have to call that a rout. I think I could call it a ski-daddle. The other thing that happened as these units were retreating, they left men, equipment, and materiel in their wake. The other thing they left in their wake was unit integrity. And that means if you started out with your company, by the time you got to the river, you weren't in any way, shape, or form still in a military unit. You were pretty much every guy for himself. And so that is what happened in the last 24 hours. The Ukrainians were able to enter Kherson, a place that I thought the Russians were going to at least sort of make a stand in, if for no other reason than to divert the attention of the Ukrainian army and try to take some pressure off the embarkation points. That didn't happen. And I think this has to rank, if not up there with the Kharkiv offensive, but this is one of the greatest triumphs in arms that Ukraine has ever had. Just a terrific and a great job.
Yeah, no question about that. Of course, it ranks with Kharkiv, and what's really special about it, it was completely different from Kharkiv. The other thing I was going to mention, Chuck, and correct me here if I'm wrong. So one thing the Russians did not do that they threatened to do was blow the Nova Kakhovka Dam. And I'm assuming the reason they did not is because they have escaped across the river from the high bank, which is the right bank, to the low bank, which is the left bank. So the Ukrainians now have the high bank of the river on the right side. The Russians have been driven to the low bank on the river. If they blew that dam, they'd be flooding themselves out. And that can't be a very advantageous position anyway. Am I right in that?
Yeah, absolutely. It's perfect assessment. And as we were speaking last night, had they blown that dam last night or yesterday afternoon, it simply would have put the river in spate. It would have turned that slow rolling river, which still, has a knot or two of current, and that might not sound very much, but it has a lot of effect on a big barge or, whatever sort of boat you're trying to use. And so it's so hard to predict what they're going to do because they do self-defeating things all the time. But I didn't think they'd blow the dam last night. It would have made the withdrawal even harder. It was always possible in my mind that they would eventually blow it simply out of spite. It appears they haven't done that, although I can't really tell. I don't have the sources, and maybe someone can let me know. I still think there might be a small presence on the north bank around Nova Harkova. I don't know if the hydroelectric complex is in the hands of the Ukrainian army now, but basically it's all over but the shouting on the north bank, I think, Al.
So one of my favorite phrases, it's all over but the shouting. There have been reports that Ukrainian troops are at both ends of the dam on the Dnipro River, and let's hope they are. So
excellent.
Those are unverified. I can't say yes or no. But only a very few hours have gone by in this liberation of Kherson City and Kherson Oblast. There's so little that we know. POWs have not been counted. Abandoned equipment has not been counted. Wounded KIA has not been counted. We are hours and hours away from having real information. This is just the way it works in war when you stop and think about it. And so, without some of that information, Chuck, I'm going to re-ask the second part of my question. The Russians are running fast. Run, rabbit, run. Where are they running to?
Well, I think the Russians are hoping that they're going to sit there with a line of defenses on the south bank of the Dnipro, looking lovingly across the river at Kherson. I'm not sure they're going to be safe doing that. Whether or not the Ukrainians have the desire to cross the river and fight it out on the south bank, I don't think it's necessarily time for them to do that. However, it is not anything that the Russians can count on. They cannot count on the Ukrainians staying put. But there is one thing that I'm absolutely certain that the Russians can count on, and that is what they have been doing to Mykolaiv for the last 6 months is now going to be done to them in Holoprestav and Oleski. And Ukrainian artillery is going to pummel every crossroad, every village, every place the Russians think they're going to put a headquarters on the South Bank. The Ukrainians are just going to pummel them. So the Russians now have a river in front of them. That's a good place maybe to spend the winter, but I don't know necessarily that they're going to be able to do so quietly.
Chuck, would you say a river runs through them?
I'd say a river runs over them. But we talked about it. Look, they can't count on the Ukrainians staying put. The other thing is the Russians left a lot of engineering equipment behind. They left a lot of barges. There are shipyards and places to build barges and crossing points, and the Russians themselves showed that you can put a pontoon bridge across that river. So they're not going to have a snuggly winter. They're going to have to constantly worry that that the Ukrainians are going to come across on them, and that could happen anytime.
Yeah, Chuck, you don't think they're going to actually stay there, though? I mean, they're 5 kilometers from the river that can be seen and defilade, right? I mean, they're going to get pounded. I think they're moving. I think they're going to move east and southeast. That's just my take. What do you think?
Yeah, that was what we talked about last night. I think coming around the Dnipro, moves at about an angle of 45 degrees past Kherson. It kind of takes a turn to the north as it's widening out into the reservoir, and then takes another turn to the east past the nuclear power plant at Zaporizhzhia. But there is the P-18 highway there, and it goes straight down to Melitopol. And the Russians, if they haven't done it, they should. They should be moving troops to the east, because there will be a battle of Melitopol. It is absolutely going to happen. And whether it happens next week or at Christmas or next spring, that's another thing the Russians are going to have to worry about.
Daryl,
Yeah.
we watched this day, all of us, unfold in different ways from our own experiences, etc. But Daryl, I mean, this is also a big day for you. Veterans Day. You're a former member of the United States Marine Corps, and so I know you watched events unfold today in a way very different from the way I watched. What did you see, and what questions do you have for Chuck?
Well, first of all, today is a day that it belongs to the Ukrainians. Yesterday was our birthday, and that to me, that's the pinnacle of my year at this point. But today belongs to the Ukrainians, and the last few hours have just been the last day or so. Our time has been just awesome to see them celebrate, and I don't want to take nothing away from that. And the only thing I can ask Chuck, when you saw the look in these folks' eyes, um, what moment could you even compare this with in your experience? What moment can you say, I know what that feels like?
Wow, Daryl, you know what? I don't think I've ever had the chance to liberate a city. Uh, Boy, that would be on my bucket list. But just the looks on the people's faces, and the relief that they must have felt. The other thing that people haven't talked about, but the Russians have been arresting and deporting, disappearing, and force relocating Ukrainian citizens out of Kherson all this time. There are more than 400,000 Ukrainian children that have been taken from their parents and scattered in the Russian Arctic and Siberia. And every face that I looked at there, I thought, these are the survivors. These are the people who had to stay hidden, that wouldn't leave when the Russians came around and dragged many of them out of their houses and put them on that barge and crossed the river and then marched them off to God knows where. But I also looked in some of those faces in that crowd, and I thought, these were the people who were calling in the artillery. These were the people that were saying, there's a Russian headquarters in this building. These were the brave people who linked up with the Ukrainian special forces who'd infiltrated the city. Uh, you know, the heroes were the liberators, but the heroes were also the citizens of that city who held on through this nightmare of an occupation. And I am, there this is a joyous celebration, but there is a specter at this feast, and that is we are going to find the mass graves, the torture chambers, the bodies that we found in every city that the Ukrainians have liberated, big and small. And this is the way the Russians operate. This is what they do. This is the face they show to their fraternal Slavic brothers, their little buddy Ukrainian brothers. So, Kherson is Ukraine, and so is Crimea, and they're coming for it. So it was a magic moment, just incredible. I mean, I was moved. I know you were, Daryl. It was amazing.
Yeah, I think we were all moved. Go ahead, Daryl.
Yeah, I was just gonna say, if anybody's ever seen my fella is actually a salute to those people like that, because he's not in the uniform, he's nondescript. And one of the things when I made my fellow, that was the inspiration behind it, was the people that did the silent work in the city to help liberate their city from within. And that's what it was. There's places within that city that need to be found. And I hate to speak of them, but they are some of the darkest places in that city where people were taken. And I just want to say one thing. I hope these places are found and the evidence is picked up and taken to where it can be done. Good can be done with that evidence. And
Daryl, I lost you there.
My earphone.
Are you back?
Yeah, my earphones just gave up. I don't know if in any other conflict we've ever had to deal with the loss of people in this way, and the disappearing of people. So I just want to say to the Ukrainian people, myself, we understand. We can't feel what you feel, but just know that we're with you 100%. And Chuck, you know, the things that you're speaking about as far as the moves and the